Chapter 1525, Like Rain with Water. Chapter 1525, Like Rain with Water. Kia, bang, a horrifying explosion rang through Primordius' heavenly palace. These were the sounds of energy detonations that were wildly surging outside from the fierce battle between Tian Mingzi and the iron-armored spectral soldiers. Even if Tian Mingzi was severely wounded, his strength was still formidable. His black sword was like the scythe of a death god, reaping through the battlefield and shearing iron-armored spectral soldiers in half. Heaven-absorbing demon art. Tian Mingzi's right hand reached out, and a terrifying suction force locked onto the spectral soldier that he had just killed, drawing out all of its strength to completely gather into him. Tian Mingzi planned to restore himself using the dregs of this battle in order to reduce the total energy he lost to the barest minimum. This was also the tyrannical feature of the heaven-absorbing demon art. In a battle, one could use this overbearing technique to absorb the enemy's strength, becoming ever stronger during battle. In a situation where there was a great difference in strength, then after a battle ended, the martial artist who used the heaven-absorbing demon art would have even more energy in their body than they did at the start. This power is... As the strength from the spectral soldier entered Tian Mingzi, he felt his entire body shake and his meridians become chaotic, his blood tumbling within him. The strength within the spectral soldier's body was extremely unique. It carried a terrifying demonic power that was incompatible with the laws that Tian Mingzi knew of, as if it were its own independent laws. Not only could Tian Mingzi not use the strength, but it caused his true essence to run amok, nearly causing him to vomit blood. Damn, how could this happen? Tian Mingzi was breathless with anger. Since he didn't understand the Azura heavenly Tao, he certainly wasn't able to control the strength contained within these iron-armored spectral soldiers. When he sucked in the strength that was infused with this strange devilish power, it was like eating a handful of poison powder. When a mortal ate food they couldn't digest, their stomach would be pained and uncomfortable. As for a martial artist that sucked in energy they couldn't control, the result could be imagined. This power wildly rampaged through Tian Mingzi's meridians, creating a tremendous burden on his already damaged meridians. Puff. Tian Mingzi's clothes tore apart. Several black arrows of energy shot out from his acupoints. He had forcefully pushed out this demonic power. This brief collision left Tian Mingzi grimacing against these iron-armored spectral soldiers. He actually wasn't able to use this heaven-absorbing demon art. Without the heaven-absorbing demon art, this battle would be that much more difficult. I cannot recklessly engage them head-on. I must use guerrilla tactics and avoid any frontal confrontation as much as I can to reduce my energy usage to the minimum. Tian Mingzi didn't fear contending with this incomplete group of iron-armored spectral soldiers. Rather, what he feared was Lin Ming, who was hiding away in Primordius' heavenly palace. He had no idea just what methods Lin Ming had remaining. The more strength he had left, the safer he would be. Lin Ming, you don't need to hurry. Xiao Maxian supported Lin Ming to sit atop a black stone bed. This stone bed was formed from chaos stones. It was where Empyrean Primordius usually cultivated. Just this stone bed was a unique Empyrean spirit treasure, although its level was quite ordinary among Empyrean spirit treasures. There were many similar treasures in Primordius' heavenly palace. If any of these treasures were taken to the outside, they would become objects that World King Holy Lands would brutally wage war for. By sitting on this chaos stone bed, the chaos energy in one's body would be pulled along by the stone bed so that it spontaneously circulated on its own, thus providing a cultivating effect. Now, with Lin Ming severely wounded, he could also sit on this stone bed to direct the chaos stone energy into his body and slightly make up for the blood vitality he lost. I'm fine. I need to speed up the flow of time here to the longest possible. 1 to 500. Within Primordius' heavenly palace were many array formations, one of them being an array formation that could control the flow of time. There was no need for Xiao Moxian to personally set up an enchantment. In a time enchantment where the temporal flow was sped up to a ridiculous degree, it was simply impossible to cultivate. But using it for recovering wasn't a problem at all. Now Lin Ming needed to restore his injuries as soon as possible. By relying on his own formidable regenerative abilities and all sorts of top-ranked pills, Lin Ming could restore the wound on his lower abdomen in a mere 2 to 4 hours. As for the blood vitality he was missing, that was a bit troublesome. No matter what, it would take some time. And this was under the assumption that all sorts of top medicines were taken. Lin Ming didn't have such a long time to restore himself. By the time he was recovered, Tian Mingzi would have already finished his battle. Ji Sienna, you and I are both in an extremely dangerous situation. I have a feeling that once Tian Mingzi breaks through the iron-armored spectral soldiers, although he will have consumed a great deal of strength, he won't be completely exhausted. If that happens, even if you and I are completely restored, the both of us combined will not be his match. Lin Ming's expression was grim. The moment that Tian Mingzi defeated the iron-armored spectral soldiers would also be his weakest moment. If Lin Ming couldn't defeat Tian Mingzi at this time, then as more time passed, Tian Mingzi would only become increasingly strong. At that time, their only destiny would be to slowly stand by until they were killed or refined into pills. Then what can we do? Xiao Moxian asked Lin Ming. At this time, she had no idea what they could do. In this God-burying ridge, she had experienced all sorts of dangers and tribulations, and she had slowly become accustomed to relying on Lin Ming to come up with a plan for these times. First, I need to recover. Come and help me, Lin Ming said. He took out some blood vitality restoring pills from his spatial ring and swallowed them all down as he started to meditate. The pills that Lin Ming swallowed all had mild, nourishing properties. Currently, Lin Ming's blood vitality was too weak, and he couldn't handle the more brutal medicines. Xiao Moxian also sat on the stone bed. She sat on her knees, facing Lin Ming. She pulled Lin Ming's hand into her own, continuously delivering the blood vitality within her own body. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were hard and flexible, a perfect complement of yin and yang. With the two of them together, Lin Ming's true dragon energy blended with her true phoenix blood. The energy between them echoed, becoming stronger, boundless. As Lin Ming's true dragon energy was nourished by the true phoenix blood, it became increasingly vibrant and vigorous, rushing up like a river at high tide, endlessly swirling within him. As for Xiao Moxian's true phoenix blood, after it obtained the nourishment of Lin Ming's true dragon energy, it became increasingly hot, like a never-ending flame, burning on until the end of time. In this life or death moment, neither of them held back anything. Their aura, blood vitality, energies, and even their life force mixed together, lifting each other up. This sort of feeling was as if Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had fused together as one. Of course, Lin Ming's profits during this process were much greater. After all, he had lost a tremendous amount of blood vitality and had to rely on Xiao Moxian's primordialine energy to make up for it. After being revitalized by Xiao Moxian's blood vitality, the muscles over Lin Ming's lower abdomen began to wriggle about. His organs regenerated, and the skin began knitting together. His wound was regenerating at a visible speed. The origin energy exchange became increasingly quick. Xiao Moxian's body was dripping with sweat. As Lin Ming's vigorous yang energy entered her body, she felt her entire body heat up. Blood rushed to her face, making her feel comfortable and warm, like her entire body was melting away into a puddle. Even Xiao Moxian's inner world faintly trembled, seeming as if it wanted to break into the divine Lord realm. Xiao Moxian had already entered the late divine transformation realm. She had diligently cultivated in Tragic Death Valley for 9 years, and had also studied the first volume of the Ajura Sutra. She was extremely close to breaking into the Divine Lord boundary. As for Lin Ming, he felt as if his entire body was being baptized in a bath of nectar. His entire body was comfortable, and his pores opened up. The 360 acupoints on his body, as well as the tens of thousands of pores, were wide open, greedily absorbing the primordial yin energy that Xiao Moxian was releasing. As this energy circulated through Lin Ming's body, all sorts of changes occurred within him, accompanied by a myriad of different tastes. In a time of crisis, the two of them had completely invested themselves in this cultivation process. They became familiar with each other's body. This sort of familiarity was not just their bodies, but even their bloodline, inner world, and spiritual sea was completely open to the other party. It was unknown how long this state continued for. Lin Ming's eyes remained shut tight, and the wound on his abdomen had already completely healed. Even a good portion of his blood vitality had been restored. Although it wasn't to his peak state, it was far, far better than before. After being in this state of perfect harmony, Xiao Moxian's large, pitch-black eyes opened. Her eyes blinked as she stared at Lin Ming right in front of her. She was only a mere 3 inches from his face, and at this distance she could clearly smell the unique and masculine scent wafting from his body. This scene smelled quite nice. Lin Ming's face was strong, with distinct edges. He had extraordinary looks. His eyes were like stars, and his eyebrows slanted up like swords. His body was filled with the spirit and soul of a vibrant, outstanding young elite, but he still retained the calm atmosphere of a mature martial artist. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body was covered in sweat. His eyelids gently trembled, and his body continued to release a strong yang energy. As this energy entered Xiao Moxian's body, it made her feel so good that she thought she was drunk. She didn't know how long she had been staring at Lin Ming for. Her cheeks were red, endlessly alluring. Sometimes her vision was clear, and sometimes her vision was blurry. At this time, Lin Ming opened his eyes. After being discovered sneaking a look by Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian didn't evade his sight. She continued to stare at him as before, both of them in close proximity to each other. Her eyes flickered. Within her eyes was the naive innocence of a girl, the tender feelings of a young woman, as well as 10,000 flavors of emotions that had yet to mature. Just the light in Xiao Moxian's eyes had countless meanings that she couldn't express. Seeing Xiao Moxian's eyes that were sometimes clear and sometimes blurry, Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. But at this time, he couldn't think about it too much. His palm turned, and a black bead appeared in his hand. This was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence that he obtained from the Eternal Demon Abyss. This was the blood and flesh essence energy gathered by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead over a period of 100 million years. When Lin Ming was at the Eternal Demon Abyss, he had used 10% of the energy within to break through his cultivation boundary. The remaining 90% had been left over because he was too weak to absorb it all. Now that he had broken into the Divine Lord realm, taking out the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence to restore his blood vitality was just the right timing. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence was an extremely potent and tyrannical medicine. Lin Ming had mixed together with Xiao Moxian in perfect harmony to restore a part of his blood vitality, and only then did he dare to think about absorbing it. This Grand Mist Spirit Bead that was covered with demonic runes slowly floated upwards, levitating between Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian was stirred out of her thoughts. Then her eyes shifted from Lin Ming's face to this mysterious black bead. Lin Ming, this is from this black bead. Xiao Moxian could feel a blood vitality surging out like a boundless sea, causing her to be startled. Chapter 15:26. Another breakthrough. Chapter 15:26. Another breakthrough. Yeah. Lin Ming didn't plan on concealing anything from Xiao Moxian. He held the black bead and truthfully said, Ji Sienna, this is 100 million years worth of gathered essence from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Grand Mist Spirit Bead? You mean the Grand Mist Spirit Bead that is in the hands of the Good Fortune Saint's son? Xiao Moxian was dumbfounded. As a peak young elite of the divine realm, she certainly knew what level of treasure the Grand Mist Spirit Bead was and what it meant. It is exactly that. Xiao Moxian was even more panic-stricken as she heard Lin Ming's affirmation. How would you have something like that? Senior Empyrean Primordius passed it down to me. The saint race had wrested the Grand Mist Spirit Bead from Empyrean Primordius. This was not a secret to the high-level figures of the divine realm, and even Xiao Moxian knew of this history. In fact, if Lin Ming didn't say anything, Xiao Moxian would have figured it out after recovering from her shock. Empyrean Primordius, I see. So, your Chaos Stone dwelling is also passed down to you from Empyrean Primordius. Xiao Moxian said, suddenly aware. She finally knew what sort of lucky chances Lin Ming had experienced. There were far too many secrets circling around Lin Ming in Xiao Moxian's eyes. Even if there was a successor who had completely inherited Empyrean Primordius' legacy, it would still be hard for them to reach Lin Ming's current lofty heights. Moreover, as a martial artist from the lower realms, it was unimaginable how Lin Ming would have obtained Empyrean Primordius' approval. Yes, Senior Primordius bestowed upon me a great graciousness. The things he left for me have saved my life several times. Just in facing Tian Mingzi, Senior Primordius has already rescued me 3 times. Lin Ming and Tian Mingzi had had several bitter encounters with each other. During his trip to the Sky Spill continent, Lin Ming had relied upon the secrets within the eternal demon abyss to reverse the situation and slay Tian Mingzi's avatar. Now, he had used Primordius' heavenly palace to prevent Tian Mingzi hunting him down through God-burying Ridge. This Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence in my hands is condensed from the blood vitality that the Grand Mist Spirit Bead absorbed over 100 million years. It is almost impossible to split apart, and if I swallow it directly, then I cannot withstand the impact of it. I can only use the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao left behind by Empyrean Primordius to divide a small portion of its origin energy, and then slowly absorb it. Now, I will draw out a part of its origin energy and I will absorb it together. Absorb it together? Xiao Moxian was well aware of how precious this Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence was. It far surpassed a transcendent divine pill. If she could absorb it then, it would be of great benefit to her cultivation. When we cultivated together just now, I was able to feel that you were just half a step from the divine Lord Realm. If you absorb the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence, then it might be possible for you to break through to the divine Lord Realm. Facing Tian Mingzi, Lin Ming didn't have faith that he would be able to defeat him alone. If he could add on Xiao Moxian, then the two of them would have a much higher chance of success. Xiao Moxian also trained in the Azura Sutra. Once she broke into the Divine Lord Realm, she wouldn't be much weaker than Lin Ming. Divine Lord Realm. Perhaps I might be able to break through, but even if I do, you and I together might not be Tian Mingzi's match. Xiao Moxian didn't refuse. At this time, she and Lin Ming were traveling the stormy seas on the same little boat together. That's right. That's why I have to bet everything on this. In the next several hours, I have to make another breakthrough. As Lin Ming spoke, a sharp light exploded in his eyes. Xiao Moxian was shocked to hear this. Make another breakthrough? How will you make another breakthrough? Lin Ming had entered the early Divine Lord Realm just several days ago. It would be impossible for him to make another breakthrough. In many cases, geniuses would intentionally suppress their cultivation in order to further stabilize their foundation. even when they were able to make a breakthrough anytime they wanted. But this sort of situation only occurred when those geniuses stayed in that boundary for a long enough time and their cultivation had accumulated to a high enough degree. As for Lin Ming, he had just broken through a large boundary several days ago, and he had no accumulations at all. His inner world was completely empty. In this situation, him wanting to make another breakthrough was simply an idiot spouting nonsense. Lin Ming said, "It is indeed impossible for me to make another breakthrough in the essence gathering system, but there actually lies a chance for me to do so in the body transformation system. I plan to challenge the 9 stars of the Tao Palace." As Lin Ming spoke the words, "the 9 stars of the Tao Palace," every word he spoke was slow and steady, each word carrying with it a bold courage and deep determination. 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This was a mythical boundary, one that the heavenly Tao laws would not abide. As a proud daughter of the divine realm, Xiao Moxin certainly knew just what this boundary meant. "Lin Ming, are you joking with me? You want to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace?" Ever since the Great Calamity 6 billion years ago, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had become the shackles that bound down all human body transformation system martial artists. They were chains that could not be broken. In the legends, 1,000,000 years ago, Empyrean Primordius had broken free from these chains, becoming the first and only person to step into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace since the last Great Calamity. However, the reason Empyrean Primordius was able to accomplish this was because of his extreme talent, and more importantly, because he possessed the Grand Miss Spirit Bead. That was the ultimate body transformation treasure in the entire 33 heavens, and a unique existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao rules. With Empyrean Primordius talent, in addition to such a heaven-defying treasure, people could acknowledge that he had broken free from the heavenly Tao rules and stepped into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. As for Lin Ming, he did not possess the Grand Miss Spirit Bead. Lin Ming created miracle after miracle, and even Xiao Moxin believed that there would be a day when he could break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. But this time would only come once he came across some bewildering lucky chance, and when all sorts of factors coincided together. When all of that occurred, and with the massive destiny upon Lin Ming's body, only then would he have a chance of success. It was definitely not like now, where Lin Ming would break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace just because he said he would. "Lin Ming, do you have any idea what you were speaking about? The 9 stars of the Tao Palace are a myth. If you possessed the Grand Miss Spirit Bead, then perhaps you might be able to do it, but now you only have the Grand Miss Spirit Bead essence." Xiao Moxin was normally fully confident in Lin Ming, but at this time even she found it hard to believe in him. Lin Ming gravely said, "From the time I stepped on the road of martial arts, I chose to dual cultivate in body and energy, so I certainly know what the 9 stars of the Tao Palace mean. In fact, I am far clearer than anyone else on how difficult it is." Lin Ming's words left Xiao Moxin speechless. Indeed, Lin Ming had already cultivated the 8 inner hidden gates to the limit. In terms of understanding the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, even an Empyrean was inferior to him. The only reason he dared to say he would break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was because he had carefully considered all variables. "Do you really have full confidence you can do it?" Xiao Moxin said, disbelief thick in her voice. "I don't." Lin Ming shook his head, "but now I have no other choice. I only have around a 10% chance of succeeding." 10%. Xiao Moxin felt her heart sink into her stomach. Although it was shocking that Lin Ming would say he had even a 10% chance of breaking into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, having only a 10% chance of making a breakthrough in such a critical moment simply seemed far too low. "If you don't break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, is there no way for us to live through this?" Xiao Moxin asked after a moment of silence. Lin Ming shook his head. "I cannot think of another way for us to survive this. Tian Mingzi's methods are too sinister and crafty. Even I couldn't imagine that he would be playing the bird as the praying mantis hunted. Although I managed to wound him, I had to pay a deep price to do so. If I had been prepared for him, then this would not have been the result. We are currently in Bai Chi's tomb. If I'm not wrong, as long as Tian Mingzi eliminates the spectral soldiers, he will then seal away Primordius' heavenly palace. It's even likely that he will place layers of seals on the space crack exit to remove any chance that we can escape. Then he will trap us here and slowly refine us. With Tian Mingzi's normal way of doing things, Lin Ming didn't expect that he would reveal any flaw that he could exploit to escape. Xiao Moxin sucked in a deep breath as she heard this. Then she suddenly laughed. Well, since you put it that way, it seems this really is what they call 9 chances of death, and only 1 chance of survival. If they could only wait for death, if Lin Ming wasn't able to break through to the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, then their chance of death had reached 90%. Lin Ming shook his head. It might be more than 90%, because even if I make a breakthrough into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, I still have no idea what degree of strength I will reach and whether or not that will allow me to fight Tian Mingzi. Tian Mingzi was a peak great world king. Even if he was completely exhausted, he was likely to have even more cards hidden up his sleeves. After listening to Lin Ming for a time, Xiao Moxin didn't know what sort of feelings were running through her heart. Besides the fear of death that could arrive at any time, there were also other thoughts on her mind. She looked at Lin Ming for a long time and then quietly said, "If you were to die with me here, would you regret it?" Regret? Lin Ming was stunned. He found it strange that Xiao Moxin would suddenly ask such a question. If they were really to die here, then what use was regret? I want to ask you, do you regret coming to the Azure Road? Do you regret journeying to the Great Desolate? Do you regret rescuing me and entering Tragic Death Valley with me, where we were stranded for 9 years, and even after we finally came out, we still might be buried in this dangerous land? Xiao Moxin's words caused Lin Ming to recall some memories. Although it was easy to say that they were stranded in Tragic Death Valley for 9 years, the truth was that those 9 years were 3,300 days and 3,300 nights. He remembered all of this because it was something that left a deep mark in his mind. He let out a light sigh and said, "If I really die here, then of course I will be unwilling. But in this world there are no second chances for regrets. Since I made my choice, I also have to face them. It's not about regretting or not regretting, because what use is regret in the end?" Xiao Moxin wrinkled her nose in response, not seeming to like Lin Ming's answer. She unhappily said, "From what you're saying, if regret is useful to you, then you'll regret, right?" Xiao Moxin seemed to tangle this seemingly meaningless question that made no sense at all. Lin Ming didn't know how to reply. In truth, he faintly understood her thoughts, but now was not the time to dwell on such things. At this time, what use is there in talking about these sorts of tangled thoughts? Let's conserve as much time as we can and absorb the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence. Trying to make a breakthrough right now is what we should both be striving for. Xiao Moxin glared at Lin Ming, her complexion a bit ugly. The flow of time has been sped up 500 times here. So how much time could saying some words take? I'm just afraid that if I don't say them now, I won't have the chance to later. Speaking to here, Xiao Moxin's voice seemed to carry a hint of sadness. Lin Ming felt his heart soften. Then if you have any other words to say them. I have a question I've wanted to ask you for a long time already. Xiao Moxin's lips trembled, her eyes haunting, as she looked at Lin Ming. She was silent for a long time. And then, as if she were mustering her determination, she calmly and clearly said, "One day, if you and I become mortal enemies, will you kill me?" Chapter 1527, Attacking the Dao Palace. Chapter 1527, Attacking the Dao Palace. Lin Ming was stunned as he heard Xiao Moxin's question. He asked in response, "Why would we be mortal enemies? I mean, if..." Xiao Moxin said, not explaining much. Lin Ming looked at Xiao Moxian strangely. At this time, she was asking such strange and bewildering questions. These ifs that you speak of have no meaning at all. In this desperate life or death situation, you still have the mind to ask such confusing questions. Just what are you thinking? Xiao Moxian's complexion darkened. She coldly said, if the monster race and demon race were to stand on the opposite side of humanity, if our races must be foes with each other, will you kill me then? Xiao Moxian's words caused Lin Ming's heart to turn cold. He immediately understood what Xiao Moxian was trying to say. In the war between the humans and saints, the monsters and demons were indeed able to stay uninvolved, and if they were to choose a side, it was hard to say which side they would decide to join. And as the most important future figure of the monster and demon races, Xiao Moxian would likely become the eventual ruler of both races. Even being hunted down by the saints was something that was only aimed at Lin Ming, not Xiao Moxian. If Xiao Moxian were to be captured by the saints, then they would only think of forcefully marrying her away. As for killing her and seizing the bloodline in her body, when this was compared to alliance of their two races, then the benefits Xiao Moxian's bloodline brought were unworthy of mentioning. As for using Xiao Moxian for alchemy, those were only Tianmingzi's thoughts. So, you're saying that Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor are leaning towards the saints? Lin Ming asked. I do not know, and even if I did, I cannot change their decision. Xiao Moxian earnestly said. I understand. Lin Ming quietly responded. He was silent for a long time. And then he said with a serious expression, it is impossible for me to have you betray your people. Similarly, I also cannot betray my people. This isn't just because of the blood that flows through my veins, but because my family, my friends, my teachers, my masters, all those that I know, all of them are humans. If humanity and the demon race must become enemies, then as a member of humanity, I will fight for them until the end. Lin Ming had received the deep graciousness of Empyrean Divine Dream, and had also inherited the legacy of both Empyrean Primordius and Empyrean Divine Seal, whether it was Empyrean Primordius or Empyrean Divine Seal. Both of them had died bravely in battle for the existence of humanity, and Lin Ming had inherited their hopes and wishes. How could he possibly betray the human race? If there really comes a day where you and I represent our own races, and there is no path left for us to go, then I can only hope that you do not hold back. Lin Ming stared straight into Xiao Moxian's eyes. For a time, it seemed as if her body was shaking. Her vision blurred, seeming as if she was lost in thought for a moment. Then she slowly said, I understand. The truth was that Xiao Moxian already knew the answer to this question before she asked it. She didn't need to be a genius to know what Lin Ming's reply would be, because if he replied otherwise, then he wouldn't be the Lin Ming she knew. But for some reason, even though she knew the answer, she still mulled over this question and kept it close to her mind, a pressure that perpetually hung over her heart. Now, she asked this question just because she wanted to release it from her heart and to convince herself to thoroughly give up all thoughts of anything else happening. Give up. Xiao Moxian felt a strange and unknown ache in her heart. Xiao Moxian had a feeling that the monster emperor and her grandfather had already sided with the saint race. This was because the method to break into the true divinity realm was far too fatal a temptation. Then, after they left the Azure Road, just what would await them? She and Lin Ming would both go on their own separate roads, and the next time they saw each other, they would be mortal enemies fighting to the bitter end. As Xiao Moxian imagined this result, she felt her heart hollow out and a painful hitch as she tried to breath. When Lin Ming rescued her in the Great Desolate, when they spent 9 years of days and nights in tragic Death Valley, when they held hands to escape the demonic tide, when they rushed into the God-Beast tomb array formation, as well as when they stumbled into Bai Chi's tomb, resolving danger after danger as he struck down foes dozens of times stronger than he was. All of these scenes flashed through her mind, lingering in her consciousness. The final image in her mind was when Lin Ming stumbled into her arms, severely wounded, and the two of them freely gave their energy to each other, trying their best to break free from this hopeless situation. For a time, a bitter grief swelled up within her. Xiao Moxin didn't think that Lin Ming would betray humanity. Similarly, she would not betray the demon race. They were doomed to never have anything good come from their relationship. As Xiao Moxin was lost in her thoughts, Lin Ming sat in front of her, silent the entire time. After all, he wasn't the youth he was in the past, one that didn't know anything about human thoughts and emotions. He was able to faintly guess just what Xiao Moxin was thinking. And regarding this, he could only remain silent. He certainly hoped that whether or not the monsters and demons opposed humanity, Xiao Moxin would still stand by his side, together. However, this thought was too selfish and not practical. So Lin Ming decided not to say anything and simply remained silent. Let's continue to cultivate. But I hope your mood isn't affected. Xiao Moxin looked at the grand mist spirit bead essence in front of her, seeming as if she couldn't concentrate at all. Lin Ming frowned. He said, "Don't absorb the grand mist spirit bead essence. Your current mood is not suitable for making a breakthrough." Breaking through to the Divine Lord realm was an extremely important matter. Many martial artists would spend hundreds of years preparing for this moment. They would undergo a long ritual, burning incense, praying, and even then there was a chance they might fail, much less someone like Xiao Moxin right now whose mood was so shaky. If she were to fail her breakthrough now, then the massive amount of energy would turn chaotic in her body, causing her to fall into depravity and damage her cultivation. "No, I can make this breakthrough," Xiao Moxin stubbornly said. "That, all right." Lin Ming agreed. If Xiao Moxin could arrive at this step, she naturally had an outstanding cultivation ability and talent. In terms of cultivating experience, she was no worse than Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't need to worry about her because she knew well enough what her limits were. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred, and the time enchantment covering them was immediately removed. This time enchantment could be used to heal from wounds, but wanting to make cultivation breakthroughs was not possible. This was because if Xiao Moxin wanted to break into the Divine Lord realm, she had to enlighten herself with the world laws. As for Lin Ming, if he wanted to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he needed the Tao Palaces within his body to correspond with the 9 stars in space. None of these things were possible to accomplish within the time enchantment. Lin Ming formed dozens of seals as he revolved the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao, drawing out the blood vitality from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence. This blood vitality essence split into 2, floating towards Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin like ancient pythons. These 2 pythons had fierce appearances and their aura was formidable. Their bodies were covered with scales that clearly shimmered with lines. They didn't seem like manifestations formed from blood vitality, but true ancient vicious beasts. As these pythons approached Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin, the 2 of them felt all the blood vitality within their bodies being pulled by them, as if their blood wanted to roar out from them. In that moment, Xiao Moxin had also settled her thoughts, eliminating all distractions as she fully invested herself in making her breakthrough. She could feel a wild and brutal will from this Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence in front of her. This would not be easy to absorb. If she failed to subdue it, she would fall into madness. Then Lin Ming turned his hand, revealing a crystalline pill in his palm. This was the 9-star heaven pill. In the past, just before Lin Ming returned to the Sky Spill planet, he had encountered Tian Mingzi in the Demon Dawn Great World. The cause was this 9-star heaven pill. The 9-star heaven pill was a lost recipe in the divine realm. It was an ancient pill that was once used to help humans break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, but now its effects were much diminished. Afterwards, Lin Ming had obtained the pill recipe for the 9-star heaven pill. Empyrean Divine Dream had gathered the materials and helped him refine the pill. Now, he was finally able to use it. The 9-star heaven pill was swallowed down by Lin Ming. At the same time, the python of Grand Mist spirit bead essence rushed into Lin Ming's body, bringing with it a savage and tyrannical aura, as if it came from a primal and desolate era. This energy crashed into Lin Ming's meridians, seeming as if it would wash away his veins and split apart his body. In the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow together had only absorbed 10% of the Grand Mist spirit bead essence. But now, in Bai Chi's tomb, Lin Ming directed 20% of this essence energy into his body. The ancient python ravaged through Lin Ming's body, but at this time, Lin Ming's true dragon energy came wildly galloping out, suppressing it with overwhelming force. With his own blood vitality, Lin Ming had forcefully suppressed the Grand Mist spirit bead essence that he swallowed. In that moment, all of Lin Ming's energy rushed towards 9 points on his body, seeming to form pearls of blood. These 9 points on Lin Ming's body seemed to echo with some strange and unknown power in the endless skies. Lin Ming felt his sight fade away, and in the next moment he had arrived in a completely pitch-black space. This space was empty, with only 9 stars hanging high above. These 9 stars were arranged in a strange manner, sprinkling endless starlight down, shining upon the world. As this starlight illuminated Lin Ming, he felt his flesh, blood, and bones all stretch out, and all the pores and acupoints over his body automatically opened to recklessly swallow up the starlight from these 9 stars. As this starlight entered his body, a vast river of strength followed, one that seemed as if it would never end. Beneath this powerful strength, Lin Ming could feel his flesh, bloodlines, meridian channels, everything within him transforming. His mortal body rapidly increased in strength. The first time Lin Ming saw the boundary of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was when he absorbed the blood vitality of the great Emperor Heart in the eternal demon abyss. Then, when he absorbed the Grand Mist spirit bead essence, he had touched upon the threshold of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. At that time, Lin Ming had only been 34 to 35 years old. Now he was over 50 years old. Over 20 years had passed. In these 20 years of accumulating strength, Lin Ming had remained stranded beneath the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. All sorts of lucky chances and fortuitous encounters had been slowly gathered by him, all for today's breakthrough. Even so, Lin Ming only had a 10% chance of breaking into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In this dark void, if Lin Ming could pull down one of the stars in the sky and refine it into the Tao Palace within him, then he would truly have stepped into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace that Lin Ming saw were no illusion. Above where Lin Ming was sitting, there were indeed 9 stars that shined, their starlight sprinkling down. Even Xiao Moxian was able to clearly see them. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace, it really is the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Xiao Moxian's eyes brightened. At this time, she couldn't even give further praise because she had to complete her own breakthrough. However, whether it was because she lacked accumulations or because her mood was in chaos, although she had managed to subdue the Grand Mist spirit bead essence within her, she was still a single breath away from stepping into the Divine Lord realm. Chapter 1528, Tao Diagram of the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1528, Tao Diagram of the Heavenly Tao. And to refine a star to enter his body was easier said than done. Lin Ming constantly swallowed starlight, gathering his strength. His mortal body continued to grow stronger and stronger. Although he didn't break through to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, his mortal bodily strength rose up from 1 billion genes, rapidly approaching 2 billion genes. My strength is still far too lacking. Lin Ming's eyes were like bolts of lightning in the darkness. He formed more seals with his hands, drawing out another ancient python of blood vitality from the Grand Mist spirit bead and having it rush into his body. This python was another 20% of the Grand Mist spirit bead essence. Lin Ming had now swallowed a full 40% of the Grand Mist spirit bead essence in this attempt. When this was added onto the powerful blood vitality within the 9-star heaven pill, Lin Ming's mortal body rapidly inflated as if he would explode at any moment. His veins bulged out like worms. Sweat dripped down from all over him. His body had reached the limit of strength that it could absorb and wanted to explode. Lin Ming looked up, his brilliant eyes locking onto one of the 9 stars floating in space. Then he leapt upwards. 9 stars. Of them, 7 were incomparably bright, and 2 were dim. The 7 bright stars corresponded to the 7 bright palaces within the human body, and the 2 dark stars corresponded to the 2 hidden palaces within the human body. Now, the star that Lin Ming rushed towards was the closest bright star. This star's name was Army Breaker. The Army Breaker star. The meaning of this was that it could freely wander the world, breaking through the lines of any army, unstoppable and irresistible. Lin Ming's bodily strength erupted to the limit. The 8 inner hidden gates opened to the limit. He wanted to forcefully pluck this star down. When martial arts were practiced to the highest level, one could pick down stars and shoot down moons. These were not empty fairy tales, because Lin Ming was trying to do this right now. In terms of foundation, if Lin Ming were compared to the body transformation martial artists from 6 billion years ago, he would be 10 times or even 100 times better. In the past, if Lin Ming wanted to break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace with his strength, it would have been as easy as eating a meal. But now he had to break past the heavenly Tao rules. The heavenly Tao rules did not abide the existence of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This caused Lin Ming's cultivation to be blocked. But looking at this from another viewpoint, this meant that the foundation of Lin Ming's body transformation had been suppressed even as it accumulated to an unbelievable degree. Once it erupted, then, it would truly be like dragons and phoenixes soaring to the highest heavens, showing naught but disdain for the world. The moment that Lin Ming rushed towards the Army Breaker star, the void trembled around him. It was like all of the surrounding space-time was collapsing. A terrifying strength gathered, dreadful to the extreme. Lin Ming maintained his vigilance. This dreadful power was truly fear-inspiring. It seemed as if it could tear apart everything, and it was clearly aimed at him. Opening the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was something not allowed by the heavenly Tao rules. Even if Lin Ming's mortal body foundation had accumulated to an incredible degree, the moment that he tried to impact the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he would inevitably be hindered by the heavenly Tao. In the empty void, lines of the great Tao slowly appeared, weaving together into a Tao diagram that locked down the 9 stars in the sky. Are these the heavenly Tao laws that lock down the 9 stars of the Tao Palace? Lin Ming looked towards the Tao diagram in the sky. This Tao diagram contained an incomparably horrifying strength. He didn't doubt that as long as he rushed forwards, he would be ruthlessly and mercilessly suppressed by this Tao diagram. To transgress the heavenly Tao was to withstand heavenly tribulation. Once heavenly tribulation came falling down, even extreme geniuses could perish in ashes without even their bones remaining. Lin Ming took a deep breath and decisively shot into the Tao diagram. He had to gamble everything he had because there was no alternative for him. Wang. The lines of the great Tao came pressing down upon Lin Ming, carrying with them a great aura that could not be defied, one that stood at the pinnacle of all existence. Lin Ming roared out. He gathered all his strength and punched. In the dark void, all strength besides that of the body transformation system was forbidden. Lin Ming could only revolve the strength within his mortal body, releasing his 8 inner hidden gates to their limit as he smashed into the Tao diagram. Kacha! With a thunderous peal, Lin Ming's arm shook, the bones nearly cracking as his fists stained themselves red with blood. As for the great Tao lines in front of him, They only slightly trembled without any hint that they would shatter. The Tao diagram slowly rotated, pressing Lin Ming in the center of countless Tao patterns. These Tao patterns were like a terrifying grinding pan, grinding down on Lin Ming's bones and muscles. The void was crushed to pieces. Under this horrifying pressure, even Lin Ming's powerful mortal body seemed as if it would crack open. His blood vessels exploded and blood gushed out from him. This was the strength of the heavenly Tao, completely different from the 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang that Lin Ming had previously experienced. Those were tangible disasters, but this time it was entirely suppression of the laws. These invisible laws could be as heavy as stars, able to grind down everything. Lin Ming's body emitted loud crackling sounds, no matter how durable his mortal body was. Under the suppression of these laws, he still couldn't withstand it. Lin Ming clenched his jaws, his eyes turning red with effort. The moment that he had decided to break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he had expected that this experience would be difficult, but he didn't think it would be difficult to such a ridiculous degree. Did I overestimate my 10% chance of success? Lin Ming was unwilling. In the past, Empyrean Primordius had undergone a similar tribulation, but back then, Empyrean Primordius also possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, a divine object of the highest level when it came to body transformation laws. By relying on the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to protect his body, only then did he overcome that tribulation. As for Lin Ming, he had to resist the heavenly Tao law unarmed. The difficulty of this could be imagined. Bang! Lin Ming punched out his fists once more. Countless blood vessels exploded, leaving his clothes dripping red. His body was nearly crushed to pieces. And on the outside of this empty nothingness, Lin Ming's true self was also in an extremely poor situation. At this time, Lin Ming's true body was pale white and shivering. He was bleeding from his nose, eyes, and ears. Above Lin Ming's head, the phantoms of 9 stars were clearly visible. As the vast and endless starlight came sprinkling down, even Primordius' heavenly palace vanished. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian arrived in an endless cosmos. What they sat on was no longer the chaos stone bed, but the infinite galaxy. Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian's heart tightened as she saw Lin Ming's pained expression. She already knew that breaking into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace would be extremely risky. Even an extreme character like Empyrean Primordius had relied upon a divine object in order to break through. Moreover, when Empyrean Primordius had broken through to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he had already been cultivating for tens of thousands of years. As for Lin Ming, all he had to rely on was his heated blood and ardent will. With his less than 60 years of cultivation, he was attempting to break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The risks he faced could be imagined. Xiao Moxian also paled. At this time, she didn't know how she could help Lin Ming. Although a massive amount of energy entered her inner world, she still wasn't able to make her breakthrough. There was just some kind of final catalyst that was missing. Wung. The heavenly Tao laws revolved. Lin Ming shivered as he overdrew his strength. Right now, his strength was still far from enough for breaking past the barrier of the heavenly Tao. Lin Ming took a deep breath, resolving to wrestle against the odds with his life. Using the Grand Mist Heavenly Tao, he forced a third python from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence to enter his body. This was also another 20% of the essence. Combined with the previous 2 times, Lin Ming had absorbed a total of 60% of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence. In front of Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian was panic-stricken. Lin Ming was insane. His mortal body was already ruined to such a degree, and yet he wanted to absorb another 20% of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence. Just how could he possibly refine it? Chapter 1529. Extreme Yin Blood Essence. Chapter 1529, Extreme in Blood Essence. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead Essence was originally an extremely violent and tyrannical blood essence energy. If one's cultivation was insufficient, then directing the Grand Mist Spirit Essence into the body would cause their body to perish through exploding. This was like a mortal swallowing down a bar of gold. Their body wouldn't be able to digest it, and their stomach would swell until they died. Lin Ming's situation was already extremely poor. In this state, he forcefully swallowed another 20% of the essence energy. The burden this placed on his body could be imagined. In the endless, empty universe, Lin Ming roared out loud. With the support of this wild and brutal Grand Mist Spirit Bead Essence, he punched out at the 9-star Tao diagram. After directing the last 20% of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead Essence into his body, Lin Ming had already cut off all avenues of retreat. He could only bet everything on this last desperate attempt. With Lin Ming's current strength and his ruined body, it was impossible for him to fully absorb this 20% of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead Essence. If he couldn't break through the 9-star Tao diagram, then he could only wait for his body to explode. Kacha! Lin Ming attacked with everything he had, even splitting apart his fingers. The 9-star Tao diagram wildly shook, but it still didn't break. It's still not enough. A deep sense of unwillingness surged in Lin Ming's mind. Even though he had ignored the ramifications of swallowing this latest 20% of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead Essence, the strength he needed was ultimately far too distant from being able to break through the 9-star Tao diagram. If this continued, then it wouldn't be long before Lin Ming's body ruptured, and his inner world exploded into pieces. Essence Energy Avatar. Second seal. Release. Lin Ming shouted out. The Essence Spirit Embryo Stone Avatar that he inherited from within the Bronze Temple had a total of 3 seals. These 3 seals were left behind by the Azure Road Master, and each successive seal was bound more tightly than the last. The final seal was the most formidable. With Lin Ming's current cultivation, he was unable to release it, but he was able to unbind the first 2. In the Bronze Temple, Lin Ming had undone the first seal. Using the strength that was released, he expanded his inner world and broke into the divine Lord realm. With Lin Ming's understanding of the Azura Heavenly Tao, he still wasn't able to fuse his true self with his avatar. He could only use the method of undoing this seal and obtaining energy from his avatar. Bang! When Lin Ming released the second seal, there was a loud explosion like 10,000 bolts of thunder crashing down together, like endless god beasts roaring out. An indescribably dreadful strength erupted like a volcano, surging out like a tsunami. This strength flooded out from the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone Avatar, and all of that extra strength impacted straight towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's Essence Spirit Embryo Stone Avatar had already reached an inconceivable boundary in the intensity of its mortal body. As this wild and brutal power erupted from within it, it was still able to withstand it. However, Lin Ming's true self was different. As this incomparably fierce strength flooded his body, in addition to everything before it, his body began to crack apart. The reason Lin Ming crazily summoned all the strength he could was in order to shatter past the 9-star Tao diagram. As long as he could break through it, then there would be a point where his strength could be released. He would be able to break into the next boundary and allow his strength to rapidly rise. However, if the 9-star Tao diagram didn't break, then everything would reverse. Lin Ming would die beneath the suppression of the 9-star Tao diagram and the havoc that was being wreaked upon him by it. Celestial Tyrant Manual. 100-layered waves. In this black void, Lin Ming could only use the strength of body transformation. With his strength that reached 2 billion genes, he struck out with the Celestial Tyrant Manual's 100-layered waves. In that moment, Lin Ming's bodily strength increased by several times, breaking straight past the critical point of 5 billion genes. This horrifying strength crashed into the 9-star Dow diagram, causing it to violently shake. Energy wildly raged outwards, causing the surrounding void to tear apart like scrap paper. A crack finally appeared in the 9-star Dow diagram. Seeing this crack in the Dow patterns, Lin Ming's eyes brightened. He was like a parched traveler in the desert who finally saw an oasis. This crack was his final ray of hope. Otherwise, if this were to continue, then his mortal body might not be able to last for another incense stick of time. Bang! Lin Ming's fist smashed out again, and all the muscles of his right arm split apart, ignoring his collapsing body. He revolved the celestial tyrant manual to the limit. The crack in the 9-star Dow diagram was expanded once more by Lin Ming's strike. At this time, Lin Ming had already reached his limits. He bit down on his tongue, burning his blood essence through the gate of life. Then he struck out with a third punch. Kacha! His bones released a deafening explosive sound as they shattered. Lin Ming's face twisted in pain. The bones in his right arm had completely shattered, and his hand was hanging down at a strange angle. He was unable to make a fist. Damn it! For a time, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. As he stared at his ruined right arm, his entire body shivered. Without a continuous barrage, the crack in the 9-star Dow diagram began to slowly regenerate. Even if one used absolute strength to tear down a Dow diagram of the heavenly Dow, it would still slowly recover. Just a little bit more. Lin Ming bit down with his teeth, a furious rage blazing within him. He still had his left arm, but this left arm would at most be able to punch 3 more times. With these 3 punches, it was impossible for him to break through the 9-star Dow diagram. Will the heavens kill me? Lin Ming was unwilling. He was less than 60 years old and had walked down the road of martial arts for just over 40 years. He had passed through many great storms, suffered many tribulations, defeated countless extraordinary individuals, and had passed through innumerable life or death dangers to arrive at this step. Through all that, he finally stood at the peak of all young human geniuses. How could he be willing to perish like this? Although he had weakened, at the same time a terrifying energy wildly raged through his body, attacking his meridians. There was the grand Miss Spirit Bead essence, as well as the unsealed strength from the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. These 2 strengths were both at the extreme yang. As they collided within Lin Ming's body, they were like 2 volcanoes erupting together. These 2 extreme yang strengths weren't willing to submit to anyone, and with Lin Ming's ruined body, it was impossible for him to subdue them. They continued to ravage through Lin Ming's body, using his body as a battlefield. If he wasn't able to suppress them, then he could only wait for his body to explode into pieces. The heavenly Tao does not abide me. In the end, am I unable to overcome the heavenly Tao? Within Lin Ming's body, the 2 yang energies became increasingly wild, smashing into each other more and more, completely unable to be subdued. Lin Ming grit his teeth, his fingernails digging deep into his palm. With his current state, wanting to evenly stabilize these 2 yang energies was completely impossible. The condition of his body became increasingly worse. His eye sockets began to crack apart, and his eyes bled. In that moment, he could feel death floating close by. In his life, he had only encountered this feeling once when he had broken into the 9th stage of life destruction and experienced a 9x9 heavenly tribulation. As Lin Ming was about to collapse and have the 2 energies blow up his body, he felt a soft, feminine energy enter his body. This strength was like a stream of clear spring water, revitalizing his ruined body. Lin Ming was startled. He could faintly feel the soft feminine strength slip in between the 2 fierce yang energies, causing those 2 violently clashing energies to calm down. Although this strength was far from being as formidable as the two yang energies, it was pure to the extreme. The soft and soothing attributes of this energy was able to smoothly stabilize the two other energies, achieving a state of yin and yang balance. This is Xiaomoxian. Lin Ming immediately realized, at this time, the only one who could release such a pure and soft blood vitality was Xiaomoxian. From this soft feminine strength, Lin Ming could sense the rich energies of phoenix blood. As it was light and clear as water, it also carried with it a faint aura of flames. But what surprised Lin Ming was that this strength was completely different from the time when he and Xiaomoxian held hands. Not only was Xiaomoxian sending out her true phoenix blood energy, but it carried the aura of life force, as if this energy came from her source of life. Phoenix blood essence. Lin Ming's mind shook. His consciousness forcefully withdrew from the black void, where he was attempting to break through to the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, and his eyes shot open to see Xiaomoxian. At this time, Primordius Heavenly Palace was completely wrapped up in the divine light of the 9 stars. Lin Ming and Xiaomoxian were placed within this endless world of starlight. She held onto his hand, her bright red lips open as a stream of rich blood energy fluttered out from between them and towards Lin Ming. This power of blood vitality transformed into the appearance of phoenixes in midair. They were beautiful and enchanting, releasing clear and pleasant cries. This was Xiaomoxian's source blood energy, and also her true phoenix blood essence. In the past, one could see how precious phoenix blood essence was from how much the ancient Phoenix clan treasured just a single drop. And the ancient Phoenix clan's phoenix blood essence came from the dead body of a phoenix, drawn out using a secret technique. That blood essence had been preserved for countless years and was far inferior to Xiaomoxian's phoenix blood essence in terms of purity. Her phoenix blood essence was brimming with life. Moreover, the ancient Phoenix clan's phoenix blood essence had come from the corpse of a phoenix that was thousands of miles long. That phoenix corpse had a tremendous amount of blood essence within it. So how could a single drop of that compare to the pure and highly condensed phoenix blood essence within Xiaomoxian? A phoenix that underwent 9 stages of nirvana could burn their blood essence infinitely without damaging their life source at all. But this was restricted to burning their blood essence. If they were to give their blood essence to others, that would be a permanent loss, one that was extremely difficult to recover from. This could be said to be Xiaomoxian's most precious thing. It was what the countless individuals who tried to obtain her body considered to be the most valuable treasure. But now, Xiaomoxian was directly giving this phoenix blood essence to Lin Ming to stabilize the 2 violent yang energies within him. Ji Xianer. Lin Ming anxiously shouted out. If Xiaomoxian gave him her blood essence, then not only would this affect her current cultivation, but also her future lifespan and achievements. Hearing Lin Ming's shouting, Xiaomoxian opened her eyes. Her pupils were dark like the bottom of a lake, as cold as an iceberg. Why are you doing this? This kindness is too heavy. Lin Ming was unable to shoulder this burden. If you give me your life's most precious blood essence, then even if I break through to the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, it will still injure your life source and cause permanent damage to your cultivation. How will I have the face to stand tall in this world? The blood essence in Xiaomoxian's body was no trifling matter. A martial artist with a weaker cultivation could restore their lost blood essence without much difficulty. But for someone like Xiaomoxian, her blood essence could be called that of the highest grade within the entire divine realm. Once she lost her blood essence, then restoring it would be incomparably hard, a journey filled with endless hardships. Listening to Lin Ming's words, Xiaomoxian lightly sighed. We both might die here. If you don't break through to the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, do you think I will still live on? Speaking to hear, she seemed to suddenly remember something. She said in an extremely quiet voice, "In the future, won't you and I be mortal enemies? If I give my blood essence to you and discard my own bloodline, then my grandfather and the monster emperor will have no need for me to become the future ruler of their two races. Then I'll have saved you the trouble of having to fight with me. Isn't that just wonderful?" Chapter 1530. For forever. My blood will mark you. Chapter 1530. For forever. My blood will mark you. Hearing Xiao Moxin's words, Lin Ming was dazed. He didn't know just how to reply. Xiao Moxin didn't know why she would unexpectedly say such strange and dismal words that would not only make Lin Ming unhappy, but also herself. It seemed as if she wanted to vent all of the bitterness and resentment in her heart. She apologetically smiled, saying, "Some matters are too troublesome. Carelessly speaking about them might affect your mood to break through." Lin Ming was silent for a moment. He could feel a peculiar pain in his heart, one that he found hard to face. He finally said, "I'm sorry, I know. You don't know." Xiao Moxin shook her head, earnestly looking towards Lin Ming, her eyes seeming to flash with some strange crystalline light. "You don't know how scared I was when I entered Tragic Death Valley. My personality favors liveliness and fun, and what I cannot stand the most is unending loneliness and the infinite dark. When I entered Tragic Death Valley, I really, really wanted to leave. I thought that if I had to stay there for hundreds of years, then I would turn insane. But afterwards, something I never expected happened. Those 9 years of days and nights were not as fearful as I thought they would be. From the time I was born to now, I have seen numerous spiritual lands that are beautiful beyond description. I've seen floating celestial mountains and never-ending fields of paradise. And yet, no matter how much I try to recall those places, I have no impression of them. Instead, during my 9 years in Tragic Death Valley, facing the eternal dark and the piles of bones, those days are actually a time that I will never forget. In the depths of that darkness and misery, to have someone I could rely upon is really something I will remember all my life." Xiao Moxian suddenly laughed. She was finally speaking the words she didn't know how to say, without suppressing them in her heart, without caring for what would result, without caring for what Lin Ming thought of them. Just saying them was enough. Sometimes I even thought that it wouldn't be bad if we never left. At least I would never have to think about us being enemies in the future, nor would I have to deal with so many troubling matters. Of course, I knew you would never agree to not leaving. Lin Ming was shocked for some time. He still held on to Xiao Moxian's hand. The soft and tender touch of her hand brought with it an indescribable gentleness, like a piece of pure jade immersed in running water. In that moment, Lin Ming could feel the burden of a heavy emotion on his back, one he didn't know how to face. "I'm sorry," Lin Ming finally said these weak and feeble words after a long period of silence. However, Xiao Moxian actually laughed in response, a laugh as bright and cheerful as spring flowers. "There's nothing you should be sorry to me about. You were the one who saved my life, and entering Tragic Death Valley with you is something that I have never regretted and will never regret. Giving you my life source blood is also something I do not regret. In the future, even if we never meet again, my blood will always flow within your body, becoming a mark upon your bloodline, accompanying you for the rest of your life. You can try as much as you want, Lin Ming, but you'll never be able to throw me away." Speaking to here, Xiao Moxian seemed to laugh in an increasingly happy manner. The corners of her lips lifted up in a smile to reveal 2 cute canines. For a time, Lin Ming turned silly. "Now, go and break through to the 9 stars of the Dao Palace if you can. I don't want to die here." Xiao Moxian cupped Lin Ming's cheek, her voice serious. Lin Ming silently looked into her bright eyes and solemnly nodded. This was his promise to Xiao Moxian, and also a promise to himself. He couldn't bear the feelings of Xiao Moxian. All he could do now was summon as much strength as he could and attack the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The energy within his body was equalized by Xiao Moxian's blood essence and had already begun to slowly stabilize. In this state, even Lin Ming's meridian channels and blood vessels that had torn apart due to the violent energy began to restore themselves. This was the effect of yin-yang harmony. Lin Ming closed his eyes, returning to that endless dark void once more. He faced the 9 stars hanging in the skies, 7 of them bright, 2 of them dark. In that moment, Lin Ming could feel flames burning in his heart. In his broken right hand, the flesh and blood constantly regenerated as the meridian channels regrew. He cried out loud and shot into the skies. The 8 inner hidden gates opened altogether. Behind Lin Ming, the phantom of a true dragon appeared, roaring out, "Celestial Tyrant Manual." 100-layered waves. Bang! With a loud explosion, the void was collapsed by Lin Ming's fist. The heavenly Tao lines that wove into a 9-star Tao diagram were shaken by Lin Ming's strike, causing a crack to appear within it. Seeing this crack, the light in Lin Ming's eyes brightened. He roared out again, his fists punching at the same place. Bang! 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 Lin Ming punched again and again. Blood splashed out from his fists, alarming and startling. Without caring for the violent flows of energy surging through his body, the 9-star Tao diagram continued to shake as the crack grew larger and larger. The heavenly Tao laws seemed to become furious, as if Lin Ming's crazy barrage was the reason. The great Tao lines wildly gathered, converging towards Lin Ming and pressing down on him. Crick, crick, crack. The bones throughout Lin Ming's body emitted explosive crackling sounds. Fresh blood leaked out, dyeing his entire body deep red. However, Lin Ming ignored all of this. He continued his onslaught on the 9-star Tao diagram. The crack in the Tao diagram grew larger with each punch coming at the cost of Lin Ming's breaking body. Just a little bit more, a little bit more. Lin Ming's eyes were blood red as he cried out from his lungs. But at this moment, he suddenly felt the skies around him tremble. The entire world seemed to tumble around him, all the origin energy becoming restless. What? This sudden change shocked Lin Ming. This strength did not come from the heavenly Tao laws, but an external force. Lin Ming's mind turned cold. A foreboding feeling surged within him. Then, a maniacal voice echoed through the air. Lin Ming, you want to break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace? You want to defy the heavenly Tao laws? Keep on dreaming. But no matter how hopeless you are, I will not allow you the slightest chance of success. I will lay down a grand void locking array around you, separating you from the starlight of those 9 stars so that your ridiculously pathetic attempt at a breakthrough will fail outright. I want your body to collapse and your boundary to fall. Ha ha! This maddening cackle came from Tian Mingzi. Outside of Primordius' heavenly palace, Tian Mingzi was still fighting the iron-armored spectral soldiers. According to his original plan, he needed to use several hours to slowly fight so that he could preserve his strength and reduce his wounds to the minimum, defeating the iron-armored spectral soldiers with the lowest possible price. After that, he could lay down an enchantment to seal up the exit to Bai Chi's tomb. Once that was complete, he could meditate to restore himself to his peak condition and then begin to refine Primordius' heavenly palace. This was the safest and most effective method. As long as he could restore his strength, then Lin Ming was as good as dead. However, during this battle, Tian Mingzi saw the space above Primordius' heavenly palace vanish, suddenly revealing an endless void. And at the peak of this endless void were 9 stars. After being stunned for a brief moment, he immediately understood that this was a phenomenon that was summoned by Lin Ming's attempt at breaking through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace was exclusive to the human race's body transformation system. The saint race and demon race both practiced a different cultivation system that was different from the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. 6 billion years ago, martial artists that cultivated the 9 stars of the Tao Palace to the peak were no weaker than those who cultivated the essence gathering system. But now, because of some unknown change in the heavenly Tao laws, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace became an impossible goal to reach. But once one managed to reach it, one's strength would become even more terrifying. If Lin Ming broke into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then not even gods would know what would happen. Although Tian Mingzi didn't believe Lin Ming had the ability to do so, he wasn't willing to give him even the slimmest chance to succeed. He immediately desperately attacked the iron-armored spectral soldiers, wanting to break them all as soon as possible. Once he did so, he could interfere with Lin Ming's breakthrough attempt. At this time, Tian Mingzi's entire body was soaked with blood. His shoulder and lower abdomen had been pierced by 2 deep spears and were dripping blood. Horrifying wounds covered his entire body, and his spine had nearly been severed in half. His left arm had been cut off, but only forcefully reattached using an arcane technique. Tian Mingzi had paid a deeply tragic price in order to break the iron-armored spectral soldier array. He didn't have time to heal his wounds. After hurriedly swallowing down some pills, he pulled out an array disc from his spatial ring and tossed it in the air. His hands formed numerous seals, but because his left hand had been cut off and reattached, the meridians and blood vessels had yet to fully regenerate and his movements weren't as accurate. The speed at which he formed seals was much slower than before. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The array disc spun around, sprinkling chaotic black light that covered Primordius' heavenly palace, cutting off the energy connection between Primordius' heavenly palace and the outside world. And at this time, Tian Mingzi stepped on the void. He held his black sword in his hands, spookily whispering, "Frenzied blood, become heart demons. Indomitable might of the heavenly Tao, follow my blade. Cut." For a time, the entire Primordius' heavenly palace was shrouded in a vast, dark demon light. The sword light was blocked by Primordius' heavenly palace's array formation, but there were still some illusions that seemed to permeate into Primordius' heavenly palace. "Ha ha, Lin Ming, in my presence, you still want to make a breakthrough? In the past, with my status as a core disciple, I exterminated the entire Verdant Feather Holy Lands. The old Holy Lord of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was a great world king, and at that time, I was only an early world king. It was at the exact time that he was trying to recklessly make a breakthrough in his boundary that I used my secret demonic arts to galvanize the heart demons within him. Not only did he fail his breakthrough, but his cultivation boundary was severely damaged. Then I killed him. Even a great world king died beneath my hands, much less someone like you. Everyone has heart demons, and the more powerful a martial artist is, the more formidable their heart demons are. When a martial artist makes a breakthrough, they must face their heart demons. This is an inevitable truth. This is also the time when martial artists are at their weakest. Moreover, not only are you trying to make a breakthrough, but you are defying the will of the heavens to do so. And because of that, you have to face heavenly tribulation. Also, just give up any hope you had. Tian Mingzi wildly laughed. His voice was like a demonic spell that attacked Primordius' heavenly palace. Primordius' heavenly palace's array formation had blocked Tian Mingzi's sword light and most of the striking power, but a part of the energy still submerged into the heavenly palace. Although Primordius' heavenly palaces was wonderfully skilled, it wasn't able to isolate out everything. Otherwise, the starlight from the 9 stars of the Tao Palace wouldn't have been able to fall past the array formation. Tian Mingzi's sword light was easily blocked by Primordius' heavenly palace. However, it couldn't completely block this strange and bizarre heart demon technique. For some time, Lin Ming felt illusions grow thick in his mind. The 9-star Tao diagram that was almost torn apart suddenly seemed much farther away. Damn. Lin Ming's complexion darkened, his heart quickening with urgency. Chapter 1531, Crimson Space. Chapter 1531, Crimson Space. Lin Ming's breakthrough was originally defying the heavens' will to forcefully change one's life. To break through the chains of the heavenly Tao was indescribably difficult. Even though Lin Ming's mortal bodily foundation had reached this degree of tempering, he still only had a 10% chance of succeeding. Finally, he still had to rely on absorbing Xiao Moxian's phoenix blood essence in order to have some hopes of succeeding. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming simply wasn't able to tolerate any interference. And Tian Mingzi was doing things to the extreme. He didn't want to give Lin Ming even the smallest chance of rising back up. Even if he had to desperately damage his blood vitality and affect his future cultivation, he still wouldn't hesitate. Lin Ming, your life is too resilient. You being my enemy is a challenge to my own destiny. The most dangerous risk. I will stop at nothing in order to kill you. Today is the day you die. Ever since ancient times, those who dared to oppose extraordinary individuals with great destinies always had to face enormous risks, not to mention the world of martial artists. Even in the mortal world, those emperors that founded their own kingdoms would have to face countless assassination attempts as they tried to rule the world. And in the end, all of those assassins would fail. Tian Mingzi crazily raved. Not only did he use his heart demon technique, but he also attacked Primordia's heavenly palace at the same time, causing the entire heavenly palace to tremble. If Primordia's heavenly palace trembled, that would inevitably cause the energy around Lin Ming to become chaotic. Moreover, with the addition of the ghostly illusion energy, all of this caused Lin Ming to have even more difficulties in his breakthrough. Ha! Lin Ming's eyes were red with rage. He roared out loud as his fist smashed out. Swathes of illusions were shattered by his fist, but when this fist reached the 9-star Tao diagram, it had already weakened by a great deal. Finally, it only tore open an infinitesimally small part of the Tao diagram, one not even worthy of mentioning. Not just this, but the 9-star Tao diagram slowly regenerated. If Lin Ming couldn't tear open the 9-star Tao diagram, then the result would be defeat. If his breakthrough failed, then Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian would both die. Lin Ming. In Primordia's heavenly palace, Xiao Moxian was anxious. She continued to hold Lin Ming's hand. Because she had consumed her source blood vitality, her face was pale, as if she were sick. She grit her teeth, opening her lips wide, once again to pass more of her phoenix blood essence to Lin Ming. At this time, Xiao Moxian's smooth and soft arms and body were weightless, as if she would fall into Lin Ming's embrace at any moment. In the dark void, Lin Ming was concerned as he felt the pure strength of Xiao Moxian's phoenix blood essence enter him. She had already used up a great deal of her blood essence. If she were to use up any more, then the damage would be inconceivable. Ji Xiener, do not pass me the energy of your blood vitality. Lin Ming shouted out, but Xiao Moxian didn't stop at all. Lin Ming became increasingly anxious. Ji Xiener, even if you pass me your phoenix blood essence, it will only allow the 2 yang energies within my body to achieve yin-yang harmony, but I actually cannot fuse them. With Tian Mingzi disturbing me, I won't be able to break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace like this. Lin Ming was burning with impatience. His eyes widened to the point of cracking. There was too much weighing down on his shoulders, and yet he couldn't fulfill his promise. He hated himself. He was unwilling. Break for me. Lin Ming roared out loud, his entire body releasing explosive crackling sounds. He burned the gate of life's blood essence without regard for the consequences in exchange for strength that he could barely control. The meridians all throughout his body began to tear apart. Celestial Tyrant Manual. 100-layered waves. Lin Ming's fist punched out through burning his life to the limit. His strike smashed through the illusions and crashed into the 9-star Tao diagram, causing a shocking gap to be ripped open. However, as Lin Ming tore through the 9-star Tao diagram, he could sense infinite ghosts and illusions swell up from all around him, attacking his innermost feelings. The fiercer Lin Ming's attack was, the more energy he released and the more emotional his heart was, making it much easier to experience a backlash of his heart demons. Puff! Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision dimmed, and he was sent flying backwards. Kacha! Kacha! The 9-star illusion shattered, and Lin Ming's consciousness was ejected into the endless void. Like this, his breakthrough had already reached the brink of failure. Outside of Primordius' heavenly palace, Tian Mingzi had also realized this point. He devilishly grinned. Although he couldn't see what was happening inside of Primordius' heavenly palace, he could extrapolate what was occurring from the starlight outside that suddenly dimmed down. Nearly 20 years of grudges will be brought to completion today. Tian Mingzi lifted his grievously wounded body and bit down on his tongue, taking out a wisp of blood essence. He wet his finger with this blood essence and began to draw a scarlet blood symbol in the air. Curse of the Demon Heart. Pung. As this cursed seal landed on Primordius' heavenly palace's array formation, Lin Ming shook like he had been struck and began to fall down. Lin Ming. Seeing Lin Ming fall down, Xiao Moxin felt like someone had violently gripped her heart. She stretched out her delicate arms, embracing Lin Ming against her chest. Xiao Moxin's front was dyed red with blood. Lin Ming felt as if he had fallen into a bath of warm and fragrant incense. All he could smell was the fresh virgin scent of beauty. He opened his eyes. What he saw was Xiao Moxin's pale face and her 2 eyes filled with tears. Xiao Moxin tightly held onto Lin Ming. At this moment, it was like only the 2 of them existed in this world. At their time of death, they could still lean upon each other. If we die here, will you regret it? Xiao Moxin asked, her whispering lips close to Lin Ming's ear. Lin Ming's nearly torn open eyes revealed a rare tenderness in this moment. He gently shook his head. At this time, it was like all the sounds of the world had fallen far away. Xiao Moxin suddenly cried, large drops of tears falling down her cheeks. At the precipice of death, when someone is accompanying you, dying doesn't seem as scary as it should. But Lin Ming, I don't want you to die. I will give you my everything. And when you break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and escape from here, you will live on for 1 billion years, 1 trillion years, and my blood will always follow you. As Xiao Moxin said this, she seemed to affirm a great determination. She wrapped her hands around Lin Ming's head and bent down over him, deeply kissing him. 2 pairs of warm lips brought with them a hint of blood as they touched together. In that instant, time seemed to come to a standstill. In the endless starry skies, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxin hugged each other, dark enchanting blood-red flowers seeming to bloom all around them. That charming moment nearly made Lin Ming fall into intoxication. However, he soon awakened from this drunken state and discovered that as Xiao Moxin was kissing him, she was pouring all of her phoenix blood essence through this kiss, as if she wanted him to inherit every last drop within her body. Once she did this, she would perish like broken jade. Lin Ming wanted to shove Xiao Moxin away, but she had tightly latched onto him, not releasing him no matter how much he struggled. No, don't do this. Lin Ming passed a sound transmission on with difficulty. Even if you give me all of your blood essence, I cannot fuse with it so soon. And if it's just bringing those 2 yang energies into harmony, the blood vitality you passed me before was more than enough. Even if Xiao Moxian poured all of her phoenix blood essence into Lin Ming, he still wouldn't be able to directly absorb it like that. When Lin Ming absorbed the bone of an azure dragon in the past, he had consumed a great deal of strength to do so. Although his cultivation was far higher than it was back then, Xiao Moxian's phoenix blood essence was hundreds and thousands of times purer than the strength of the azure dragon within him. Can't fuse? Then I'll fuse with you. Xiao Moxian's kiss became increasingly intense and fiery. Her body seemed to melt into his, joining together with him, as one. As blood vitality continued streaming into him, Lin Ming was becoming increasingly restless, raising up his wounded body. He tried to push Xiao Moxian away, but in the chaos and confusion of the moment, he felt his hands shoving against an indescribable softness. Looking down, Lin Ming could see that his hands were pressed onto Xiao Moxian's womanly peaks. The two solid peaks on her chest were pushed down by Lin Ming, containing a wondrous bounciness. In that moment, Xiao Moxian groaned, and her body trembled. She wanted to move back, but her body instinctively softened, falling into Lin Ming as if she had no more strength left within her. Her face was lit with a sunset glow illuminating the dappled waters. Her two hands wound up like snakes, winding around Lin Ming's neck as she affectionately kissed him. Her small, red tongue roamed about, sucking on Lin Ming's everything. In this time, a strength beyond description passed between their lips and spread to Lin Ming's limbs and bones. This strength was different from the phoenix blood essence that Xiao Moxian had fed to him, but its degree of purity was no less than her source blood essence. And most importantly, this strength wasn't blocked from fusing together with Lin Ming. Their two bodies seemed to melt together as one. This was Xiao Moxian's primordial yin energy, when she offered it freely without reserve. Her aura was easily able to fuse with Lin Ming. For a time, Lin Ming was overcome with chaotic sentiments, his heart filled with the fires of desire. He wanted to press Xiao Moxian beneath his body and wildly make love to her. She was a perfect woman of the world and carried with her an indescribable gentleness and sharp mind. Even though Lin Ming's goal was to chase after the peak of martial arts, and he had cultivated to the point of having a mind as still as water, it was still impossible for him to prevent the heated feelings growing in his heart. However, Lin Ming still maintained a trace of clarity in his mind. He was deeply aware of what the word responsibility meant. His union with Xiao Moxian was something that the demon race and monster race would not permit no matter what. And if he took her primordial yin, then this would cause a tremendous impact on her future. The future was an unknown. In fulfilling the desires of today, they might have to trade it for a painful consequence in the future. I'm married, Lin Ming said, finding it hard to say. And so what? Xiao Moxian's body suddenly shook. She slowly separated from Lin Ming's burning hot lips. She faced him just several inches away, staring at his face, her eyes so pure that no one would want to injure her. Lin Ming was at a loss for how to respond. I am not looking for some ending with you, nor do I have any hope that I will be together with you in the future. I just want to kiss you, simply give you my body. Isn't that something you want? Xiao Moxian's voice trembled as she spoke. The tears in her eyes shined, sparkling as they tumbled downwards like little motes of starlight. With a soft touch, Xiao Moxian's tears fell onto Lin Ming's face as they broke apart like shattered crystals. At this time, Lin Ming was dazed. Chapter 1532, Union of Phoenix and Dragon. Chapter 1532, Union of Phoenix and Dragon. Lin Ming stiffened. Xiao Moxian's words echoed in his heart and stirred an inexplicable pain. He felt that this love was too heavy, something he could not afford to bear. I am not deserving enough for you to do this. If Senior Demon Dawn were to find out about all this, then how would you continue to hold your head up high in the monster race and demon race? If the demon and monster races really did sign a pact with the saints, then Xiao Moxian might be married off to the good fortune saint's son. If so, then Xiao Moxian deciding by herself to make love to Lin Ming today would be a great crime of betraying her own people. Not only would Empyrean Demon Dawn lose all face with his race, but so would Xiao Moxian. It's enough as long as I think you are deserving. Xiao Moxian sobbed, her voice cracking as she vented her grievances. She grasped Lin Ming, saying to him, "Why do you have to bring up these matters? Why do you have to bring up my grandfather? Today is only today. Can't you stop lying to me and make me happy? I won't think about what the future brings, nor do I want to." Xiao Moxian began to strip off her clothes as she spoke. Her fingers trembled as she undid her ties, and her upper clothes began to fall off, revealing her smooth neck and snow-white skin. "My body, my primordial Yin and Phoenix blood, countless people have desired them. I give you my body without asking for anything in return, and without caring for what the future may bring, as long as you want it." Xiao Moxian's eyes were wet with tears, and her cheeks were blushing red. With a flick of her finger, all of the clothes she wore burst into flames. The brilliant flames flashed, burning her clothes into fading ash. Then her body, the delicate and supple body of a young woman, pressed up against Lin Ming, leaving a shine in his eyes. Her slender waist, her slender thighs. Xiao Moxian was filled with the beauty of a young woman in her prime, an enchanting beauty as mesmerizing as the brightly lit moon. Underneath the endless starry skies, starlight sprinkled down on Xiao Moxian's perfect body, covering her with a faint veil like liquid mercury. In that moment, Lin Ming's breath caught in his throat. The Xiao Moxian in front of him was far too beautiful, far too dazzling, making it impossible for anyone to look straight at her. Xiao Moxian pressed her finger against Lin Ming. Before he could respond, his clothes also burned away, leaving them exposed to each other without the slightest barrier of clothing. An unspeakably soft touch, the atmosphere of a young girl that could enthrall anyone. All of this challenged the final bit of brightness in Lin Ming's mind. Loving lips kissed Lin Ming. Two soft white arms slid around his back like snakes. In that moment, Lin Ming nearly lost his mind. Even though Xiao Moxian didn't ask for any result between them in freely offering her body today, Lin Ming wasn't willing to have Xiao Moxian lose, all standing within her two races. To a girl, especially one considered a saintess in the eyes of the monster and demon races, reputation was extremely important. With Lin Ming's personality, he refused to ruin her good name. But perhaps he had the ability to change things. If he was strong enough, then he could be the one to give Empyrean Demon Dawn and the Monster Emperor what they wanted. If he could do this, then he could reverse their situation with the Saint race, and there would be no need to sacrifice Xiao Moxian. In that moment, Lin Ming felt a firm resolve in his heart, one that he had never felt as deeply before. He needed strength. He needed strength beyond strength. And the premise to achieving all of this was, if he could face Tian Mingzi and survive. As all of this passed through his mind, Lin Ming growled. He picked up Xiao Moxian from his body and pressed her to him. His hands recklessly roamed over her body, feeling all over her without anything separating them. He could feel the softness pressing against his chest. He affectingly traced her back, traced her curved bottom, and stroked her soft thighs. Sensing the sudden change in Lin Ming's thoughts, Xiao Moxian felt as if she was melting. She enthusiastically responded by sucking on Lin Ming's skin. Her warm tongue lapped up Lin Ming, teasing him all over. The desires within Lin Ming exploded like a volcano. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and thrust into her body. Xiao Moxian cried out as a strange and aching feeling passed through her. She could feel that there was no barrier that existed between her and Lin Ming fusing together. She had no idea why she cried out, but she wasn't able to suppress it from echoing out of her throat. She stretched out a shivering hand and stroked Lin Ming's cheek. Lin Ming, do you know, if we were to die in the next moment, I would not be afraid of anything at all. You won't die. We will live on. I'm sure of this. Lin Ming's voice was firm. He thrust into Xiao Moxian's body again and again. The energy within Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian became turbulent. The phoenix blood essence that entered Lin Ming's body finally fused together with the two yang energies, rushing into him like a tide. As for the power of blood vitality inherited from the essence spirit embryo stone, and the ancient black dragon energy that he absorbed from the god-beast tomb array formation, all of that poured into Xiao Moxian. This energy flooded through Xiao Moxian's body, intertwining with the waves of pleasure that coursed through her as she made love to Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian cried out again and again, unable to prevent groans from leaking out from her overwhelmed senses. Her face was like a red tide, flirtatious and loving, through the blending of their blood vitality. Not only did Xiao Moxian not lose any phoenix blood essence, but the yin-yang harmony within her began to rapidly rise, and her inner world constantly expanded. From the peak of the divine transformation realm, she was nearing the divine lord realm. Xiao Moxian had absorbed a massive amount of the grand mist spirit bead essence. However, she still hadn't been able to break through to the divine lord realm. For some reason, she had been missing just the tiniest spot. Now, she finally understood that her failure wasn't because she hadn't accumulated enough energy, but because the grand mist spirit bead essence was far too young attributed. If she couldn't achieve yin-yang harmony, then it would have been near impossible for her to make a breakthrough. A brilliant divine light began to shine out from Xiao Moxian's lower abdomen, completely surrounding her and Lin Ming. Beneath the cover of this light, Xiao Moxian's strength rapidly rose. Whoosh! The remaining grand mist spirit bead essence was summoned out by Lin Ming. It dissolved in the air, turning into two mighty streams of gray energy that submerged into Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's bodies. Thus, the grand mist spirit bead essence had been completely absorbed by Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. In that moment, the endless starlight of the universe gathered around Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, forming a swirling whirlpool of dreamy starlight around them. In this sort of enthralling and confusing environment, Lin Ming made love to his heart's content. He kissed Xiao Moxian's lips, kissed her slender pale neck, and kissed her bright red nipples. All the energy within his body merged together with Xiao Moxian as one. But compared to Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming's harvests were far greater. The energy brought forth by Xiao Moxian's primordial yin blood was different from the grand mist spirit bead essence that Lin Ming absorbed, as well as the strength sealed within the essence spirit embryo stone. However, these energies weren't much stronger, with a pure strength joining with them. All of this power came into equilibrium, fusing together in Lin Ming's body, where he could utilize all of it. His mortal body began to subtly change. His broken meridians began to regenerate, becoming even tougher than before. His skeleton developed a crystalline luster, and even his battle spirit that had been stranded at the early blue soul realm seemed as if it would make another breakthrough. ANF, a resonant dragon roar echoed out. From between Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, the phantom of an azure dragon flew upwards. But following that, there was also a clear phoenix cry as a dark phoenix phantom shot up into the skies. The true dragon and true phoenix danced in the void, both of them rejoicing in life. The true dragon phantom was flooded with thunder and flame. As for the dark phoenix phantom, it was filled with pitch-black flames, flames that seemed as if they could burn down the world. This fiery atmosphere, these are the flames that Xiao Moxian has comprehended, the Phoenix Nirvana true flame. In that instant, Lin Ming obtained a deeper comprehension of fire. Lin Ming's attainments in the concept of fire had been at the 6th level. He had been stuck at this boundary for an extremely long time. No matter what law it was, the further one's comprehensions were, the more difficult it was to comprehend more. But now, as Lin Ming made love to Xiao Moxian, and their energies joined together without reserve, Lin Ming was able to deeply experience the true meaning of Xiao Moxian's phoenix flames. His concept of fire pressed up against the threshold of the 7th level. Ka. Meanwhile, beneath Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian's inner world was experiencing earth-shattering changes. The boundaries of her inner world broke apart, and endless starlight and boundless energy rushed in, nourishing this world. This energy formed origin energy clouds in the skies, followed by origin energy rain. Underneath the revitalization of this origin energy rain, all the myriad lives began to regenerate. All sorts of spirit trees and spirit grasses grew with glee. In just several short breaths of time, Lingji and ginsengs grew to the ages of tens of thousands of years. There were even some spirit grasses that developed their own spirits, forming plump fruits like little porcelain dolls that fell to the ground and began racing and hopping about in joy. Xiao Moxian had finally broken into the Divine Lord realm. Moreover, she was a Divine Lord that far surpassed others at her step. In terms of the essence gathering system alone, Xiao Moxian was no worse than Lin Ming. In the breakthrough process, Xiao Moxian's body became increasingly hot. This type of heat transmitted through Lin Ming's loins, giving him an indescribably pleasurable feeling. Finally, with a loud roar, he released his life essence into her. Xiao Moxian stubbornly held on to Lin Ming's back. At this time, her entire body was flushed red, as if she were burning up. She opened her eyes, her vision blurry, as if she found all of this extremely satisfying and yet extremely painful. Lin Ming, I'm hot, so hot. Xiao Moxian clutched onto Lin Ming in the throes of passion. This tempting scene nearly caused Lin Ming's blood to surge again, making him want to take hold of her and make wild love to her once more. However, Lin Ming still retained a certain clarity in his mind. He could feel that something was off with the current situation. Xiao Moxian had just broken into the Divine Lord realm, so she should be radiating energy and joy, with her strength soaring to the heavens. Yet why was her body releasing such a burning heat that even her consciousness was blurred? As he probed Xiao Moxian's body with his divine sense, Lin Ming was immediately shocked. Within Xiao Moxian's inner world, as well as her meridians, she was flooded with flames. This power of fire became increasingly wild and intense, as if it wanted to burn her to the ground. Lin Ming also came from the ancient Phoenix clan and had pure Phoenix blood essence fused into his body. Although it was much weaker than his azure dragon blood within him, Lin Ming was considered relatively knowledgeable about phoenixes. He immediately understood just what Xiao Moxian's situation meant. Nirvana, this is a phoenix's nirvana. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. At this time, Xiao Moxian was actually experiencing her phoenix nirvana. Chapter 1533, Xiao Moxian's Nirvana. Chapter 1533, Xiao Moxian's Nirvana. To undergo nirvana was the most important transformation of a phoenix's life. After undergoing nirvana, the mortal body of a phoenix would be thoroughly incinerated to ashes and a new life reborn in that sea of flames. The mortal body of this new life would be far more powerful than before, and also have a certain ability that was to burn their blood essence to an unlimited degree. A phoenix was the only existence in the world that could recklessly burn their blood essence, and yet never have their blood essence fade away. By virtue of this ability alone, a phoenix was destined to stand at the highest level of all god beasts. Different phoenixes would undergo different numbers of nirvanas in their lifetime. The more powerful a phoenix and the purer their bloodline, the more nirvanas they would undergo. In their life, this type of phoenix might undergo 2 or 3 nirvanas. After this phoenix grew up, although they wouldn't be as strong as an Empyrean, their strength would still stand between a half-step Empyrean and an Empyrean. However, in mythical tales, there were stories of phoenixes with royal bloodlines that would experience 9 nirvanas in their lifetime. After 9 nirvanas, they would become as formidable as a true god. Xiao Moxian's entire body became increasingly hot, as if she were boiling. Her cheeks and her stomach all turned fiery red. Lin Ming probed Xiao Moxian with his divine sense and discovered that her entire body and inner world was flooded with raging, overwhelming flames. These flames surged through her meridians and blood vessels, heating up her bones. Lin Ming's eyelids shot up as he noticed this. A phoenix nirvana was not easy or simple. The richer and purer one's phoenix bloodline was, the more terrifyingly powerful their nirvana would be once it erupted from their body. Xiao Moxian was undoubtedly talented, and her nirvana would be no worse than experiencing heavenly tribulation. Lin Ming, I am hot, so hot. Xiao Moxian's consciousness dimmed, her eyes fluttering. She dazedly reached out a hand and grabbed onto Lin Ming, pulling herself into his embrace. A burning heat filled Lin Ming's embrace. Xiao Moxian dripped with sweat, and as her sweat evaporated, it covered them both with a thin layer of mist. At this point, her eyes were blurred, and she recklessly stroked Lin Ming's body as if she were under the effects of an aphrodisiac. Her enchanting and upturning breasts were so flushed red they seemed as if they were ripe peaches, ready to drip juice. One couldn't help but want to knead them, facing this Xiao Moxian that was wildly rubbing and inflaming him. Even though Lin Ming had just undergone a round of lovemaking, he still felt fires burn in his loins. Yet he didn't dare to needlessly move Xiao Moxian. He wasn't sure what Xiao Moxian's nirvana would be like, and he feared that the slightest mistake would affect her crossing this tribulation. In that moment, all sounds in the world seemed to fade away. As Lin Ming held on to Xiao Moxian while she dripped fragrant sweat all over him, he sat in meditation, his mind as still as water. And at this time, outside Primordia's heavenly palace, Tian Mingzi's barrage of attacks had slowed down. Tian Mingzi's body was bathed in blood, and his complexion was pale. He had clearly reached the point of exhaustion, a lamp without any oil remaining. As he looked at the dimmed-down starlight that sprinkled from the 9 stars above, his lips curved up in a fiendish smile. If those 9 stars dimmed down, it clearly meant that Lin Ming's breakthrough into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace was verging on failure. Lin Ming, you will soon fail your breakthrough to the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. I want to see just how you'll continue to fight with me. Ha! I have waited for this day for far too long. Ooh. Tian Mingzi's hair was disheveled, and he staggered as he stood. In a severely wounded state, he had used the heart demon art, as well as simultaneously attacking Primordia's heavenly palace and blocking the light of the 9 stars. He had long since become unstable. He supported himself up with his black sword. Strange. If Lin Ming failed in attacking the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, then that starlight should have completely vanished. Why is it still there in a dimmed-down state? Tian Mingzi looked at those 9 stars that seemed as if they would disappear at any moment, and yet stubbornly hung on. Whatever, I have already won. After attacking the 9 stars of the Dao Palace and failing, Lin Ming will surely encounter a backlash. The fate of those that recklessly try to resist heavenly tribulation must be miserable indeed. Ha! Right now he must be bloodied and suffocating to death. Good. Then let me fan the fires once more. As Tian Mingzi thought like this, he swallowed down a medicinal pill. His face immediately flushed red with blood. This medicinal pill clearly stirred up his blood vitality. This was not an ordinary pill. Normally speaking, taking such a pill would have tremendous side effects, and one would never use them unless it was a critical moment. After swallowing this pill, Tian Mingzi's eyes flashed with a dark and evil light. He formed more and more seals with his hands, the bright red seals he produced slamming into Primordius' heavenly palace. Bang! The power of these blood seals sunk into Primordius' heavenly palace and headed towards Xiaomoxian. Tian Mingzi. A glimmer of hatred shined in Lin Ming's eyes. He punched out his fists and struck those bright red blood seals. In that moment, all the strength in his body fused together as one, and with a loud explosive sound, the blood seals shattered. Lin Ming's body merely shook in response, the blood within him moving restlessly. This strike filled Lin Ming with joy. He could feel that his own strength had increased by a large margin. Even if he hadn't made a true breakthrough into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, his body transformation and essence gathering systems had experienced rapid growth. And when Lin Ming punched through these blood seals, he could feel something soft fall deeper into his embrace and 2 delicate arms wrap around his neck. Those heated soft breasts drew close to his own, their softness and touch beyond description. Lin Ming looked at Xiaomoxian a bit dazedly, his mouth parched. "You're about to undergo nirvana soon. What do you want?" Lin Ming gulped, not sure where to place his hands. Xiaomoxian licked her lips, slowly saying, "I want to dual cultivate with you." Her eyes were still blurred, but she had sobered up a great deal. "That feeling just now felt far better than I thought it would. I want to try it again." Lin Ming wanted to say that this was her nirvana, and randomly doing something might not be the wisest idea. But before he could say anything, he could feel Xiaomoxian push him down and straddle his waist, riding him from above. Xiaomoxian, who had just been introduced to the affairs between men and women, not only did she not have the shyness of a virgin anymore, but she instead had a wild taste to her. Her luxurious black hair fell down in waves, dancing in the air. At that moment, Lin Ming felt his body burning all over. The fires of nirvana within her passed through the contact of their bodies. These flames broke into his inner world and fused with the heretical god tree. This fusion startled Lin Ming. It felt as if it wasn't Xiaomoxian experiencing nirvana alone, but it was as if he was experiencing it together with her. Suddenly, energy surged through Lin Ming and Xiaomoxian. Inexplicably, some dual cultivation methods flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Although he had never studied these methods before, with his perception and foundation, he had more than enough time to use them. Soon after, he displayed this technique with Xiaomoxian. Although this dual cultivation technique wasn't too profound, their bloodlines meshed together far too well. And even if they didn't use a dual cultivation method, they still would have been able to reach a fusion of their essence, energy, and soul. As their ecstasy reached the peak, Xiaomoxian's body suddenly melted. This was true disintegration. Her body shined with a brilliant light, and blazing flames shone forth from her inner world, splendidly burning all around her. These flames were not the shape of ordinary flames. Rather, they formed blossoming dark red lotuses in the void, as if they were truly material objects. As these flames transformed into lotus flowers, their degree of heat was unimaginable. The flames of a phoenix's nirvana were some of the most terrifying flames in the endless world. Even though Lin Ming's fire laws had touched upon the 7th level concept, he still couldn't withstand this heat. But strangely, as Lin Ming was scorched by these flames, he felt euphoria beyond compare. As if the hotter his body became, the more pleasurable it was. He held on to Xiaomoxian, who nearly disappeared into flames, withstanding this heat. It was like they were both being melded together into a single flame, truly combining. Divine light pierced through the void. Countless beautiful red lotuses opened all around Lin Ming and Xiaomoxian, their temperatures having reached inconceivable degrees. Even Lin Ming's body began to melt away. Lin Ming also had phoenix blood within him, although the quality was relatively low. After receiving Xiaomoxian's primordial yin, his phoenix blood could be said to have undergone a qualitative leap. It could be said that within the entire ancient phoenix clan, There wasn't a single person who could compare with even 1% of his current bloodline. Now, after being galvanized by Xiao Moxian's nirvanic flames, Lin Ming's own phoenix blood began to brilliantly burn, causing a nirvana fire tribulation within his inner world. A phoenix's nirvana was not a light matter. The more powerful a phoenix, the truer this was. In most cases, although nirvana wouldn't fail, it would still consume a massive amount of origin energy. This was an inevitable truth. However, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's nirvana was different, seemingly because of their yin-yang harmony or perhaps because of dragon and phoenix dual cultivation. The process of their nirvana was extremely smooth. Their mortal bodies melted away, becoming forms of energy. Their life forces and souls seemed to fuse together in this brilliant blaze of energy. With a resonant phoenix cry, a black phoenix shot up into the skies, a phoenix flying to the highest heavens. This phoenix was no phantom. It was Xiao Moxian's true body. In that moment, Xiao Moxian had turned into a true phoenix, no longer that of a half-phoenix. In the process of her nirvana, Xiao Moxian's essence, energy, and divine had been baptized and revitalized, growing at a horrifyingly ridiculous pace. Originally, she had just broken into the Divine Lord realm, but now she had reached the peak of the early Divine Lord realm. She was just a single step away from entering the middle Divine Lord realm. The terrifying speed at which her cultivation base rose completely shocked Lin Ming. This was the heaven-defying feature of one with a phoenix body. This was the monstrous talent of the royal phoenix bloodline. Lin Ming also found it hard to estimate how strong Xiao Moxian currently was. He had only followed Xiao Moxian's nirvana and had obtained a massive advantage, but the advantage she had gained was at least 10 times greater than his. In the endless starry skies, Xiao Moxian emitted a heartwarming keen. Her body began to condense within the blaze of flames. A brilliant red lotus opened up, revealing a proud womanly figure. At this point, every aspect of her could be called perfect, dazzling, and blinding to the degree that it was nearly impossible to look at her straight on. Chapter 1534. Opening the Tao Palace. Chapter 1534. Opening the Tao Palace. Xiao Moxian floated high in the air, lofty and proud. Her delicate newborn body was fair and enchanting, as flawless as jade. At this time, her long hair danced about her, and her entire body was bathed in sparkling starlight, like an immortal goddess. If anyone were to see Xiao Moxian now, they would inevitably feel a sense of shame and inferiority in her presence. Lin Ming. Xiao Moxian brightly smiled as she looked down and saw Lin Ming. Then she rushed downwards like a little bunny, her bare body flying into Lin Ming's arms. A jade warmth in his arms, the fragrance of a young woman, and also the residual aura of the flames of nirvana. All of this was like a dream, leaving one enchanted. Xiao Moxian would never have imagined that this round of dual cultivation would have given her so many benefits. She had brought the yin-yang energies within to harmony, not only allowing her to break past the Divine Lord bottleneck, but also helping her complete her first nirvana. The earlier a phoenix experienced nirvana, the better. However, even more so for a phoenix with a royal bloodline, it was still extremely rare that they would undergo nirvana at Xiao Moxian's current boundary. Xiao Moxian held on to Lin Ming. Without any explanation, she wrapped her arms around his neck and deeply kissed him. Beneath her lips, her tongue played with his for a long time, only then reluctantly separating. She coyly looked at Lin Ming as she flavored the aftertaste on her tongue. Her kiss with Lin Ming was just like holding hands with him, allowing her to equalize their energies. Of course, this effect was 10 times greater than with just holding hands. It was like not only their energies connected, but their life forces and even their souls, leaving them both enthralled. This was countless times more wonderful than when mortals kissed. Xiao Moxian didn't seem satisfied with kisses alone. She licked her lips and said, Lin Ming, I'm in love with this feeling. I want to experience it again and again and again. As Xiao Moxian spoke, she was about to reach down to deliver her fragrant lips onto Lin Ming's once more. But at this time, Primordius' heavenly palace violently shook as another blood seal came crashing down. Tian Mingzi. As this blood seal fell down, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian each struck out, crushing that blood seal to nothing. After passing through and being weakened by Primordius' heavenly palace's array formation, Tian Mingzi's blood seal didn't have much strength remaining. It was easily broken apart by Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian at their full strength. This drop-dead old geezer. Xiao Moxian grit her teeth. She was an extremely vengeful individual. Tian Mingzi had cultivated in Empyrean Demondon's domain for many years, and had even trained in a part of the heaven-absorbing demon art, receiving the graciousness of Demondon Heavenly Palace. Yet not only did he not return the favor to Demondon Heavenly Palace, but he even wanted to take Xiao Moxian for his alchemy. How could she not hate him? Lin Ming, you try and break into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace once more. Then you and I will join forces to strike down this old bastard. Xiao Moxian spoke up, her words brimming with confidence. This was the confidence that came from strength. Xiao Moxian had gone through the equivalent of 2 breakthroughs just now. The first was breaking into the Divine Lord realm, and the second was experiencing a phoenix nirvana. There was no comparing her previous strength with her current state. Good. That's always what I intended to do. Lin Ming's eyes burst out with a sharp light. At this time, the foundation of his mortal body had reached an indescribable degree. Lin Ming's mortal body contained the incomparably pure phoenix and dragon blood that had begun to fuse together. Not just that, but he also had the strength of the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone and the Grand Miss Spirit Bead Essence. With all of this gathered together with the accumulations Lin Ming gained during the years, his mortal body had reached a truly heaven-defying realm. What was defying the heavens? That was to break through the heavenly Tao rules and to defy the will of the heavens. Lin Ming let go of Xiao Moxian. He took a deep breath as he released the 8 inner hidden gates to their limits. Ka, 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 ka. His joints released explosive crackling sounds. This sort of sound shook the body, even causing one's eardrums to tremble. Atop Lin Ming's head, the light of the 9 stars suddenly shined brightly yet again. He wanted to attack the 9 stars of the Dao Palace once more. The 9 stars of the Dao Palace had held Lin Ming down for far, far too long. Even if he were to attack this boundary now, he would still encounter numerous difficulties, each one harder than the last. But now, the moment Lin Ming had been waiting for had finally arrived. With his absolute strength, he would break through these shackles. Wang. Energy trembled in the skies. The lines of the great Tao reappeared. Above Lin Ming, the 9-star Tao diagram reformed. The Tao diagram wove together, forming a massive net that pressed down towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming was already prepared. He roared out loud, all the strength within his body erupting like a volcano. 1 billion genes, 2 billion genes, 3 billion genes, and still rising. Only when his strength neared 4 billion genes did it slow. At this time, Lin Ming's fists could break down mountains and rivers and tear through space. Celestial Tyrant Manual. 100-layered waves. A strength of 4 billion genes, when used by the 100-layered waves technique, was magnified multiple times. Lin Ming's strength rose once more, surpassing the critical point of 10 billion genes. In ancient times, strength of 10 billion genes had a specific title. That was the strength of a dragon. This wasn't implying that the mortal bodily strength of a true dragon was only 10 billion genes. Rather, it was a description of a martial artist's bodily strength. Once their strength broke past 10 billion genes, it would experience a qualitative change. Kacha. Lin Ming's fist smashed into the 9-star Tao diagram. The 9-star Tao diagram violently shook, seeming as if it would disintegrate at any moment. An alarming crack ripped through the 9-star Tao diagram. The heavenly Tao laws were about to be torn down by Lin Ming. After a great chunk of the Tao diagram was torn apart, faint strands of starlight fell through the Tao diagram and shined onto Lin Ming. This starlight gathered into Lin Ming's body, circulating through his limbs and bones. In an instant, Lin Ming felt his flesh and blood become far more powerful and far more solid. This starlight gathered somewhere in his body, seeming as if it would form its own Tao palace. Once the Tao palace formed, this would be the true 9 stars of the Tao palace. I've only absorbed a little bit of starlight, and yet my body has obtained so many advantages. If I can truly follow what the ancient texts say and refine a star into my body, then what boundary will the intensity of my body reach? If I can refine all 9 stars into my body and form my own Tao diagram in the skies, then even an Empyrean won't be my match. In that moment, a heroic feeling surged in Lin Ming's heart. His road of martial arts was without end. It was impossible to say where the limit lay. Extreme Empyrean, true divinity. Neither of these were Lin Ming's end goal because he wanted to surpass all of this. Ka. Lin Ming gripped his fists, his joints exploding. With a roar, he punched out a second time. Bang! The gap in the Tao diagram tore even wider. More and more starlight flowed out. Lin Ming greedily absorbed this starlight, feeling his mortal body strengthen. His punched out again and again, his fists crashing into the Tao diagram until they were stained with blood, and his arms were numb. The 9-star Tao diagram represented the rules of the heavenly Tao beyond reproach. Even if Lin Ming were to barrage the Tao diagram with the strength of a dragon, he still wouldn't be able to safely break it open. Whenever the energy within his body became chaotic and his blood began to tumble about within Lin Ming's inner world, the harmonized dragon and phoenix energy would turn into a dragon and phoenix phantom that raced through his body. Then Lin Ming's aura would immediately become much smoother. I've already torn open 90%. I'm almost there. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a severe light. The more he attacked, the fiercer his attacks became. Although there was only 10% of the Tao diagram remaining, this last 10% was the most solid and most difficult to break apart. In order to do so, he would need to consume a massive amount of energy and blood vitality. And at this time, outside of Primordius' heavenly palace, Tian Mingzi saw that the 9 stars hanging above him, which had just dimmed down, had suddenly become several times brighter than they were at the start. In particular, the star known as Army Breaker was releasing a light as luminescent as a full moon, causing one's will to tremble. How could this be? How is this possible? Tian Mingzi was dumbfounded. He had clearly driven Lin Ming to the edge of despair. In order to do this, he had not hesitated to consume his life force, consume his blood essence, and risk permanently damaging his future cultivation forever. He felt that he had already used all possible methods to their limit, and in truth, everything he did seemed to have succeeded. The starlight of the 9 stars had dimmed down, and they seemed as if they would vanish at any moment. No one would ever expect that they would suddenly brighten up by thousands of times. Damn it all! Tian Mingzi didn't believe in superstitions. He clenched his teeth, taking out more pills from his spatial ring and swallowing them down. His face flushed as red as blood. His hands flickered as numerous blood seals were formed by him. These blood seals were all intended to stir one's heart demons. Tian Mingzi's eyes flashed with a grim light as he sent these blood seals all smashing into Primordius' heavenly palace. This was a move that consumed Tian Mingzi's blood vitality in order to cast. The foundation of a great world king's body was far too terrifying. If an ordinary world king were to attempt such a move in this state, they might have withered away to dust. At this time, within Primordius' heavenly palace, Lin Ming only sneered as he saw all of these blood seals fly towards him. If there wasn't the protection of Primordius' heavenly palace and Tian Mingzi was directly attacking Lin Ming, then Lin Ming absolutely would not have been able to withstand this attack. But within Primordius' heavenly palace, everything Tian Mingzi did was merely wasting his own strength. Body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. With his strength of 4 million genes, Lin Ming struck out with the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. This was strength training's flow like silk that was recorded in the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians. In the past, the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians stated that those who practice flow like silk to the highest boundary could turn their own energy into 1 trillion strands and turn anything they punched into dust. And now, Lin Ming had clearly surpassed this boundary. His fist smashed into the blood seals. After being severely weakened by Primordius' Heavenly Palace's array formation, these blood seals simply exploded into the tiniest motes of energy. Lin Ming punched out again and again, smashing all these blood seals apart. Then he grit his teeth and erupted his bodily strength to the limit. The gate of life's blood essence burned, and the power of dragons and phoenixes erupted. He shot into the skies, firing right into the 9-star Tao diagram. Break 9 stars of the Tao Palace. At this time, Lin Ming was no different from a blazing meteor. He poured his complete strength into this one strike, and even used the Gate of Life to burn 20% of his blood essence. This could be described as an all-out attack. Kacha! Lin Ming's fist crashed into the final flaw of the 9-star Tao diagram. In that moment, the 9-star Tao diagram finally shattered. 9 stars, 7 bright and 2 dark, appeared in front of Lin Ming. A powerful impact rushed through Lin Ming's blood, but he didn't care about this at all. As long as he could break through to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and baptize himself underneath the powerful starlight, everything would recover. Moreover, his mortal body would reach its peak condition. He spotted the direction of the Army Breaker star and hurtled towards it. Chapter 1535, Refining a Star. Chapter 1535, Refining a Star. The stars manifested within the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were in fact not true stars. True light-emitting stars were massive fireballs like the sun in the sky. Their volume was unimaginable. Even an Empyrean or true divinity would find it impossible to refine such a large object. When a martial artist said they had the ability to move a celestial star, they usually meant that they could move a planet that wasn't too big. To move something as large as a blaze star was simply impossible. The stars in the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were formed by the 9 stars, heavenly Tao of the 33 heavenly Tao laws. Each human that cultivated the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had 9 stars that corresponded to them in space. But after the events of the Great Calamity 3, 6 billion years ago, up until now, only Empyrean Primordius had been able to fully step into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Now Lin Ming was the second. As Lin Ming approached the Army Breaker star, he discovered that this blazing white sphere of light was only a foot in diameter, and in the center of this sphere was a fist-sized core. This was the essence of the Army Breaker star. The star in front of him was pure strength condensed from the rules of the heavens and earth. What Lin Ming had to do now was to refine this star into his own flesh and blood. In that moment, Lin Ming opened the 8 inner hidden gates to the limit. Astral essence surged out from his body, and with his 4 billion genes of strength he reached out his arm, directly grasping onto the Army Breaker star. Chila. As Lin Ming's hand entered the blazing white sphere of light, he felt a terrifying pressure and burning heat, as if this sphere of light wanted to tear apart his hand. The closer he reached to the core of this white sphere, the more intense the heat and pressure became. Lin Ming could even feel that his body was about to explode to pieces. With starlight as my sail and a Tao diagram as my ship, I shall sail the vast universe, my strength rising to another heaven. Lin Ming roared out loud and grabbed onto the core of this star. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if his hand was immersed in a pool of strong acid, his flesh and blood being melted away. If it were a martial artist with a weaker body, then their hand would have been instantly melted away to bones. Lin Ming revolved the Celestial Tyrant Manual and sucked out the strength of the star core. The Celestial Tyrant Manual was a cultivation method jade slip that the old Holy Lord of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had found together with the magic cube when he explored an ancient ruin. The only problem was that it was incomplete, so it was hard to say just what grade of cultivation method it had been. But in the current divine realm, the Celestial Tyrant Manual was undoubtedly a peak body transformation cultivation method, because all body transformation techniques related to humanity's 9 stars of the Tao Palace had long been lost to time. After being held by Lin Ming, this star core flushed right and left as if it wanted to struggle free from his grip. Lin Ming was startled. It was like this star core formed from the heavenly Tao rules had a mind of its own. It was incomparably mysterious. What a wondrous road of martial arts. The 8 inner hidden gates and 9 stars of the Tao Palace are both body transformation laws of the human race, and also one of the laws of the 33 heavens. Just why would they change? Lin Ming was puzzled. To change the rules like this was to take one of the 33 heavenly Tao laws and reverse it. Such a splendid road of martial arts had been severed just like that. It was truly regretful. Then, Lin Ming placed that star core in his mouth and swallowed it down. For a time, Lin Ming felt an indescribable heat flow down his body and sink into his inner world. Infinite starlight burst out within Lin Ming's body, and a massive amount of starlight surged out from him, making his entire body shine with a beautiful crystalline transparency. In this baptism of starlight, Lin Ming could feel the astral energy within him being fired up and tempered, purified repeatedly as it was refined again and again. The starlight of the highest heavens became increasingly dazzling, shining like flowing mercury as it spread throughout Lin Ming's limbs and bones, and then converged into his inner world. This sort of scene represented the majesty and wonders of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. It was unknown how long this process continued. Sometimes Lin Ming would feel severe pain rack his body, and sometimes he would feel extreme pleasure. Although the process of refining this star wasn't easy, he didn't experience any life or death dangers. This was mainly due to Lin Ming's bodily foundation being far too solid. If his mortal bodily intensity were to be placed amongst martial artists that had just entered the 9 stars of the Tao Palace 6 billion years ago, then he would be far, far stronger. To use such a body to refine a star, even if that star was far more formidable due to the change in the heavenly Tao rules, this sort of matter still wouldn't be anything to the current Lin Ming. In the sky, the 8 other stars had already vanished. All of Lin Ming's pores opened as they overflowed with starlight. When Lin Ming trained in body transformation before, he took all sorts of divine pills and medicines to aid in his breakthrough, and often had to experience the process of having his body transformed and reborn, reforming his marrow, expelling the impurities, and even draining out his old blood until the new mercury-thick blood filled his veins. But now, long before Lin Ming had broken into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he had trained to the point that there wasn't the tiniest amount of impurities left in his body. His blood and his recently combined azure dragon blood and phoenix blood essence couldn't be changed again. Without reaching this degree, it was impossible to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. When a martial artist broke through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace in this state, it was no longer possible for them to replace their blood and bone marrow. The true 9 stars of the Tao Palace was to use the starlight of the highest heavens to baptize the spirit body, inscribing the power of the laws into the flawless mortal body. Strength training, flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, bone forging, tempering marrow. These 6 stages of early body transformation could be called laying down and strengthening the foundation of a martial artist's body, the gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of wonder, gate of death, gate of opening. These 8 inner hidden gates could be called digging out the very depths of a martial artist's life potential. Then, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were inscribing the very laws themselves into a martial artist's body, allowing a human body transformation martial artist to utilize the strength of the 33 heavenly Tao laws. The 3,000 roads of the great Tao, no matter where they started, all headed towards the same destination. If one walked down the road of martial arts, it was impossible to bypass the laws of 33 layered heaps, because they were the foundation upon which the universes of the 33 heavens were formed. As time passed, the crystal nucleus of the Army Breaker star completely decomposed in Lin Ming's inner world, turning into shimmering starlight that formed a revolving Tao diagram. Then, starlight began to gather upon this Tao diagram, using it as the foundation to build a palace. This palace was square with sharp corners, giving off a solemn and dignified atmosphere. At the same time, it glittered crystal clear, as if it were carved from the most luxurious jade. This was Lin Ming's Tao Palace. The moment that this Tao Palace finished building, it meant Lin Ming had truly broken into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Lin Ming's consciousness took human shape. He entered his own inner world and stepped into the palace. In the next moment, his surroundings suddenly changed. He arrived in a new world, a vast and boundless land. But no matter where he looked, he could see a heavy fog, as if everything here was waiting for Lin Ming to develop. Although the Tao Palace had formed, it was still empty inside. The array diagram was not yet complete. This also meant that Lin Ming was only at the very beginning stages of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. A Tao Palace in my inner word. This is the Purple Temple Tao Palace. Lin Ming's eyes sparkled. The Purple Temple Tao Palace was one of the 9 great Tao palaces of the human body. The function of this Tao Palace was to condense the power of the stars from the highest heavens. In a short period of time, it would allow the intensity of Lin Ming's astral essence to rise by a dramatic degree. This sort of increase could be by 3 to 4 times, or even 8 to 9 times. The exact number was determined by the foundation of the martial artist, as well as the completeness of their Tao Palace. This was because the origin of the Purple Temple Tao Palace's strength didn't come from a martial artist's body, but from starlight in the highest heavens. Thus, even if it increased strength by several times, it still wouldn't overdraw a martial artist's potential. This was the advantage of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In comparison, the gate of life's blood essence was to burn a martial artist's blood vitality. If one burned too much, it would damage a martial artist's life source and would reach unrecoverable levels. From this alone, the difference between the two could be seen. As the Purple Temple Tao Palace completely opened, Lin Ming's clothes began to flutter about him. A massive amount of starlight formed a vortex within his body. As the Tao Palace became established, it began to crazily grow. From several billion genes, it grew without end, with irresistible momentum. It broke through the strength of a dragon and continued growing. The opening of the Purple Temple Tao Palace not only meant Lin Ming gaining another ability, but in terms of his body alone, he experienced a massive leap forwards. Lin Ming floated high in the 9-star heavens, his eyes closed as he silently felt the transformations occurring in his body. 9 stars of the Tao Palace. This is 9 stars of the Tao Palace. As Lin Ming raised his hand, he could feel the astral essence within his body surging all about him, his supernatural powers billowing like a tide. As the starlight fully entered his bodily strength had already reached more than 15 billion genes. Without relying on the celestial tyrant manual to superimpose his strength, just his base strength alone had surpassed the strength of a dragon. And if he were to use the celestial tyrant manual again after this and gather the strength of the 9 heaven stars into his body, then Lin Ming's explosive force would reach an incomprehensible degree. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace. I've finally broken through, Tian Mingzi. I've made you wait for a long time. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. In his vision, a deep killing intent flashed. Chapter 1536, Facing a Great World King. Chapter 1536, Facing a Great World King. As Lin Ming's consciousness withdrew from the star space, Xiao Moxian was the first to welcome him back. Lin Ming, I knew you would succeed. At this time, Xiao Moxian had already used energy to form a long black dress. After experiencing her phoenix nirvana, her body exuded a strange and enthralling appeal. It was no longer just the simple pureness of a young girl, but contained many flavors of grace and charm. After Lin Ming broke through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and obtained Xiao Moxian's primordial yin blood and baptism of her phoenix nirvana, the yin-yang energy within him had also become balanced, and the rise in his strength was not a small matter. As for Xiao Moxian, she had broken through to the divine Lord realm and experienced her first phoenix nirvana. Her strength had risen even more than Lin Ming's. After several hours of cultivation, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had both been reborn. There was no comparison between the past and current them. The two of them both contained a dreadful supernatural power within them, one that wanted to break free. Sienna, let's go. Because of the substantial change in their relationship, the way Lin Ming called Xiao Moxian also changed. Xiao Moxian held onto Lin Ming's hand and followed him out. She was well aware that outside of Primordia's heavenly palace, there was a great world king waiting for them. However, this didn't cause her to feel fear. Rather, it ignited a blazing fighting spirit in her heart, the divine Lord realm to challenge a great world king. Looking at the broad world, since ancient and modern times, just who had this sort of daring boldness? At this time, outside of Primordia's heavenly palace, Tian Mingzi was looking at the skies with suspicions. The 9 stars had long since vanished. Just 2 hours ago, the extremely dim 9 stars had become incomparably bright. Among them, the Army Breaker star was especially brilliant, like the luminescent moon shining on a clear night. Because of that, Tian Mingzi's thoughts had become chaotic, and he had spared no expense to use an arcane skill, even using his blood essence to form heart demon seals again and again. But due to the array formation protecting Primordia's heavenly palace, he had no idea whether or not his attacks had been effective. Afterwards, those 9 stars had brightened for a long time before slowly dimming down and then vanishing completely. This scene caused the overly cautious Tian Mingzi to frown. He had no idea just what had happened. It had been countless years since anyone had broken through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and even any ancient text that described the 9 stars of the Tao Palace had been lost to time. Tian Mingzi had no idea what sort of phenomena would occur when a martial artist tried to break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. After seeing the 9 stars disappear, Tian Mingzi believed that Lin Ming should have failed in his breakthrough. This brat is really the reincarnation of a demon god. Even the 9 stars of the Tao Palace that were cursed by the heavenly Tao have produced such a phenomenon because of him. It was like he had nearly made his breakthrough. Luckily, my heart demon seals are especially used to stir martial artists' heart demons when they are attempting a breakthrough. Otherwise, that brat really might have been successful in his breakthrough. Tian Mingzi calculated in his mind. He felt that this speculation was the most reasonable. Perhaps because of the heart demon seals and the energy backlash from failing to break through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, Lin Ming's mortal body might have already collapsed, and he may have been in a dying state. Looking at Primordius' heavenly palace, this inestimably valuable palace was still covered with a powerful array formation. It would be impossible to shatter its defenses in a short period of time. Tian Mingzi diabolically grinned. Such a wonderful treasure, and yet you cannot drive it with your own power. You can only rely on using 9 sun jades to supply the required energy to power the array formations. That is truly a waste. Then, let me help you receive this treasure. Moreover, all the secrets on your body will also be mine. I will allow you to maintain whatever feeble existence you still have for several more days while I restore myself to my peak state, and then I'll slowly refine this Primordius heavenly palace once more. After that, I'll pull out your soul and refine it. Ha! As Tian Mingzi imagined himself using a soul-searching technique to discover all of Lin Ming's secrets, he became increasingly happy with himself. In trying to kill Lin Ming for these last 20 years, the price he had paid was immeasurable. Not only had he severed his hand, but he had even lost the Skydark Holy Lands that he had ruled for 50,000 years. Now, he had even been forced to burn 30% of his blood essence, greatly damaging himself in the process. My lost blood vitality can be restored using Xiao Moxian. She has a half-phoenix body, and she also comes from the royal phoenix bloodline. If I use her to make a pill, not only can I fully recover my blood vitality, but I'll even surpass my peak state in the past. For me to encounter Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian in the Azure Road is my life's greatest lucky chance. If he was successful in killing Lin Ming, this would indeed be the most important moment in Tian Mingzi's life. He would inherit everything of Lin Ming's. Even becoming an extreme Empirean in the future would be easy. Thus, even though Tian Mingzi was a naturally cold-minded and sinister individual who hid his thoughts deeply, at this time he couldn't restrain his mood from wildly oscillating. I'll sit in meditation, and 3 days later, when I've restored my strength, I will have a 90% chance of refining this heavenly palace. Although Tian Mingzi desperately wanted to kill Lin Ming right now, he didn't immediately try to break through Primordius Heavenly Palace's array formation. Rather, he decided to wait until he restored himself to his top condition before killing Lin Ming. This was to ensure that his plan was successful and prevent Lin Ming from counterattacking him in any manner. Then, Tian Mingzi casually set up an array formation around Primordius Heavenly Palace. To Tian Mingzi, Lin Ming was a turtle in a jar. There was no escape for him. As Primordius Heavenly Palace was surrounded, Tian Mingzi grinned. But then his smile froze on his face. He stared blankly on as the array formation surrounding Primordius Heavenly Palace was torn apart, and a youth in black clothes stepped out, following by a young woman in a dress. These 2 people that just stepped out from the array formation were Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. What? Tian Mingzi couldn't even believe his eyes. He had been thinking of all possible means by which he could refine Primordius Heavenly Palace, and yet Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian emerged on their own volition. Could they have realized that staying in there was the same as waiting for death, so they planned to rush out now and risk their lives battling him while he was at his weakest? A wise decision, but still useless. Even though Tian Mingzi was near exhaustion and he was covered with countless wounds, he was still a great world king. He was in existence who could destroy a planet with his hand. So how could he be killed by a mere divine lord powerhouse? As for Lin Ming's avatar, Tian Mingzi didn't fear it anymore. He had only been surprised by the avatar sneak attack before, but now he was prepared. He could absolutely use an array formation to imprison the avatar, and then slowly refine it. No matter how powerful that avatar's bodily defensive abilities were, it was impossible for it alone to change the tide of this war. Lin Ming, Xiao Moxian, are you really that impatient to die? Ha ha, That is just what I like. Tian Mingzi laughed. Although he was arrogant on the surface, the truth was that he was maintaining vigilance all around him in order to prevent Lin Ming from using any more of his dirty tricks. However, no matter how guarded he was, he still felt his heart shake as he saw Xiao Moxian's cultivation. Xiao Moxian had also broken through to the Divine Lord realm. Just what was happening? Tian Mingzi felt this to be unbelievable. He was well aware that just some time ago, Xiao Moxian had only been at the late divine transformation realm. After entering God-burying Ridge and tragic Death Valley, why would her cultivation base suddenly rise to the Divine Lord realm in such a short period of time? Even if she were to ignore all consequences to her foundation and swallow any heavenly materials she could find, it would still be impossible for her cultivation to rise so quickly. Divine Lord realm. You also broke through the Divine Lord realm. Good. Very good. But you still cannot change your fate of destruction. The only thing that will change is that when I use you for alchemy, I will be able to press out more of your phoenix blood essence to restore more of my lost blood vitality. Tian Mingzi looked at Xiao Moxian and cackled. Although he could see Xiao Moxian's breakthrough, he actually couldn't see Lin Ming's. Tian Mingzi didn't understand the boundary of the 9 stars of the Dao Palace to begin with, so he only thought that Lin Ming was still at the peak of the 8 inner hidden gates. However, he could faintly feel that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were much stronger than they were before. This caused him to be on full alert. He was only worried that Lin Ming would have some tricks up his sleeve, not that Lin Ming would be stronger than he was. Tian Mingzi, aren't you afraid that the wind will bite your blathering tongue? Hee. Just you wait. I'll cut you up to feed to the dogs. Xiao Moxian stood in sharp opposition, not backing down in the least. This caused Tian Mingzi to scowl. You really have no idea of death or danger. Tian Mingzi flicked his hand, and a pill flew into his mouth. With it, an abnormal red color brightened his cheeks. His missing blood vitality seemed to become exuberant once more. Without a doubt, this was a pill with a side effect. Eating too much of this would have a tremendous impact on his future. Lin Ming sneered as he saw this. Your body is already so ruined that you need medicines to fight. Your arm seems to have been severed too, and the meridians haven't even fully healed. How pitiful. But no matter how miserable you are, I won't show any mercy at all. I will kill you now in your weakest moment. As Lin Ming spoke to hear, astral essence surged out from his body. An unimaginable great strength erupted from him like a tide. Tian Mingzi's pupils shrank. His complexion became increasingly fierce and wild. So your strength has made some progress. No wonder you're so arrogant. But if you think that this alone is enough to defeat me, then you are far too naive. Let me show you what the strength of a great world king is like. Today, I will make up for all the blood vitality I lost from your body. Tian Mingzi drew the black sword from his spatial ring and stepped on the void, slashing out at Lin Ming. As this sword came slicing down, countless demons seemed to gush out from the blade. At the same time, this sword also carried with it a terrifying suction power. This was Tian Mingzi's heaven-absorbing demon art that he used in conjunction with his attack. Seeing Tian Mingzi's sword cut down, Lin Ming didn't evade or dodge. He locked onto Tian Mingzi's sword light and punched out. In that instant, Lin Ming's great strength of 15 billion genes erupted, strength that surpassed that of a dragon. Kacha! With a loud crack, Tian Mingzi's sword light disintegrated into countless motes of black light. As for Lin Ming, his body only shook, but he stood firm where he was without retreating a single step. What? Tian Mingzi's was bewildered, because he was cautious that Lin Ming would play some trick on him that had only been a probing attack just now. Even though he hadn't gone all out, it was still a terrifying strike. Despite this, he never imagined that Lin Ming would block it barehanded with such ease. Chapter 1537, Fighting Tianmingzi. Chapter 1537, Fighting Tianmingzi. Tianmingzi's complexion changed as he saw that Lin Ming's strength had greatly increased. Although he had overdrawn his blood vitality and his boundary had dropped, a skinny camel was still larger than a horse. This sword strike of his was able to instantly kill a peak holy lord, but Lin Ming, with his early divine lord realm cultivation, had been able to easily block it. Although Tianmingzi had only used 30% of his strength there, didn't Lin Ming also not use his complete strength? Tianmingzi's lips shook as he spoke. An inconceivable possibility appeared in his mind, but only this possibility could reasonably explain what just happened. You broke through the 9 stars of the Dao Palace? As Tianmingzi looked at Lin Ming now, his eyes were filled with fear and dread. Lin Ming was far too fearful to the point that it suffocated him. Originally, Tianmingzi, with his great world king cultivation, had joined forces with an ordinary world king, 2 half-step world kings, some guides and underlings, and later even a half-step Empyrean. This amazingly mighty lineup of martial artists had been used to hunt down a late divine transformation realm martial artist through the god-burying ridge. That could simply be called the most ludicrous joke in the world. If news of this were to ever spread out, then they would all be laughed at as idiots who tried to kill a chicken with an oxen knife. Not even hunting down a strong world king would require such a luxurious lineup. However, this amazing lineup of individuals in hunting down a single junior had met an unexpected result. First, they had forced Lin Ming into tragic Death Valley, a land that no one had ever emerged from for 10 billion years. However, not only did Lin Ming leave unscathed, but he had also obtained massive benefits that allowed him to break into the divine Lord realm. Even a divine Lord realm martial artist still wasn't worthy to be chased by such a strong group. Once they found him, they could instantly crush him to death. But following that, Lin Ming had lured them all into a danger zone, using all sorts of traps and methods in addition to his own terrifying combat strength to kill them all off one at a time. If Ash Murder, Mr. Zhou, and all the others who came before had made the grave mistake of underestimating their opponent, then Tianmingzi could be said to have treated his with the utmost sincerity, stopping at nothing to ensure victory. He hadn't even hesitated to use up his own blood essence. And even then, he had only caused Lin Ming to receive heavy wounds and be forced back into Primordius' heavenly palace. Afterwards, he had even used his heart demon blood curse so that Lin Ming's heart demons would burst out during his breakthrough and he would perish. But the reality was that Lin Ming had closed up in Primordius' heavenly palace and had broken through to the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, allowing his strength to reach unprecedented heights. This Lin Ming had been set in death trap after death trap, but had found the path to survival, making it so that no one could summon the courage to face him. Even if Tianmingzi were a great world king, he was also the same. However, now that matters had come to this step, it was impossible for him to retreat. He had severely damaged his life source, and if he didn't kill Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, then it was likely he would fall to the boundary of an ordinary world king in the future. Not just that, but his lifespan would be damaged, and it would be nearly impossible to progress a single inch forwards in his future cultivation. To Tianmingzi, this was a fate worse than death. Now, in this sealed-off space, it was either he would perish or they would die. Good, very good. Tianmingzi's eyes were dignified. Although his words seemed confident, he lacked any assurance in his heart. If he were in his peak state, then no matter what breakthroughs Lin Ming made, he could still easily suppress him. But now, he had lost all grasp of the situation because he simply didn't know how strong a martial artist would become after reaching the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. There was simply no reference target for this. This was because the saints didn't cultivate the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Their race had a body transformation technique that was easier and suited them more. Thus, It could be said that within the current universes of the 33 layered heavens, only Lin Ming had reached the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. His achievements could not be replicated. Facing this enemy that he didn't understand at all, Tian Mingzi could only try his best. Tian Mingzi spread out his arms. Behind him, the phantom of a demon god formed. All of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy gathered towards this demon god. A great world king was still a great world king. Even after being reduced to such a state, he could still display such a powerful technique. Tian Mingzi shot out the black sword in his hands. This sword seemed to turn into a black snake, winding through the air before falling into the hands of this demon god phantom. Tian Mingzi had given his sword to the demon god phantom. Seeing this, Lin Ming was startled. He could faintly feel that Tian Mingzi's sword was extremely unusual. Its shape was strange, with the blade being longer than an adult male was high, and yet the blade was as narrow as a flower petal. It was difficult to apply any sort of force with this sword, and thus difficult to understand why any refining master would design a sword like this. But seeing this demon god phantom gradually take shape in the air, Lin Ming was able to speculate that this demon god phantom wasn't summoned by Tian Mingzi, but had always been sealed within the sword. Then Tian Mingzi struck his chest with his fist and spat out a mouthful of blood into the demon god phantom. As this demon god phantom absorbed Tian Mingzi's blood, it became increasingly real, and its expression became increasingly fierce. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ming felt his heart skip a beat. Tian Mingzi had actually used his own blood to raise this demon. In the legends, there were witches and shamans that raised poisonous bugs in their body, feeding them with their own flesh and blood. This demon that Tian Mingzi released was in a similar situation. Ha ha ha! Lin Ming, this demon slave that I carefully raised is for when my true self has been severely wounded. It can display 50% of my peak strength. You can die now. Tian Mingzi raved. Then the demon god phantom hurtled forwards, billowing demonic energy that surged all about it, condensing into ash-gray pythons that twisted above the sword before cutting straight down. A demon slave with 50% of your combat strength. Hearing Tian Mingzi's wild laughter, Xiao Moxian was shocked. A great world king truly did have endless methods to use. She never imagined Tian Mingzi would have such a backup plan. Just from looking at the billowing demon energy of that demon god phantom, she could see just how strong it was. A demon slave with 50% of Tian Mingzi's peak combat strength? How could she and Lin Ming block it? And as Xiao Moxian's mind wavered, the demon slave roared out loud and rushed towards Lin Ming. A terrifying demon turned into a beam of dark light that shot into Xiao Moxian's spiritual sea. This was the heart demon seal that Tian Mingzi had used before. Without being weakened by Primordius Heavenly Palace's array formation, this heart demon blood seal was over 10 times more powerful than before. Be careful. Just as this heart demon was about to enter Xiao Moxian's mind, Lin Ming's voice cracked in her ear like a shocking thunderclap. In his voice, he had fused the divine Mist Heart mantra, using the laws of the soul-forging system to block the heart demon blood seal that was trying to drill into Xiao Moxian. Myriad demon karmic wheel. Lin Ming's spear swept out and drew a Tao diagram in the air. This Tao diagram had countless demons sealed within it, all of them fierce and dreadful. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Tao diagram revolved, suppressing and smashing apart the heart demon blood seal like a massive grinding pan. Xiao Moxian's mind shook. Only then did she free herself from the shackles of the heart demon. She was startled by what had just happened. She had almost fallen into Tian Mingzi's trap. He's lying to you, Lin Ming quickly said to Xiao Moxian with a true essence sound transmission. Xiao Moxian eyebrows shot up. She immediately understood what Lin Ming was saying. Perhaps Tian Mingzi might have really raised a demon slave. so he could bring it out whenever his true self was injured. But the strength of this demon slave wasn't as formidable as Tian Mingzi had described. The reason for this was that Tian Mingzi had to face the iron-armored spectral soldier array and had repeatedly burned his blood essence to defeat them. If this demon slave really did possess 50% of his peak strength, then why would he need to burn his blood essence now? In other words, Tian Mingzi had already used this demon slave to deal with the iron-armored spectral soldier array, causing the origin energy of the demon slave to be severely damaged and its strength to have lowered. But no matter what the truth was, Tian Mingzi was simply making empty claims about this demon slave. And there was only one reason he did this. He wanted to produce a brief moment where Xiao Maxian's mind wavered, so he could use a heart demon blood seal to invade her spiritual sea and stoke her heart demons. Guard your mind. This Tian Mingzi wants to deal with you first so he can suck up your phoenix blood essence to recover his own strength and then deal with me. Lin Ming quickly said. Xiao Maxian grimaced. This Tian Mingzi was far too sinister. But one couldn't blame Xiao Maxian for being too careful in thinking this. Tian Mingzi's acting was far too real, and in addition to his great world king boundary, it was easy to believe that he had some ultimate hidden card in his hands. Bang! At this moment, the myriad demon karmic wheel released an explosive sound. After it crushed the demon heart blood seal to dust, it began grinding down on the demon slave. Lin Ming stepped on space. As he raised his hands, tremendous supernatural powers rushed forwards with overwhelming momentum. He grasped the phoenix blood spear and pointed it straight between the demon slave's eyebrows. All demons in this world be received into the myriad demon karmic wheel, never to enter samsara, forever and ever imprisoned to be used by me. The myriad demon karmic wheel flew forwards like a horrifying spinning saw wheel. The demon slave released heart-rending screams as the myriad demon karmic wheel tore into its body. Xiao Maxian's thoughts were right. This demon slave, in its peak state, might have had 40 to 50% of Tian Mingzi's strength. However, because Tian Mingzi needed to break through the iron-armored spectral soldier array as soon as possible, so he could hinder Lin Ming's breakthrough, he had summoned the demon slave, greatly consuming its energy. Now it was far inferior to how it was in the past. Xiao Maxian watched as the demon slave was cut apart. Lin Ming's words were like the proclamation of heaven, seeming as if he were ordering the slave demon to be sucked into the myriad demon karmic wheel. She couldn't help but feel admiration at Lin Ming's combat strength. Xiao Maxian had broken into the Divine Lord realm and had completed her first Phoenix Nirvana. Currently, her strength wasn't too far off from Lin Ming's. But in terms of true combat experience, the Xiao Maxian who grew up in Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace was far inferior to the likes of Lin Ming and Tian Mingzi, who wandered the world in search of adventures, experiencing countless dangerous life or death situations. Even if their strength was similar, the combat strength that Xiao Maxian could display on the battlefield was far inferior to Lin Ming's. As she admired Lin Ming, Xiao Maxian also felt an indescribable affection towards him, even though she was a proud daughter of heaven, who possessed a nearly unrivaled talent and had even completed her first nirvana during the Divine Lord realm. Or even if she were to become a true divinity in the future, when she was with Lin Ming, she knew that he would always stand in front of her, forever protecting her and giving her an inexplicable sense of safety. Chapter 1538. Hatred of 50,000 Years. Chapter 1538. Hatred of 50,000 Years. Hum. The myriad demon karmic wheel viciously spun, soon about to cut through Tian Mingzi's demon slave. This demon slave had been carefully raised by Tian Mingzi. It was equal to a contract beast in energy form. Once it was exterminated by Lin Ming, Tian Mingzi would suffer enormous losses. Demon slave whined the primordial spirit. Tian Mingzi roared out loud. In that moment, the demon slave phantom that was suppressed by the myriad demon karmic wheel emitted a shrill scream. Ignoring the myriad demon karmic wheel that was cutting through its body, it hurtled towards Lin Ming. Ca. With a loud cracking sound, the demon slave was split in half by the myriad demon karmic wheel. The split-up halves of the demon slave began to burn, turning into pure streams of gray energy that wound towards Lin Ming. This was the demon slave's final desperate attack. After this strike, the demon slave would extinguish into smoke, no longer existing in this world. Tian Mingzi was planning to use this demon slave to suicide into Lin Ming, having both of them die together. An ordinary contract beast would not be under the absolute control of their master. They wouldn't sacrifice themselves simply because they were commanded to. But Tian Mingzi's demon slave was completely raised by him and was under his full domination. If it was ordered to risk its life in an attack, then it would truly be reckless. At the peak of its strength, this demon slave had 40 to 50% of Tian Mingzi's full strength. Even though this demon slave was nothing but a dried-up lamp, the strength that it could erupt with at its final moment was still terrifying. On the spot, it turned into a giant net that came bounding towards Lin Ming. Ca. The surrounding 100 feet of space was completely sealed off. Lin Ming's complexion changed. This Tian Mingzi was too ruthless. He had sacrificed this contract beast that he raised for so many years and had forced it to burn away all its life essence. In that moment, Lin Ming felt his heart shake. Just as he was being covered by the demon slave net, illusions grew thick in his mind. Lin Ming saw illusions of terrifying scenes. First, he had been captured by Tian Mingzi, his cultivation completely crippled and his soul sucked out to be refined. Then, Xiao Moxian was raped by him, and Lin Ming could only watch helplessly on as she was refined into a pill. Next, Lin Ming's primordial spirit was imprisoned by Tian Mingzi for 1,000,000 years, forced to undergo endless torture and pain before disintegrating to ash. These innumerable illusions flashed through Lin Ming's mind, the pain nearly causing his spiritual sea to be torn apart. These are heart demons. Lin Ming's mind shook. This demon slave was an energy life form, one connected to heart demons. Thus, it unexpectedly had the ability to affect his own heart demons. Ha, Lin Ming, how is the taste of having heart demons enter your body? I know that you have a will firm, but this is a heart demon life form that I've carefully raised for 60,000 years. This demon slave is formed from the evolved obsessions of an ancient powerhouse. It was obtained by me, and then I used several hundred years to slowly refine it and cancel out its consciousness before it was fully subdued by me. Although I'm not relying on it to kill you, it's more than enough to imprison you. A heart demon life form evolved from the obsessions of an ancient powerhouse. Lin Ming was startled. Most martial artists' heart demons usually came in two extreme forms. One was something they feared more than anything else in the depths of their heart, and the other was something they longed for incomparably. Obsessions, in other words, were desires. When an unrivaled powerhouse died, for their obsessions to turn into an energy life form, that was truly incredible. This attack that came from the demon slave burning its life away not only surrounded Lin Ming, but also surrounded Xiao Moxian. Even if they knew that everything they saw was illusions, it was still difficult to rid themselves of these heart demons. Phoenix true form, Xiao Moxian cried out loud. The back of her clothes tore apart, and two giant phoenix wings unfurled, stretching to the skies. In that moment, wild and savage black flames rolled forth from Xiao Moxian like a tide, burning away the heart demons. The black flames nearly reached the 7th level concept of the fire laws. Tian Mingzi's mind chilled. This Xiao Moxian was not easy to deal with. Her strength wasn't much different from Lin Ming's. If this were to continue, then the demon slave would be completely burned away by her. Tian, Mingzi sneered. You've actually cultivated to the 7th level concept of the fire laws. Even an ordinary world king who cultivates supernatural fire powers is no better than you. You are truly a pair of outstanding youths, but what a pity. You are both destined to die here today. Shadow Snake's sword, explode. Tian, Mingzi suddenly shot out his sword. As his sword pierced towards Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, the surface of the black sword shimmered with a massive number of runes. As these runes shined, the sword began to disintegrate, erupting with an infinite rain of light. Tian Mingzi wanted to blow up his own black sword. This black sword had also been obtained by Tian Mingzi in an ancient mystic realm and was itself an Empyrean spirit treasure. However, the original artifact spirit had already died, and thus Tian Mingzi had captured an ancient vicious beast to draw out its soul to replace the sword's artifact spirit. Then, he had spent tens of thousands of years to completely refine this sword until he became of singular mind with it. Because this artifact spirit had been placed in by Tian Mingzi, and combined with the fact that he had completely refined the sword, he could use a thought command alone to have this black sword of his explode. The might of an exploding Empyrean spirit treasure was unimaginable. For instance, if Primordius' heavenly palace were to explode, the consequences would be incredible. Even a planet would be blown up. Of course, Tian Mingzi's black sword was far inferior to Primordius' heavenly palace in grade. Even so, this was not something that Lin Ming could withstand. If an Empyrean spirit treasure were to explode near their bodies, then both Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian would be completely destroyed. Ha ha! Lin Ming, you are far too naive. I know that your strength has greatly risen because you broke through the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. And as for me, I have nearly exhausted all my strength. You rushed out now, choosing what you thought was the perfect time and situation to do so. But the difference in our cultivation is far too great. Even though I am a dried-up lamp, I still have limitless methods to kill you. I am willing to abandon my demon slave and my shadow snake sword, all to eliminate you. As long as I can kill you, then everything I've lost can be recovered. Tian Mingzi's attack could be called meticulously calculated and prepared in advance. Although abandoning his demon slave that he had spent tens of thousands of years raising and shadow his snake sword was an enormous loss, he didn't miss them too much because he knew that the secrets on Lin Ming's body far exceeded the value of those two. Seeing the dazzling runes on the shadow snake sword shine to the extreme as it began storing a massive explosive force, Lin Ming didn't panic at all. Rather, he sneered and said, Tian Mingzi, are you really so sure that there is some heaven-shaking secret on my body that is enough to make up for everything you've lost? Since that's the case, let me show you just what my secret is. As Lin Ming spoke, his momentum rose beyond description, as if he was ready to wield the heavens and earth, dominating all of existence. Tian Mingzi was shocked as he heard this. Lin Ming really did have a heaven-shaking secret on him. Just what could it be? He stared with eyes wide open, his concentration completely focused. At the same time, he also stimulated the energy within the shadow snake sword to explode. He wasn't so stupid that he would miss the best chance to attack just so. He could see what Lin Ming's secret was. Could it be the inheritance of a true divinity-level character? Tian Mingzi instantly thought. In his opinion, he had thought that in front of Lin Ming's current achievements, even the inheritances of peak Empyreans weren't anything at all. In the entire divine realm, there were over a handful of peak Empyreans, and this was even more when the dead were included. With so many peak Empyrean descendants, not a single one of them was able to compare to Lin Ming. In that moment, Lin Ming sunk his thoughts into his inner world. A vast and boundless aura of the great Tao surged out from Lin Ming's body, as if everything had returned to the most primal era. With Lin Ming's inner world as the core, a black and mystical vortex appeared. power of the heaven stars, gather unto my body. Purple temple Tao palace. Lin Ming roared out. Within his inner world, a magnificent Tao palace shining with glory appeared. In that moment, the vault of Bai Chi's tomb seemed to vanish, replaced with an endless starry sky. Endless starlight gathered into a vast river of sparkling lights, all of it flowing into Lin Ming's inner world. Lin Ming's strength began to wildly grow, and all of this crazily growing strength was poured into a gray cube within Lin Ming's inner world. Reveal yourself, divine crystal magic cube. Lin Ming had stepped onto the peak of the early divine lord realm and had also broken into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, with his dragon and phoenix blood energy brought into harmony. On this day, he had finally obtained the ability to galvanize the magic cube's strength. When Mo Eversnow had been a half-step world king, she had also been able to do this because her talent was outstanding and her strength far surpassed that of all other half-step world kings. At that time, Mo Eversnow had the ability to stimulate the magic cube. Of course, wanting to activate its powers to the max still required her to burn her soul to do so. And now Lin Ming's strength was no weaker than that of Mo Eversnow in the past. The ash-gray cube floated out from Lin Ming's inner world, slowly revolving in the skies. Mysterious runes appeared all over its surface. With a single glance, one could feel their soul be trapped, forever unable to leave. It was like this ash-gray cube contained a universe unto itself, limitless, boundless, so vast that even a true divinity could not explore its depths. This is... As the magic cube appeared, Xiao Moxian had no reaction. As for Tian Mingzi, he was shocked beyond all description. A maddening, demented light colored his complexion. Magic cube, the divine crystal magic cube, how could it possibly be in your hands? Actually, Tian Mingzi pointed a shaking finger towards Lin Ming, his words filled with anger, shock, fear. This was an object he had waged war for, something he had spent a massive amount of effort to take, but Lin Ming had unexpectedly obtained it. He had overthrown the Verdant Feather Holy Lands for this item alone. He had killed the old world king of the Verdant Feather Holy Lands and had hunted their saintess to her death, and yet all of his efforts had become a gift to Lin Ming. How could he not be angry about this? I knew it. I knew that bitch Mo Eversnow hadn't yet died. If you picked up the magic cube, then you must have seen that whore. Tian Mingzi's expression wildly shook, as if he were losing his mind. To see Tian Mingzi lose his calm like this surprised even Xiao Moxian. Just what was that black cube? Why would Tian Mingzi have such a great response to it? Chapter 1539, Young Demon God. Chapter 1539, Young Demon God. Of the 3 wondrous divine tools of the universe, Xiao Moxian only knew the legends of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. This was because the good fortune Saint Sun had deliberately displayed it to the world. As for the magic cube and purple card, Xiao Moxian didn't know about them at all. There was no consensus on their names either. Throughout the different epochs and different universes, they had taken different names. Even though Lin Ming and Tian Mingzi had repeatedly used the term magic cube, Xiao Moxian had no idea what they were referring to. Heart Demon Cage shatter. Lin Ming shouted out loud. The magic cube raised a vortex of energy that spun around like a saw. The great heart demon web formed by the demon slave was torn apart by the magic cube. The moment the demon slave completely died, it sent out a lung-wrenching scream. However, it could not change its fate of being swallowed up by the magic cube. It turned into a gray flow of energy that was gathered into the magic cube. The demon slave was originally a heart demon life form. Heart demons, souls, thoughts, wills. All of these were under the category of divine within the trifecta of essence, energy, and divine. Thus it was utterly suppressed by the magic cube. To use the magic cube to swallow up the demon slave was far too simple. The ash-gray magic cube revolved in Lin Ming's palm. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian instantly regained their freedom to move. All of the heart demon phantoms and endless illusions around them immediately disappeared. In that instant, Tian Mingzi's complexion became horrendously ugly. His entire body shook with rage, so angry that his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. So that's how it is. I finally see. I never imagined this was possible. To think that the magic cube was obtained by you, of all people. Ha ha ha. How ironic. For 50,000 years, I've done everything in my power to secretly search for this object that now lies in your hand. And yet I never knew any of this. Tian Mingzi felt nothing but utter hate and loathing in his heart. If he had known that the magic cube was in Lin Ming's possession, then how wonderful would it have been if he had killed Lin Ming when he was still small and weak. Tian Mingzi, you are finished. Today I shall kill you, for myself, and also for the millions of souls that died for the Verdant Feather Holy Lands. Lin Ming gathered all of his strength, pouring every last ounce into the magic cube. For a time, 1 trillion stars seemed to extinguish themselves as the world fell into a dark, ash-gray space. Tian Mingzi felt a horrifying strength break into his body and lock onto his soul. The magic cube was a divine tool of the soul. When Lin Ming was still weak, the magic cube was only able to serve as a passive defense. When something broke into his spiritual sea and tried to seize his body, only then would the magic cube counterattack on its own. But now, with Lin Ming's strength having risen to the divine lord realm, he was able to stimulate the movement of the magic cube. This was completely different from the past. The magic cube could be controlled by Lin Ming and used to attack the enemy. Even if the enemy's soul was protected by their mortal body, their soul would still be impacted by the magic cube. In this wild and manic soul storm, Tian Mingzi felt his own soul shake like a leaf in a storm, almost torn from his body in the next moment. For a time, he found it hard to control the shadow snake sword to make it explode. Moreover, the key problem was that now with the web of the demon slave shattered by Lin Ming, even if the shadow snake sword were to explode, Lin Ming would still be able to block it. If so, not only would he not be able to injure Lin Ming, but he would have lost his own Empyrean spirit treasure in vain. And at this moment, Lin Ming rushed towards Tian Mingzi like a tiger descending the mountain. Strength erupted from his body as the purple temple Tao palace gathered the power of the heaven's stars. Lin Ming grasped his phoenix blood spear and thrust right towards Tian Mingzi's head. Azura heavenly Tao, demon extermination. After Lin Ming opened the 9 stars of the Tao palace, he used another technique within the Azura Sutra. This was a body transformation martial skill. And now, with the support of the heaven stars, Lin Ming was strong enough to use it. Seeing Lin Ming's spear thrust towards him and even crushing the surrounding space, Tian Mingzi's complexion greatly changed. He recalled the shadow snake sword, and without a thought to the danger to his life, he forced out another mouthful of blood essence and spat it on the shadow snake sword. After the shadow snake sword absorbed this blood essence, it turned a deep shade of reddish black. A demonic wind howled, like 10,000 grieving ghosts were crying out for justice. Even if you have the magic cube, so what? In the past, Mo Eversnow couldn't kill me even when she burned her soul, and now my strength cannot be compared to how I was 50,000 years ago. Tian Mingzi wildly roared. He grasped his shadow snake sword and cut towards Lin Ming. This was Tian Mingzi's strongest strike, one he made by overdrawing his life. Facing this sword, Lin Ming's expression was indifferent. 15 billion genes of strength erupted from his body. Supported by his arcane techniques, his strength rose again to the power of 5 dragons. Bang! A dreadful sonic explosion blew up like a detonating star. The world collapsed all around them. Tian Mingzi felt an indescribably great strength ram into his body, causing his palm to shake, his arm to go numb, and the shadow snake sword to fly away from his hand. What? Tian Mingzi cried out, inexplicably shocked. Although he had speculated that Lin Ming's strength had risen after opening the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, he never imagined it would be to such a degree. Lin Ming's strike could even shatter a planet. With his bodily strength alone, Lin Ming had reached such a terrifying boundary. And when supported by his true essence and astral essence, anyone that faced Lin Ming would feel as if they were facing an ancient grand dragon in human form. Die! Lin Ming roared. He gripped his spear, aiming it at Tian Mingzi's head and bringing it smashing down. Tian Mingzi desperately revolved the space laws to avoid the spear strike, but in that time, the gargantuan strength had already caused space to collapse, making the space laws unusable. Tian Mingzi stared helplessly on as this unbelievably terrifying spear rushed towards his own head. Time seemed to slow down. A strong sense of despair and unwillingness swelled up within Tian Mingzi's heart. Lin Ming was far too strong. After breaking into the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, he could honestly and openly face off against a true world king. In addition, with the magic cube supporting him, his strength could already allow him to rule his own domain in the divine realm. He was no longer a young genius, but an overlord. In this life or death moment, Tian Mingzi twisted his head to the side. But then Lin Ming's spear still crashed into his right shoulder. Kacha! With a loud explosive sound, the terrifying strength of 5 dragons fell onto Tian Mingzi's body like an unending waterfall. His protective true essence shattered, and all the bones in his entire right side directly shattered like twigs. His organs burst open and blood and flesh splashed outwards. Lin Ming's spear had forcefully torn open half of Tian Mingzi's body, tearing off his right lung and nearly severing him in 2. In that moment, Tian Mingzi's pupils lost their focus. The right half of his body drooped down, and his hand was left hanging, with blood gushing out of him. Even in ordinary times, such a heavy wound would nearly kill Tian Mingzi. This was not a strike that a great world king could afford to take. Much less, Tian Mingzi was in an almost exhausted state, right now without much energy left. Before this, he had repeatedly forced out his blood essence to use his secret techniques, and now, receiving such a heavy wound nearly destroyed his life source. A person's life source was their very foundation. Once it was destroyed, it was nearly impossible to continue living. Even a transcendent divine pill would only be able to extend their lifespan a little bit. Sooner, and not later, death would come to claim them. Tian Mingzi humorlessly chuckled, vomiting blood the entire time. A year ago, he had rushed into God-burying Ridge with great ambitions in his mind. With his great world king cultivation, he hunted down the late divine transformation Lin Ming, but he never imagined that this event, which should have been his life's greatest lucky chance, would actually lead to his current fate. All of those who hunted Lin Ming, whether they were world kings or half-step Empyreans, were killed off by Lin Ming one at a time. Not just that, but he possessed the magic cube and the inheritances of numerous powerhouses. Such a character was as terrifying as a true demon god. However, no one would know about any of this because everyone who hunted after him had died. He would become a freakish monster that hid in the shadows of the juniors, an existence whose strength already surpassed the giants of the older generation. Puff! Tian Mingzi spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to say something, but all that came out from between his lips was more and more blood. And at this time, Lin Ming punched out with his fist, smashing into Tian Mingzi's throat. The trillion true essence threads of strength training's flow, like silk, instantly erupted in Tian Mingzi's throat, turning his spine into nothing but muddied flesh. Tian Mingzi's head fell down at an awkward angle. An unwilling and sad smile still hung on his lips, making him look like a macabre puppet. Then Lin Ming pulled out the phoenix blood spear and swept it out, cutting off Tian Mingzi's head. A fierce and ambitious individual, one who had lived for 100,000 years, one who was soon about to enter the half-step Empyrean realm, had been killed by Lin Ming like this. His head bounced on the ground like a rubber ball, his eyes perfectly round, dead with everlasting regrets. Chapter 1540. The dust settles. Chapter 1540. The dust settles. Seeing Tian Mingzi's head roll to the ground, Xiao Moxian still felt that all of this was unreal. She recalled the last 10 years she had spent with Lin Ming, experiencing all sorts of drastic changes and upheavals, ups and downs that they crossed through with repeated life or death dangers. Finally, their strength rose by a large degree, and they slowly killed those that had hunted them down. All of this was like an eternal dream. Xiao Moxian even felt that these last 10 years were far more rich and passionate than all her life experiences before that. All of those dangers and hopes had become unforgettable memories etched into her bones. And throughout all of these dangers, Xiao Moxian had only played a supporting role. But even so, she had obtained a massive harvest. It wasn't just her cultivation and strength that had risen, but her mentality, and had evolved. Looking at Lin Ming once more, he was the one who had helped lead her through all of this. In terms of how his mentality and strength had been a steady constant this entire time, there was no need to mention it. Xiao Moxian could approximately guess that most of Lin Ming's near 60 years of life had passed in such an environment. He had grown to where he was by experiencing endless adventures, battles, and life or death slaughters. Xiao Moxian suddenly thought that it wasn't strange for Lin Ming to have such achievements at his young age. Lin Ming was only a martial artist from the lower realms, and as he trained in martial arts, he had to overcome all sorts of unfavorable conditions. Compared with the Empyrean descendants of the divine realm, Lin Ming was no different from an ant to an immortal being. However, it was these layers upon layers of difficulties that led to Lin Ming's myth. Lin Ming's experiences and his near 60 years of hardships were his most precious treasures. A treasure sword was sharpened through tempering, and the fragrance of a plum blossom came with the freezing cold. All of these things that Lin Ming experienced were far from what any Empyrean descendant could compare with. For instance, in these last 10 years, if it weren't Lin Ming who had undergone these experiences, but some ordinary Empyrean descendant, even if their strength was the same as his, they would have died countless times already. Of course, Xiao Moxian was also well aware that Lin Ming's current achievements were impossible without lucky chances and fortuitous encounters. She immediately remembered the sudden response that Tian Mingzi had displayed after seeing the magic cube. Just what was that thing? Xiao Moxian was suddenly filled with curiosity. At this time, Lin Ming had walked near Tian Mingzi's corpse. He took Tian Mingzi's spatial ring and then formed seals with his hands, summoning a vicious-looking Tao diagram to his front. Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. The Azura Heavenly Tao was not some orthodox cultivation method. The Azura Road Master's life was also filled with slaughter and death. While this Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel could be used to attack an enemy, it could also be used to absorb an enemy's essence energy for oneself. Then, all of the essence energy in Tian Mingzi's body was drawn out by the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. Even Ash Murder's essence energy that had scattered into the air after his death was gathered by the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel. These essence energies were Tian Mingzi and Ash Murder's life essence. If Lin Ming didn't gather them with the Myriad Demon Karmic Wheel, then after several tens of thousands of years, these essence energies sealed within by Qi's tomb would slowly evolve into existences without any thoughts of their own. They would only be ghosts that knew to swallow others. In many mystic realms, These types of ghosts would be a source of grave danger. Now that Lin Ming had sealed all of this essence energy into the myriad demon karmic wheel, this situation naturally wouldn't happen. Essence energy of all living beings, be used by me. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and the essence energy within the myriad demon karmic wheel rerouted towards the essence spirit embryo stone. Drawn-out essence energy was more suitable to cultivate avatars. If it were Lin Ming's true self, then although absorbing these essence energies could increase the cultivation of his body, too much would leave behind hidden dangers within him. But the essence spirit embryo stone was nourished from the infinite essence energy gathered by the God-Beast tomb array formation. Thus there was no need to be careful with it. In that instant, all of the essence energy poured into the essence spirit embryo stone. The essence spirit embryo stone's entire body emitted crackling sounds as its muscles and organs wriggled about. All of this blood vitality was completely absorbed by it, and the strength and astral essence within the avatar continued to grow. The body of the essence spirit embryo stone was similar to the saints. In other words, it was an existence especially bred for body transformation. Its cultivation method was also similar to the saints. If one had to describe the essence spirit embryo stone's cultivation base, then using the saint race's Saint Lord boundary was more appropriate. And after absorbing the essence energy of a great world king and a half-step Empyrean, the astral essence within the avatar wildly circulated through its body, joining with the energy that was already within it to begin with. Without any hindrance, its cultivation rose by a small boundary. This was something Lin Ming already expected. The essence spirit embryo stone could easily rise in cultivation boundaries, let alone a small boundary in the Saint Lord realm. There would be a bottleneck even when entering the Holy Lord realm from the Saint Lord realm. The only restriction to the avatar's cultivation was Lin Ming's own cultivation. In other words, if Lin Ming's own cultivation was lacking, then the essence spirit embryo stone would encounter a bottleneck. Moreover, if Lin Ming was much weaker than his avatar, then he simply wouldn't have the strength to control the much stronger essence spirit embryo stone. Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief as he finished. For Tianmingzi and Ashmurder's essence energy to be used by him after their death, they had truly died miserable. Lin Ming. Just as Lin Ming finished, Xiao Moxian blinked over and looked towards Lin Ming. As Lin Ming met her playful eyes, his thoughts stirred. He was able to approximately guess what she was thinking of. He laughed, saying, "You want to ask me what the magic cube is, right? What I want to know is just what sort of thing allowed my lover to grow from a common martial artist from the lower realms in the number one talent of his race." Xiao Moxian said, her eyes filled with curiosity, but she suddenly changed the topic and said a bit contradictorily, "But I don't think you should tell me. This should be your life's greatest secret. And if you tell me..." Xiao Moxian dragged out her words, looking at Lin Ming all the while. Lin Ming thought for a moment. Then he straightened up and solemnly said, "This is indeed my greatest secret. But the reason I was able to reach this step is not just the magic cube. The magic cube accompanied me during my youth when I first stepped on the road of martial arts and helped me traverse that most difficult period of my early road. Since I was willing to take out the magic cube during my battle with Tianmingzi, I have no intentions of hiding the truth from you. Moreover, during this adventure through the Azure Road, I will slowly gain the power to protect the magic cube." Lin Ming's current strength was high enough that he could defeat an ordinary world king, but his trial through the Azure Road had yet to end. Lin Ming intended to continue to train here until he reached at least the late Divine Lord realm or half-step Holy Lord. Perhaps he would even wait until he broke through to the Holy Lord realm and was able to kill a great world king before considering leaving. At that time, Lin Ming would be able to fully refine the Primordius Gate and fully control Primordius Heavenly Palace. Then, by relying on this Empyrean spirit treasure, Even if an Empyrean were to chase after him, they still might not be able to kill him. Only in that state would Lin Ming truly be able to freely wander the divine realm and display his skills in the upcoming great calamity. Lin Ming raised his right hand, and an ash-gray cube floated into his palm, slowly revolving around, filled with a mystical aura. He said, "Sienna, this is the magic cube. I accidentally obtained it when I was 15 years old in a restaurant. At the time, I was working for the restaurant, and as Lin Ming was speaking, Xiao Moxian suddenly covered his mouth with her hand. She grinned. "You don't need to say anything. If you trust me enough to tell me your greatest secret, I am more than satisfied with that. Although I am curious, I don't really need to know. When we leave the Azura Road, I will have to return to Demon Dawn Heavenly Palace. If my parents, grandfather, or the Monster Emperor find out about what happened between us, then they will become enraged. Moreover, there is my engagement with the good fortune Saint's son. If this matter were to become a problem, then I would be confined to my quarters, and not even the heavens know what would happen after that. If I know the secrets of your magic cube, then even if I don't willingly reveal them, that doesn't mean someone won't use an arcane technique to learn information about you from me." Xiao Moxian had already considered this for a long time. As Lin Ming listened to this, he was silent for a while. Do you plan on returning to the monster race and demon race, no matter what?" If Xiao Moxian didn't return to the monster and demon races, and instead stayed within Lin Ming's inner world, then no one would know about it. Xiao Moxian lightly sighed. She nodded. "Yes, I will return because they are my people." Xiao Moxian was a very independent and free-thinking woman. She was bold and brave, and if she favored something, then she would recklessly pursue it no matter what others thought or said. But at the same time, she would not degenerate into becoming a servile dependent of any man. She had her own martial arts goal, her own pursuits, and her own faith in herself. Just like Lin Ming, who would never betray humanity, Xiao Moxian would not discard her own race. Although the future was filled with unknowns and uncertainties, she wouldn't evade her future, but face it head on. "I understand." Lin Ming gently embraced Xiao Moxian. "Let's leave this place." Chapter 1541. Heading deeper into the Azura Road. Chapter 1541. Heading deeper into the Azura Road. In the depths of the Great Desolate, there was a virgin forest that was untainted by human hands. These trees had been here for hundreds of thousands of years, and because these trees originated from ancient breeds, they grew much larger. So large that dozens of people together couldn't wrap their hands around them. Their crowns pierced thousands of feet high, straight into the skies, and their large and vibrant leaves were like clouds that blocked out the sun. In this wild forest, there was a keening wolf howl that impacted into the heavens. All of the birds and beasts in the woods were startled by this howl and fled in droves. Bang! With an explosion of energy, a shockwave rose up. A great black wolf as large as an elephant tumbled through the air and smashed into a large tree, causing an avalanche of leaves to be shaken off. The trees in this wild forest were all spiritual trees. Their dense trunks were more like pillars of divine iron, and as this great black wolf crashed into the tree trunk, it dizzily bounced off and landed in the deep foliage. "I've got you!" With a clear cry, a black-clothed girl rushed through the woods like a black butterfly, arriving right in front of the great black wolf in just several blinks of the eye. She raised a black badge she had prepared and pushed it in between the great wolf's eyebrows. In the next moment, the great black wolf's body shrunk as if it were being forced down by some strange energy. Its body became smaller and smaller, melting and pouring away into that black badge. Finally, that wolf's massive body was absorbed by the black badge without anything remaining. Soon after, the black badge in this girl's hand turned deep blue. It slowly floated in the air, exuding a mysterious charm. This black-clothed girl was Xiao Moxian, and the mission badge in her hand was one she obtained in Heaven Devil City. Blue Soul Level God Rune, Darkness Demon Wolf, it's mine now. The Darkness Demon Wolf wasn't a true life form, but an existence that evolved from the energy of the Azure Road, similar to the nightmare beats in the divine dream world. As long as one could kill it, then one could use a mission badge to absorb it and then transform it into a god rune. Xiao Moxian flicked her fingers, and this rune disappeared into her body, vanishing from sight. Over half a year had passed since the battle with Tian Mingzi. During this time period, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had returned to Heaven Devil City and bought up all the mission badges that were related to the final smelting trial. Then they had slowly completed these missions, transforming them into god runes. As for Lin Ming's servant Soul White, he had been kept in Heaven Devil City. Lin Ming didn't need him accompanying him anymore. Soul White wasn't too useful to Lin Ming now. Soul White had spent most of his life out in the periphery of the Azure Road and had little to no understandings of what happened deep in the Great Desolate or deeper in the Azure Road. Still, Lin Ming didn't undo the slave seal in his body yet in order to prevent him from leaking information and causing trouble. We've just about completed all the missions in the Great Desolate. If we go 30,000 miles east, then there will be a transmission array. We can take that transmission array to reach the middle rear sections of the Azure Road. At this time, Lin Ming emerged from the woods. Most of the god runes in the Great Desolate had been obtained by the both of them. In fact, according to what Soul White said, if the two of them formed a team to enter the final smelting trial, they would only need to collect a single set of runes. The second set would only be a spare. Are we finally going to the middle rear sections of the Azure Road? Xiao Moxian asked, excitedly tracing her chin. The middle rear section of the Azure Road was also the so-called Inner Azure Road. The final smelting trial was also located in the Inner Azure Road. After the end of the final trial, she and Lin Ming would both return to the Divine Realm, and that would be the time when they would have thoroughly completed the Azure Road trial. A 30,000-mile distance wasn't far away to Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. If they flew, it would only take them several quarter hours to cover the distance. But this time, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian spent almost 2 months walking the distance. During these 2 months, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were constantly in battle. More than half a year ago, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had just broken through their boundaries, and their strengths had dramatically risen. But because their strength rose too quickly, their foundations weren't too solid. For instance, to combine the 7th level concept of the fire laws with his actual combat skills or save energy within their inner world, all of this required time. But Lin Ming wasn't worried. He had several dozen years to fully accomplish all of this. The Great Desolate was a far-reaching land with broad, sweeping borders. In the deepest depths of the Great Desolate, there were said to be ancient god beasts. In addition to the convoluted space-time, it was an extremely complex environment. Even Empyreans shrunk back upon venturing too far. The Great Desolate was also the dividing line between the Outer Azure Road and the Inner Azure Road. If a trial challenger wanted to pass deeper into the Azure Road, they could not travel through the Great Desolate and could only take one of the several large-scale transmission arrays that ferry people back and forth. On the eastern side of the Great Desolate, there was a city. This city wasn't too large and was surrounded by the Great Desolate. It could be considered far away from all else. All those that traveled through this city were peak masters, and most of them were trial challengers that needed to travel into the intersections of the Azure Road. Pardon me, is this the transmission array to enter deeper into the Azure Road? The transmission array guard heard a simple and indifferent question. The one who spoke had a voice filled with energy. As he turned, he could see a young man and woman standing behind him. These two youths had extraordinary looks that brightened the eyes, but one could see from their worn-out clothes that they had experienced a long and arduous journey to arrive here. Those people that could travel through the Great Desolate on foot and arrive at the transmission array were without a doubt peak masters. Yes, the guard respectfully replied, no showing any disdain because of the young age of these two. From these two, especially the black-clothed man, he could feel a faintly roiling killing intent. This sort of killing intent could only be developed through long periods of life or death slaughters. We're planning on going deeper in, the black-clothed youth said. This black-clothed youth was naturally Lin Ming, who had crossed halfway through the Great Desolate to arrive here. All right, but I want to caution you too. This transmission array can only go one way. In other words, it can deliver you deeper into the Azure Road. If you want to return, you will have to rely on other methods to do so, the guard earnestly said. Lin Ming was already aware of this point. Once a trial challenger entered deeper into the Azure Road, if they wanted to leave, they would have to satisfy certain conditions. And the conditions in the inner Azure Road were far more severe than those on the periphery. Many people were unable to accomplish these conditions and could only continue living on in the Azure Road for the rest of their lives. Of course, to certain people, this wasn't necessarily bad. Many masters preferred the dangers of the Azure Road, where death and slaughter hid around every corner. The light of the transmission array shined like a blazing sun. In the next moment, Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian vanished together with other trial challengers from the Great Desolate. They passed through the void and truly entered the Azure Road. Chapter 1542, Divine Rune City. Chapter 1542, Divine Rune City. A dark wind howled through the boundless land. Lin Ming soon left the dizzying spatial transmission and found himself in the center of a vast wilderness knee-deep in grass. What surprised Lin Ming was that when they left it had been daytime, but here was a dark night with a depressing gloom covering the world, hiding all light. This pitch-black environment immediately raised Lin Ming's guard. He spread out his sense and didn't discover any vicious beasts, only some other trial challengers that had come here with him and Xiao Moxian. Because the Azure Road was far too long, it took an exorbitant amount of energy to open a transmission channel from the outer Azure Road to the inner Azure Road. Thus, they would only start the transmission array once dozens of people had gathered. The trial challengers that arrived here with Lin Ming rose up one after another. Without a word, many of them launched their movement techniques and flew away. Some people began discussing amongst themselves. They were clearly in groups and were discussing their next step after arriving here. The two that caught Lin Ming's eye was a young-looking man and woman not too far away. At this time, the man and woman had taken out a compass as if they were investigating something. Spiritas, Lin Ming's eyebrows slightly arched up. The skin of these two shined with a faintly shimmering light. This was a sign of the soul race. The body of the Spiritas contained an extremely rich soul energy. If they didn't deliberately conceal the light they emitted, they would glow extremely beautifully. In the dark of night, they would be like enchanting illusions. This young Spiritas pair had outstanding looks, and their foundation was extremely solid. One could instantly sense they were geniuses amongst their generation. However, their cultivation wasn't too high. In Lin Ming's opinion, their cultivation was just enough to enter the Great Desolate, but it seemed a bit forced for them to come to the inner Azure Road. This was true even if they could jump ranks to fight. At this time, the compass in their hands lit up, the young man's face brightened, and he happily said with a sound transmission, "Big sister, we're in luck this time. It seems that we were right when we thought that the transmission array to the inner Azure Road would bring us to a random location. Fortunately for us, we didn't land in some place with vicious beasts, and our arrival area is also extremely safe and near Divine Rune City. If we hurry along, we should be able to arrive in 3 days." From their words, it was clear that these two Spiritas youths were brother and sister. But At this moment, as the older sister heard her little brother speak, she humorlessly said, "What is so good about this place? Although we're near Divine Rune City, there is still a wild mountain range separating us. With our strength, wanting to travel through that mountain range will be too difficult. And if we must go around it, that will make our journey far longer, and we might also encounter other dangers." The young Spiritas girl said, her eyebrows pressed together in a frown. Their cultivation was indeed not high. Wanting to travel through the inner Azura Road was just barely manageable already. As the two of them were speaking, most of the other martial artists had flown away. The only ones remaining were Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, who had yet to leave. The young Spiritas girl looked over at Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian for a while. Then the light in her eyes changed, and she greeted them. "Hey there, how do you do?" Lin Ming looked back at the young Spiritas girl, nodding his head in response. "Do you two not know where you want to go?" The trial challengers hadn't stayed in this grasslands for a long time. Those that knew where their destination was had already left, leaving only Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian idling about. From this, one could see that it was likely they were unfamiliar with the area and didn't know where to go. Lin Ming didn't reply. This was considered his tacit agreement. "May I ask, would you two like to accompany us to Divine Rune City?" Divine Rune City is the largest city in the surrounding area, and in terms of influence, even an Empyrean Holy Land is inferior to Divine Rune City. If you go to Divine Rune City, whether it is supplies or missions, it is a very good place to go. Divine Rune City. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Was this related to divine runic technique? He remembered that just when he defeated Soul White, and he was begging for his life, Soul White had said that he was skilled in alchemy and inscription, so taking him in as a slave would be far more useful than killing him. And in the Azura Road, a higher-level inscription master wasn't called an inscription master, but a divine runic master. In the divine realm that was ruled by humanity, when a martial artist reached an extremely high boundary, the inscription arts weren't much useful to them anymore. But this was different in the Azura Road. According to what Soul White had said, in the Azura Road, God runes and inscription could be combined together in a wondrous evolution, creating an entirely different form of inscription altogether. This was why divine runic masters and alchemists had an extremely high status in the Azura Road, and the best alchemists and divine runic masters in the Azura Road were all Spiritas. This was because the Spiritas all possessed a formidable soul force that made them perfectly suited to studying alchemy and divine runic technique. When this was combined with the long inheritance of the soul race, they were several times greater than all the other races in these two skills. This divine rune city, with its name, was most likely related to this. Divine Rune City is a city of divine runic masters. Lin Ming asked after thinking for a moment. That's right. Several 100 million years ago, many top divine runic masters of the Azura Road gathered together to form a divine runic association. At the time, the city they chose as their headquarters was quite ordinary, but as time passed and they took in more and more divine runic masters, growing all the while, they slowly had martial artists from all over coming to them, seeking help. After that, the city eventually developed into the current divine rune city. Not only are there divine runic masters, but also a massive number of alchemists, refiners, and top masters from all around. Me and my little brother came to the inner Azura Road in order to go to Divine Rune City and experience the divine runic technique there, and also participate in an assessment or competition of the Divine Runic Masters Association. If we're lucky, we might be able to apprentice ourselves to someone there. The young Spiritas girl knew she was lacking in strength, so she thought to join with others. And if she were to accompany others, it was best to form trust with them. Thus she had told Lin Ming her goal in going to Divine Rune City. Lin Ming also understood why these two came to the inner Azura Road, even if their cultivations were lacking. Lin Ming soon understood the whole city. This brother and sister believed that with their status as divine runic masters, they would be able to obtain sufficient protection in Divine Rune City. The only danger for them would be the road to divine Rune City. Thus they had invited Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian to travel together with them. As for Lin Ming, when he was at the outer Azure Road, he had Soul White as a guide. But now that he was in the inner Azure Road, he was unfamiliar with the people and places here, and he didn't even know where he needed to go to obtain missions. If he could find a city and inquire into some information, then that would naturally be the best choice for him. And this divine rune city interested Lin Ming very much, because Lin Ming was also once an inscription master. In the past, when Lin Ming first stepped onto his road of martial arts, in his weakest moments, he had relied on inscription technique to gain the training resources he needed to overcome this most difficult period. But after that, as Lin Ming's strength rose, his inscription technique could no longer follow the footsteps of his cultivation. Even so, Lin Ming always held a certain sentimental feeling towards inscription arts. He looked toward Xiao Moxian and said with a sound transmission, "What do you think about taking a trip to Divine Rune City?" Xiao Moxian said, "It's up to you. I'll follow where you go." "Then we're going to Divine Rune City," Lin Ming decided. Then he agreed to the young Spiritus girl's offer. The Spiritus siblings were overjoyed. Although they could faintly feel that Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had relatively ordinary cultivations, they were still stronger than the two of them. Moreover, there was strength in numbers. With the four of them, crossing the wild mountain range shouldn't be a problem. And in a worst-case situation, if they met some sort of powerful vicious beast that they couldn't defeat, they would each still have a higher chance of surviving if they scattered and fled. "My name is Yu Liuxing, and this is my little brother Yu Qifeng," the Spiritus girl introduced herself, "and her brother. I am Lin Ming, and this is my wife Ji Xianer." Lin Ming didn't bother to hide his name. The Azure Road was far too large, and there were also too many duplicate names. Moreover, he had already killed Tian Mingzi and Naki, and the place where they died was in the extremely isolated tomb of Bai Qi. All of this had been meticulously cleaned up by Lin Ming, so that no one would know about it. Thus Lin Ming didn't fear anyone discovering his true identity. Lin Ming had only casually introduced her, but Xiao Moxian felt a bit warmer as she heard this. Her cheeks flushed a little. In truth, she wasn't really considered Lin Ming's wife, and although the two of them had made love and dual cultivated, they had never held a marriage ceremony, and the two of them were destined to part ways in the future. To describe their relationship as lovers was much more appropriate. Along the way, Lin Ming continued chatting with Yu Liuxing, gaining a much higher understanding of Divine Rune City. In the city, all divine runic masters were divided into different ranks depending on their attainments in the divine runic arts. Every higher level required tests, and there was also a corresponding competition. As for the siblings, they were both geniuses in divine runic arts. Their goal in going to Divine Rune City, besides apprenticing themselves to someone, was also to compete in the many competitions. The prizes for these competitions were quite generous. As they spoke, Yu Qifeng discovered that Lin Ming had some original opinions into divine runic arts. This surprised him. He asked, "Big brother Lin Ming, do you understand the divine runic arts?" Lin Ming was 10 years older than Yu Qifeng, so Yu Qifeng had referred to Lin Ming as Big Brother. Lin Ming smiled, "Barely, but what I understand is inscription technique, and it's just a little. It's not comparable at all to your divine runic arts." Lin Ming's understandings of inscription technique had come from the soul fragments in the magic cube. And in the past, the people that were killed by M.O. Eversnow and had their souls sucked into the magic cube couldn't be considered much anyway. They were all Tian Mingzi subordinates, and their cultivations were divine lords or holy lords without a single world king amongst them. If their inscription technique was placed in the lower realms, then it would be marvelous without compare, but if placed in the divine realm, it wasn't considered much at all. Moreover, the inscription technique of the divine realm was cast far behind by the long legacy of the Spiritas in the Azure Road. In the divine realm, a top character like an Empyrean wouldn't study inscription technique because the value wasn't too great. But the divine runic arts of the Azura Road were different. According to what Soul White had said, the divine runic arts could display effects beyond belief. Thus, Lin Ming was well aware that someone with his caliber of understanding was nothing when placed in Divine Rune City. Chapter 1543, The Qualifications to Enter the City. Chapter 1543, The Qualifications to Enter the City. The Wild Mountain Range is in front of us. After the group traveled for around half a day, Yu Liuxing suddenly pointed towards a dark mountain that appeared before them. This is the most dangerous part of the road. We must join together and fight as one. There are many different types of vicious beasts, but I understand their weaknesses and the ways to fight the most vicious types. Listen to my directions in battle. As Yu Liuxing reached the base of the mountain range, she pulled out a jade slip. Recorded within this jade slip was the terrain of the mountain range, as well as the distribution degree of dangerous vicious beasts scattered throughout it. This surprised Lin Ming. According to most reasoning, the inner and outer Azura Road were nearly completely isolated from each other. He never imagined that these two siblings would have information on the inner Azura Road, and in such an exhaustive manner that they even possessed a map of this mountain range detailing the distribution of vicious beasts. Our cultivation isn't high, so we can only avoid as many danger zones as we can. However, there are some places we won't be able to avoid. For instance, this place here is the habitat of the giant blood eagle, and we have to cross this area no matter what. The giant blood eagle has a bloodline connection to the ancient rock, so it is an extremely dangerous place to be. If we meet one or two, we should be able to deal with them, but if we meet a group, then we'll have no choice but to flee our separate ways and hope that the heavens smile down on us. Yu Liuxing earnestly stated her precautions and possible tactics. Xiao Moxian rubbed her chin as she listened to this. It was unknown how the ancestors of the monster beasts obtained their god-beast bloodline, but these bloodlines could be passed on for multiple generations without weakening. These kinds of vicious beasts were extremely nourishing, especially for mortals. Xiao Moxian chuckled, whispering to herself, "It seems my big yellow will have something to eat." Although the god-beast bloodline purity of these beasts is low, there should be an effect if he eats many of them. What did you say? Yu Liuxing asked, distracted. Ha! It's nothing. 1 hour later. Whoosh! A sharp crackling sound howled through the air. A massive blood-red eagle with a fleshy head emitted terrifying screams as Xiao Moxian's whip slashed over its body, breaking one of its wings. Xiao Moxian's whip was like a cord of black lightning, nearly impossible to follow. Where it went, the void would sizzle, the piercing air penetrating through the ears. As the group of 4 traveled all this way, Lin Ming hadn't done anything at all. Xiao Moxian personally cut down all the dangers that appeared, whether it was the giant blood eagle or any other type of vicious beast. All of them were cut down by Xiao Moxian like vegetables. Not even Yu Liuxing or Yu Qifeng were able to interfere. So fierce! The handsome and somewhat shy Yu Qifeng's mouth turned into an O shape as he saw this splendid battle take place. His eyes shined as he looked at Xiao Moxian, clearly filled with awe and worship. As for Yu Liuxing, this was completely unexpected. She never imagined that the 2 allies she pulled into her group would be so fierce. She originally thought that they would have to work together and pass through countless life or death dangers to travel through this mountain range, but what really happened was something completely different. "Big Yellow, it's time to eat." As Xiao Moxian called out, there was a cheerful little roar as a small furry yellow dog rushed out from Xiao Moxian's spirit beast bag like a tiny whirlwind. Big Yellow drooled as it hurtled towards the giant blood eagle, cleanly eating it away in just a few moments of time. This left Yu Liuxing and her little brother dazed. They finally understood what Xiao Moxian had said by, "It seems my big yellow will have something to eat now. How can that little thing eat so much?" Yu Qifeng felt this all to be unbelievable. She struggled to imagine how such a small body could eat so much. That beast that looks like a little yellow dog should be the girl's contract beast. If that girl is so fierce, then her contract beast likely isn't ordinary either. Maybe it is some sort of desolate, ancient, vicious beast. Yu Liuxing murmured. If it was a desolate, ancient, vicious beast, then she wouldn't be surprised by how much it ate. Yu Liuxing's guess was more or less correct. However, Big Yellow was not desolate, ancient, vicious beast, but a Taotai god beast. Although its bloodline was inferior to the bloodline purity of Lin Ming's black dragon, a god beast was still a god beast. This sort of gluttonous god beast formed a separate world within its body. After growing up, it could even swallow a planet. After seeing the little yellow dog cleanly eat up the vicious beast, Yu Liuxing's eyes turned to Lin Ming. To her, Lin Ming was filled with even more mysteries. She could faintly feel that Xiao Moxian was following Lin Ming. If so, this meant that Lin Ming might even be stronger than Xiao Moxian. She didn't know just where these two humans had come from. Their strength was strong to the point of being abnormal. With Xiao Moxian and Lin Ming, the four of them reached Divine Rune City safely, without any accident at all. Divine Rune City was the largest city in the surrounding 10 million miles. A massive number of divine runic masters, alchemists, and top martial arts masters were gathered here. Such a city naturally had to have an imposing atmosphere. Lin Ming wouldn't be surprised if it had city walls as grand and tall as a mountain ridge. However, the reality was that Divine Rune City had no city walls at all. Instead of city walls, it had a titanic large-scale defensive array formation. This array formation also had the effect of gathering heaven and earth origin energy. Lin Ming could feel that the origin energy in the surrounding several hundred thousands of miles was being slowly gathered towards this array formation, finally settling near Divine Rune City. This caused the heaven and earth origin energy here to be thick to the point of nearly condensing into liquid. If one could cultivate here, they would absolutely have astronomical results. Just this advantage alone was enough to have countless martial artists seek out this land. Of course, this array formation needed a tremendous amount of energy to support it. Otherwise, it wouldn't activate. Even an Empyrean holy land would be overwhelmed with the task of supporting such a gargantuan array formation. From this, it could be seen that this divine rune city was disgustingly wealthy. However, this was also well within reason. Whether it was divine runic masters, alchemists, or refiners, all were rich characters amongst all martial artists. Lin Ming wholeheartedly pursued the martial path, and thus didn't place much focus on these occupations, so he didn't have many interactions with these martial artists who focused on these secondary skills. Lin Ming originally thought that entering a treasure land like Divine Rune City required a high entrance fee, and this entrance fee would naturally be used to maintain the activation of the array formation. But he didn't think that there would be no entrance fee at all. Rather, the city had extremely high standards for all martial artists entering. As Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian were about to enter the city, they were stopped by the city guard. These city guards had late Divine Lord Realm cultivations. In a small holy land, Divine Lord martial artists could serve as outer court elders, but in Divine Rune City, they could only serve as gate guards. Determine your city entrance qualifications. The voices of the city guards were indifferent, with a faintly superior aura to them. It had to be known that the guards of Divine Rune City were part of the Divine Runic Corps, and thus they were treated extremely well. Their status was not low, and not only was their strength extraordinary, but they also had a considerable level of talents. There were many weak martial artists that wished to apply to become a guard for Divine Rune City, but simply lacked the ability to do so. Me and my little brother are divine runic masters, Yu Liuxing said. She drew traces in the air. her fingertips leaving behind paths of energy that coalesced into beautiful runes. With a glance to Yu Qifeng, he also quickly followed suit. As Lin Ming saw this, he recalled a scene from when he was 15 years old. When he had just attained the magic cube, he had to go to the 7 profound Marshall House's Sither quarters to look up information about skyworm silk. But because there were many beautiful women there, he had been mistaken by the elder senior sister there for some sort of sexual pervert who had gone to seek out advantages from the many beautiful women. The result was that Lin Ming had met Qin Xingxuan and had to prove that he was an inscription master, and the method he used was drawing an inscription symbol in the air. At the time, Qin Xingxuan had been shocked by Lin Ming's inscription technique. That was also the first time they met. Your talent is satisfactory. A city guard nodded, revealing a convinced expression. These 2 city guards were also spiritas and had an approximate understanding of the divine runic arts. They were able to see how talented Yu Qifeng and Yu Liuxing were. Then you fellows, you don't seem to be divine runic masters. The city guards turned to Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, and upon seeing that they weren't spiritas, realized that they likely weren't divine runic masters. The talent of the other races in the divine runic arts simply couldn't compare to those of the soul race. Thus, most of those from other races usually wouldn't choose to become divine runic masters because no matter how hard they tried, it was far too hard for them to catch up to the talent of the spiritas. We aren't. Lin Ming didn't count on drawing up some half-baked inscription runes to pass. A city guard expectantly nodded. Then he took out 2 god rune talismans from his spatial ring. These 2 god rune talismans turned into seals that sank into Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian's body, casually wandering through them. What is this? Lin Ming could feel no malice behind these runes, thus he didn't try to stop them. But he was still unhappy that these city guards investigated them so suddenly. It is to determine your cultivation and skeletal age. Although there is no fee to enter Divine Rune City, the standards for entering are extremely strict. Otherwise, just the rich heaven and earth origin energy here would have had the city bursting at the seams with martial artists. Those that can enter the city must either be talented geniuses, powerhouses, or divine runic masters, alchemists, or refining masters. Since you 2 aren't powerhouses, divine runic masters, alchemists, or anything like that, you can only rely on your talent to enter. Otherwise, you cannot enter the city. We only allow the most extraordinary of individuals to enter. The city guard proudly said. Lin Ming was startled as he heard this. If they admitted only the most extraordinary of individuals, then it wasn't a surprise that divine Rune City strength had developed to such a terrifying degree. After the city guard finished, he looked at the results of the runes. From what he saw, he was left dumbfounded. He never thought that the young man and woman standing in front of him were 2 monstrous geniuses. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian had youthful appearances, but the truth was that martial artists had many techniques to disguise their looks. It was hard to tell one's age from appearances alone, but these divine runes would not be mistaken. They could measure a person's skeletal age to within a year. One has cultivated martial arts for over 40 years, and the other for more than 50 years. The city guard's mouth fell open. To reach the divine lord realm at only 40 to 50 years was simply the talent of an abnormal freak. He had thought that his talent was good to begin with, but compared to this young man and woman in front of him, he was simply garbage. Chapter 1544, Lin Ming's Goal. Chapter 1544, Lin Ming's Goal. Do we have the qualifications to enter the city? Yes, of course you do. The city guard respectfully handed over the city tokens. In the 33 heavens, because humanity had devolved in the past, their status wasn't too high in the Azure Road. If they went to some places, it was likely they would be looked down upon and excluded by others. But in the Azure Road, strength stood above all. If one's talent reached a certain boundary, then regardless of whether they were human or some other race, they would be respected all the same. The city guard suspected that Lin Ming was the successor of some great influence. He naturally couldn't offend such a person. When Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian obtained the qualifications to enter the city, Yu Liuxing looked at them curiously. She had seen the amazed expressions of the city guard from the side of her eyes. Without a doubt, Lin Ming's strength and talent were far more terrifying than she had originally anticipated. We will be going to the Divine Runic Master Guild for the examination now. Would you like to come and have a look? Originally, after entering Divine Rune City, the relationship between the two groups should have ended here. However, Yu Liuxing and Yu Qifeng were far too young, and although they were proud of their talents in the divine runic arts, their actual combat strengths were somewhat lacking. If they could become friends with two powerhouses like Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian, then that would give them many advantages. We'll come too. Lin Ming readily agreed. This startled Xiao Maxian. She said with a true essence sound transmission, "Since when did you enjoy joining in on the fun? Did you want to see how great the difference is between the inscription masters of the divine realm and the divine runic masters of the Azura Road?" Lin Ming shook his head. "It's just convenient. The reason I want to go to the Divine Runic Master Guild is also the true reason why I came to Divine Rune City. I want to find the path of how to cultivate the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. To cultivate the 9 stars of the Tao Palace required 2 essential factors. One was inheritances, in other words, cultivation method manuals, and second was resources, in other words, pills and other materials. In terms of cultivation methods, the Celestial Tyrant manual that Lin Ming trained in mostly focused on the 8 inner hidden gates, in particular the gates of life and death. The esoteric immortality pill for the gate of life and the esoteric mortality pill for the gate of death were both found in the Celestial Tyrant manual. But in terms of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the Celestial Tyrant manual didn't have many records on it, or it was more accurate to say that these records had already been lost. When M.O. Eversnow's grandfather obtained the Celestial Tyrant manual in the ancient ruins where he also found the magic cube, it had been incomplete. Thus, now that Lin Ming had broken through to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he was at a loss as to how he should further continue. The Azura Sutra, first volume, also had body transformation cultivation methods, but these methods were mostly focused on raising the essence spirit embryo stone, and in terms of type, they were far closer to the saint race. There was a great difference between the Azura Sutra first volume and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace that humanity cultivated. Missing cultivation methods was one part, and pills and resources were another. In the essence gathering system aspect, Lin Ming didn't have too high a need for pills, but in the body transformation system, it was impossible to continue without pills. When Lin Ming first tried to complete tempering marrow, he had used up several thousand heaven-opening pills without accomplishing it, and to the relatively minor person that Lin Ming was back then, every heaven-opening pill was extremely precious. In the past, the Martial House master of the 7 profound Martial House, Qin Zia, had been stranded at the peak Hotian realm for over 20 years, unable to break into the Xiantian realm because he didn't have a heaven-opening pill. That was how precious they were. Tempering marrow was divided into percentages, and the closer one reached to 100%, the more difficult it would become to continue. Lin Ming finally had to rely on the shattered demon heart crystal, and only then was he able to forcefully lift his tempering marrow boundary to 60 to 70%. Finally, he had relied on the Nirvana Dragon root he obtained in the Demon Emperor Palace to bring his tempering marrow to perfection. Following that, when he opened the 8 inner hidden gates, each gate was more difficult than the last. In cultivating the body transformation technique, Lin Ming had spent a massive amount of heavenly materials. Each heavenly material that Lin Ming used for his breakthroughs possessed a shocking value for that relative cultivation level. enough that martial artists several boundaries higher would be willing to engage in life or death battles for them. Finally, when Lin Ming broke through the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, that was also because he had accumulated resources to the peak. Not only did he have the support of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead Essence and the sealed energy from the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone, he also needed Xiao Moxian's primordial Yin blood. With these 3 incomparably precious treasures together, only then did he accomplish a miracle and complete his breakthrough of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. From this alone, one could see that walking down the road of body transformation was truly a heaven-defying path. Lin Ming had only opened a single star, and there were still 8 stars behind that. Thinking about it, he felt a bit powerless and frustrated. Even though Lin Ming had a firm heart of martial arts, it was still hard to not be bitter about it. The following 8 stars would inevitably require an astronomical amount of resources. Not just that, but looking for materials, looking for pill recipes, finding a master alchemist. All of these problems were enough to cause a grand headache. It would be great if I could become a divine runic master and alchemist. This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind. However, whether it was the divine runic arts or alchemy, it wasn't something that could be learnt in one day. One had to study from the very start in order to be successful. Even though Lin Ming's perception was high, it would still be difficult for him. Lin Ming could only take a step back and consider befriending some high-ranked divine runic masters and alchemists of Divine Rune City. If they had something they were interested in, then he might be able to ask them to help him refine some pills or draw up some inscriptions. However, any divine runic master or alchemist who could refine the pills for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace would inevitably be a grandmaster. One didn't need to be a genius to know that all grandmaster-level characters had long since joined great influences where they were worshipped and treated as living Buddhas. Wanting to ask them for any sort of help without enough rewards was an impossible matter, and for the current Lin Ming, besides the Magic Cube, Primordius Gate, Primordius Heavenly Palace, and Black Dragon Egg, there was nothing he possessed which would be able to tempt these grandmasters. And Lin Ming would never barter with those items to begin with. Ah, this is really troublesome. Lin Ming rubbed his temples. 9 stars of the Tao Palace pills, alchemists, as well as methods to train in the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. I wonder if we'll be able to find any of these things in Divine Rune City. Divine Rune City had a history of several 100 million years, and for this entire time they had gathered countless extraordinary individuals. This city was known as a place that could solve any matter in the aspect of pills or inscriptions. No matter how one thought about it, this was the easiest place to find ways to cultivate the 9 stars of the Tao Palace or ancient pill recipes. In Divine Rune City, there was no need to ask where the Divine Runic Master Guild was. It was the most eye-catching as well as the highest construction in the entire city. That is the Divine Runic Master Guild. Yu Liuxing pointed at a divine pagoda in the center of the city that was several thousand feet high. From any corner of Divine Rune City, one could see this massive pagoda. As they walked towards the tall pagoda, one could see Divine Lord and Holy Lord Realm Masters everywhere. Really, in this place where Holy Lords walked everywhere, it made one feel as if Divine Lords were as common as dogs. One would occasionally see those with lower cultivations, but these were all outstanding individuals of their level. All of them young elites. Just like the city guard had said, Divine Rune City only allowed the best to enter. The descendants of elites, the apprentices of elites, they too tended to be elites. Gradually, Divine Rune City became a place where talented people gathered, like a growing den of dragons. Thus, in the inner Azure Road, Divine Rune City was a particularly special existence. Although they weren't a sect, they were a city that was united together. There was no other influence who wished to look to Divine Rune City for trouble. The streets of Divine Rune City were lined with numerous shops. There were pill stores, weapon stores, inscription stores, and countless others. Half of the shops here were part of the business complex of the Divine Runic Master Guild. Just the income from these shops alone reached an incalculable number, more than enough to continue supplying the great array formation of Divine Rune City. Within Divine Rune City, fighting was banned, and flying was prohibited. Those who violated the city rules would be severely punished. At the same time, there was an extremely strict hierarchical system in Divine Rune City. Here, high-ranked Divine Runic Masters could enjoy all sorts of privileges, and those that offended them would be captured and imprisoned. It was even possible that these Divine Runic Masters would kill those who offended them, and no one would stop them or mourn the deaths of those they killed. Before arriving at Divine Rune Pagoda, Lin Ming could feel strange changes in the heaven and earth origin energy around him. Lin Ming had already seen many places with rich heaven and earth origin energy. For instance, the heaven and earth origin energy of Divine Dream Heavenly Palace was so rich that it turned to strands of fog. This wasn't strange at all. However, the heaven and earth origin energy around Divine Rune Pagoda wasn't just rich, but the origin energy was faintly restrained by some sorts of laws, forming an indescribably coordinated beauty. Lin Ming even discovered that as he approached closer to Divine Rune Pagoda, the heaven and earth origin energy around him began to spontaneously form runes, just like inscription runes. This scene shocked Lin Ming. The heaven and earth origin energy here was clearly condensing into inscription runes. From this, one could infer just what degree of magnificence the inscription technique of this Divine Rune Pagoda held. Chapter 1545. Information about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Chapter 1545. Information about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. For the surrounding 10 miles around Divine Rune Pagoda, there wasn't a single building. The entire area was a massive square, and on this square were all sorts of martial arts vendors who were selling various goods. Some sold pills, some sold weapons, but of course, most of them sold inscriptions and divine runic inscriptions. All of the stalls were well organized. Lin Ming cast out his sense and was able to approximately feel that in this 10-mile square trading market, there were around several tens of thousands of people. These several tens of thousands of people were all outstanding individuals, whether it was sellers or buyers. None of them were poor. In such a giant trading market, the daily volume of transactions was mind-boggling. This Divine Rune City is quite lively. Lin Ming sighed. Yes, Divine Rune City is the most famous trading hub in the Inner Azura Road because there are a massive number of pills, divine runic inscriptions, weapons, and all sorts of other things that are sold here. Many people prefer coming here to buy and sell their goods because of the required qualifications to enter the city, because of their strict standards. Everything sold in Divine Rune City is only the highest quality of goods. In Divine Rune City, there are 10 large trading companies, and the largest of them belongs to the Divine Runic Master Guild. Every 3 years, this trading company will hold a large-scale treasure exhibition show. At that time, all sorts of influential forces throughout the Azura Road will bring their treasures here to display and trade amongst each other. There are extremely good treasures that can be found and traded, and there are also open sales all over. This treasure exhibition will continue for a full month, and almost anything you can imagine can be purchased at this exhibition. Not only are there pill and divine runic inscriptions, but there is also a great number of ancient pill recipes, ancient inheritances, god beast flesh and blood, Empyrean spirit treasures, transcendent divine mites, and even relics of true divinities from times long past. Yu Liuxing confidently spoke up from near Lin Ming, a somewhat satisfied tone in her voice. It had to be known that in Divine Rune City, almost 90% of the people were spiritus. In a sense, Divine Rune City was a city of the soul race. For her own race to have such a bustling city, Yu Liuxing was certainly proud of this. Oh, There is this kind of grand meeting? Lin Ming was even more satisfied with this divine rune city. In such a large volume of transactions, there would definitely be some that concerned inheritances and pills of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In ancient times, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was a considerably popular human cultivation method, so it wouldn't be surprising for inheritances to be left behind in ancient runes. Of course, even if Divine Rune City has a tremendous amount of daily business, there are still Empyreans that come here every year to make transactions of their own. Besides various treasures, you can also inquire into all sorts of information. All of the greatest intelligence networks of the inner Azure Road have branches in Divine Rune City, and some of them are even headquartered here. In short, in Divine Rune City, if you want to buy something, the premise is not whether you can find it here, but whether or not you can afford it. The hard currency here is pills or origin energy runes. I understand. Lin Ming subconsciously traced his spatial ring. In terms of wealth, Lin Ming was once rich, but because of his battle with Tian Mingzi, he had been forced to use up a massive number of 9 sun jades to power Primordius' heavenly palace. Although he was still considerably wealthy, the amount of money he had was completely inadequate to buy pill materials for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. How to obtain a sufficient amount of wealth was one of the problems Lin Ming worried about. You just said that there are intelligence networks that sell information. Lin Ming planned to inquire into information pertaining to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. To have pre-prepared information was always better than flying around like a headless fly. That's right. In Divine Rune City, the most famous intelligence network is Heaven's Secret. Their headquarters are based here. And if you have anything you wish to find out, chances are you'll be able to discover it. I understand. Thank you very much. There are indeed some things I wish to ask about, so we'll leave our sound transmission marks with you and part ways for now. Hearing Lin Ming say he was leaving, Yu Liuxing was startled for a moment, but there wasn't anything she could do to stop him. After the two groups exchanged sound transmission marks, Lin Ming then left with Xiao Maxian towards Heaven's Secret. Heaven's Secret was also located at the center of Divine Rune City. It was extremely easy for Lin Ming to find. The headquarters of Heaven's Secret wasn't considered too grand. From the outside, it seemed like an antique pavilion that was a bit too old-fashioned. There were gardens surrounding it that extended out for several miles. Lin Ming didn't need to be a genius to know that the value of land in Divine Rune City came at a sky-high premium. If Heaven's Secret was able to construct such a luxurious garden in Divine Rune City, it was a clear indication of their status. Entering the pavilion, Lin Ming looked up at the entranceway to see a plaque with the words Heaven's Secret Pavilion written on it in large brush strokes. Young hero, is there information you would like to inquire about? Someone welcomed Lin Ming at the entrance. This person was only a doorman, but their foundation was extremely solid. The way he walked and spoke was steady and solid. He was definitely an outstanding person amongst his peers. What would you like to ask about? The information that our Heaven's Secret sells is divided into different ranks and different prices. The higher level the information is, the more valuable it is. At the highest level, the information will come at an astronomical price. Heaven's Secret Pavilion had a total of 7 floors. The lowest floor had the cheapest information, but even though this was only the most ordinary information, it still wasn't something that an ordinary divine sea powerhouse would be able to handle. 9 stars of the Tao Palace, Lin Ming directly stated his goal for coming here. Please enter the 5th level. The doorman respectfully said. It was clear that this doorman was an extremely knowledgeable person. Just from some casual term that a guest gave out, he was able to judge the approximate value of it, to be able to understand many things from all over the Azure Road, as well as the entire 33 heavens. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could hope to accomplish. Just this alone made Lin Ming feel a bit more confident about this heaven secret. If they dared to call themselves the #1 intelligence network of Divine Rune City, then they really must be amazing. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace is only a 5th-level inquiry. It doesn't seem that it's too exaggerated. Lin Ming traced his chin. There were still 2 levels above the 5th. This meant that information about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace wasn't too difficult to look up. In other words, inheritances of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace shouldn't be difficult to find either. Of course, it was unknown what the rank of this inheritance would be. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian walked up to the 5th level. The one who greeted them was an old man. In front of this old man was a table with many wooden signs placed atop it. These wood signs had words such as inheritances, pills, sex, cities, mystic realms, races, vicious beasts, and so forth, each of them pertaining to the matter of information that someone wanted to look up. The person seeking information here would pick up the appropriate wooden sign and would then be directed to the corresponding room. Lin Ming picked up the wooden sign for inheritances. Afterwards, a woman in a green dress came and brought Lin Ming to a different room. After closing, all sound and aura was isolated outwards. It was clear that there was an extremely well-done array formation constructed in this room to prevent anyone from spying inwards. An old woman in brocaded robes was already sitting down in this room, waiting for Lin Ming. "What sort of inheritance would you like to inquire about?" the old woman asked in an elderly voice. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace. As Lin Ming spoke, an astonished light shined in the old woman's eyes. She stared at Lin Ming deeply. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace had long been lost to the rivers of time. She was currently unable to judge what Lin Ming's body transformation cultivation was, but only knew that he was at least at the peak of the 8 inner hidden gates. For a youth to open the complete 8 inner hidden gates, that wasn't easy at all. If you're asking about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then you should understand just how difficult it is. It is one of the 33 heavenly Taos. "I know," Lin Ming calmly nodded. If you can cultivate the 8 inner hidden gates to this degree, then your understanding of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace is likely greater than my own. I can only give you some information about inheritances, and as for cultivating, everything will depend on yourself. The old woman didn't try to urge Lin Ming not to waste his time or effort. She was only responsible for sharing information with guests here. As for the purpose of that information, she didn't ask that either. About the inheritance of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, there are 42 pieces of information. Each piece of information is ranked differently, and the higher the rank, the more expensive it is to find out. The old woman was very familiar with the information about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. All of this information was gathered by Heaven's Secret. Heaven's Secret would gather all sorts of information, and then this information would be sorted and classified into different categories, and then passed out to the individual responsible for that corresponding category. That person was responsible for memorizing all of this information so that when guests came, there was no need to look up information. They would have the answers readily available. I only want the highest rank. It needs to be at the Transcendent Divine Might rank or above. Lin Ming gained a bit more confidence in Heaven's Secret as he heard this number. As he had expected, it wasn't too difficult to look up information on inheritances of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Transcendent Divine Might? It seems you have a big appetite. The old woman chuckled. But those that would enter my Heaven's Secret headquarters to inquire about information would have to have at least that much. When it comes to low-rank cultivation methods, we simply don't bother recording them at all. If you are looking for transcendent divine mights, there is indeed one, but it isn't complete at all. There are 3 pieces of information, each one costing 350 million origin energy runes. If you want, I can sell you all 3 for $1 billion. Also, we only provide information. Our information doesn't mean that you will be successful in your quest, but what you should know is that for the price we charge, we will not provide any false information to you. If you ultimately cannot find what you are looking for, then the problem lies with you. The old woman calmly said. This expensive price left Lin Ming secretly flabbergasted. Origin energy runes were a currency unique to the Azure Road. They could be manufactured by having blank runes absorb heaven and earth origin energy. There were many strong martial artists who had no other way of earning money and who would spend a massive amount of time to create these origin energy runes and then use them to purchase goods. In the Azure Road, every business that was connected to the Azure Road, Heavenly Tao had to use origin energy runes. Lin Ming suspected that these origin energy runes were the source for how the Heavenly Tao rules revolved in the Azure Road, and thus how they became the hard currency for this land. 1 billion origin energy runes were equal to 10 trillion violet sunstones. This was far more expensive than the boundless world pill that Lin Ming had spent nearly all his wealth buying in the past. And this was only for information about a transcendent divine might. As for whether or not he could rely on this information to obtain a transcendent divine might, that was hard to say. This high price was simply because a transcendent divine might was far too precious. In the divine realm, it was considered wonderful if a world king holy land could have even an incomplete transcendent divine might. If it weren't for the fact that the 9 stars of the Tao Palace received such little attention, then this price might be even higher. I only have 9 sun jades. Lin Ming said, we accept 9 sun jades. If you wish to pay in 9 sun jades, then that will be 11 of them. Lin Ming pulled out 11 9 sun jades. The old woman picked them up and appraised their purity before nodding with satisfaction. Those that could use 9 sun jades as currency were clearly not poor, because these were things created by human Empyreans. The old woman accepted the 9 sun jades and then took out a blank white jade. She poured her divine sense into it and soon wrote down all the necessary information. Then she gave this jade slip to Lin Ming. The information is in here. Take a look. Thank you. Lin Ming took the jade slip and swept through it with his divine sense. But as he saw the contents, he was left startled. How is this possible? Something like this could happen. Chapter 1546, Riddle of the Cultivation Method. Chapter 1546, Riddle of the Cultivation Method. In the jade slip, there were 3 pieces of information recorded down about transcendent divine mights of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The first piece of information came from 30 years ago. The Forbidden Divine Barrens was a dangerous death zone. It was said that it was a land left behind by a great body transformation emperor. And this great body transformation emperor was a human. In the Forbidden Divine Barrens, someone had once found a remnant of a transcendent divine might related to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. However, they disappeared afterwards, and their whereabouts were currently unknown. The second piece of information came from 40 years ago. In the Stormy Sea, there were a number of islands that seemed to flit in and out of existence. One of these islands held an ancient ruin that concerned the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, and there were said to be inheritances left behind by powerhouses that once practiced the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. However, the location of this island was filled with uncertainties, and many people even thought it was nothing more than a mirage. A great number of powerhouses had gone to the Stormy Sea to seek out some clues of this island, but they all failed. Some people even went missing, and no one knew whether they had died or not. The third piece of information was also the simplest. The first 2 pieces of information were about mystic realm danger zones. Wanting to find transcendent divine mights of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace from those places was as dangerous as ascending to the heavens, and if there were any mistakes at all, one could even lose their life. But the third piece of information was more concrete. In the inner Azure Road, there was an assassin organization known as Heaven's Net. This Heaven's Net had a branch division in Divine Rune City, and the third leader of Heaven's Net was a human. This person dual cultivated in body and energy and trained in a remnant, transcendent, divine might of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. If one was willing to pay a high enough price, they could borrow it for a look. But what truly shocked Lin Ming was that the remnant transcendent divine might that the third leader of this Heaven's Net assassin organization possessed was the Celestial Tyrant Manual. This startled Lin Ming a great deal. Was there such a coincidence in this world? He himself possessed the 8 inner hidden gates section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, and just by casually inquiring at Heaven's Secret, he would find information about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace section of the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Could the Celestial Tyrant Manual have been a common body transformation law, formula of ancient times, and thus there were many copies of it? As soon as this thought appeared in Lin Ming's mind, he shot it down. He didn't know what level of cultivation method the Celestial Tyrant Manual was, but he guessed that it was a transcendent divine might. And now, Heaven's Secret also recognized it as a transcendent divine might. Without a doubt, this was the most likely situation. If the Celestial Tyrant Manual were indeed a transcendent divine might, then wanting to make another copy of it was nearly impossible. To do so, one needed to have reached large success in cultivating the Celestial Tyrant Manual, and the one who did so would be a body transformation Empyrean. Many transcendent divine might manuals were singularly unique. This showed just how precious they were. Moreover, the Celestial Tyrant Manual that Lin Ming had was found in an ancient ruin along with the Magic Cube. If there was an inheritance cultivation method that could be found together with the Magic Cube and was related to the Magic Cube, then it definitely wouldn't be something common. My Celestial Tyrant Manual was obtained by the Verdant Featherworld King, and at the time, he only managed to obtain the section about the 8 inner hidden gates. If there is only one copy of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, then does the Celestial Tyrant Manual that the third leader of Heaven's Net possesses make a set with mine? This is too coincidental. How could it be such a coincidence? Lin Ming felt this all to be unbelievable. It had to be known that the Magic Cube was discovered in the divine realm, but in this Azure Road that was a completely separate universe from the divine realm, he actually managed to find news about the other half of the Celestial Tyrant Manual. How could he not be surprised? Anomalies like this that were out of the ordinary were always suspicious. Lin Ming couldn't help but think there was some unknown secret. But no matter what, Lin Ming decided to meet this Heaven's Net leader to see where the Celestial Tyrant Manual in their hands had come from. So, these 3 pieces of information, do they satisfy you? The old woman faintly said. She had noticed the shock on Lin Ming's face as he read through the jade slip, but she didn't ask further because it wasn't her concern at all. She was only here to provide information and receive payment. I'm satisfied. Lin Ming believed that the information coming from Heaven's Secret was true. If they were able to stand tall in Divine Rune City where there were so many powerhouses, and also become the largest intelligence network in the city, then it would have been impossible to reach these heights by swindling their way here. Moreover, the Celestial Tyrant Manual indeed existed. But I want to ask something. How can I contact this Heaven's Net third leader? Lin Ming guessed that the behind-the-scenes leader of an assassin organization was mostly a mysterious figure. Wanting to make contact with him wouldn't be easy at all. The old woman said, "Consider this information a free gift to you. Wanting to make contact with the Heaven's Net third leader is extremely difficult, and all I know is that this person's code name is Blood Moon. This person's whereabouts are all a mystery, and if you are thinking about joining Heaven's Net to find them, then you will be wasting your time. This is because Heaven's Net doesn't accept new members like yourself. Most of the people in their ranks start out as extremely talented children that they take in. These people have all grown up in Heaven's Net and have been trained in that hellish environment, making all of them loyal and devoted to their organization. Lin Ming wasn't surprised by this at all. An assassin organization particularly focused on the loyalty and confidentiality of their members. Many of them wore masks for their entire lives, and even their team members wouldn't know their true appearance or name, only knowing them by their code name. Assassin organizations most loved looking for orphans and children that were extremely good at stealing and pickpocketing. By raising these people from their childhood and training them into sublime killers, these people would be utterly loyal to the organization, and their backgrounds would also be clean. Senior, you said that most of the people from Heaven's Net were raised since childhood, but what about the rest? The old woman said, the rest have either been thoroughly inspected by Heaven's Net for a long time, or they have been guaranteed by extremely important individuals of Heaven's Net. These types of people are normally extremely talented individuals, for instance, divine runic masters or alchemists. No matter how perfect the training system of Heaven's Net is, it is impossible for them to train divine runic grandmasters or alchemist grandmasters. Otherwise, there would be no need for an existence like the Divine Runic Master Guild. However, as an assassin organization, it is impossible for them to lack talented individuals in those aspects. Thus, they can only take in divine runic masters, alchemists, and refiners after they have been trained. If you wanted to make contact with Heaven's Net's third leader, then being introduced by divine runic masters or alchemists is the best way to go about it. This is because the Heaven's Net third leader has a high need of pills, and he is also needing people to refine them. If you are a divine runic grandmaster or grandmaster alchemist, then you won't even need to look for him. He will look for you. The old woman slowly said, since Blood Moon dual cultivated in body and energy, he certainly needed pills, let alone Blood Moon. Even someone like Lin Ming, who experienced lucky chance after lucky chance, needed pills and materials to the point of suffocating from them. Now, Lin Ming had finished swallowing all God Beast parts he had finished swallowing the 9-star heaven pill, had finished swallowing the Grand Mist Spirit Bead essence, and had even absorbed Xiao Maxian's primordial Yin blood to bring himself into harmony. If he wanted to continue training, then he would really be nothing but a destitute beggar with nothing to his name. Senior, do you think I am an alchemist or something? Lin Ming ruefully smiled. That's not my problem. If you know any grandmaster alchemists or divine runic grandmasters, then you can have them introduce you. I've already provided you with the method on how to make contact, so what else do you have to ask me? Nothing, Lin Ming helplessly said. Out of all the people this person could be, they had to be a leader of an assassin organization. This type of person was usually secretive in their movements, a divine dragon that never showed their face, so where would he begin looking for them? All right, if you have any other information you wish to inquire into, then feel free to visit. The old woman expressionlessly saw her guests out. Like this, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxian left Heaven's secret pavilion. Lin Ming, what was in that jade slip that surprised you so much? And you even have to ask about an assassin organization? Xiao Maxian asked Lin Ming as soon as they left. Lin Ming answered without hiding anything from her. After Xiao Maxian heard this, she pressed her eyebrows together and said, Is it that strange? Reasonably speaking, your Celestial Tyrant Manual should be a singularly unique copy. If so, then the Celestial Tyrant Manual that Blood Moon possesses should have been 2 parts of a whole to the one that you have. It's only that they were separated, and they were separated so long ago. The first half was left in an ancient ruin within the divine realm, and the second half came all the way to the Azura Road. I wonder how this is related. I think it's strange, too. It seems there is some mystery to this code named Blood Moon. Lin Ming couldn't figure out what the reason was. The only way he would be able to find out the truth was if he met Blood Moon in the future. The truth was that what Lin Ming wanted to know the most was how the Celestial Tyrant Manual was related to the magic cube. Was it just a coincidence that the first half of it was found together with the magic cube? Unfortunately, the verdant Featherworld King had died long ago, so this mystery was hard to solve. If he could see the second half of the Celestial Tyrant Manual, would he be able to find some clues about the magic cube? This was something that Lin Ming deeply cared about, even more so than the 9 stars of the Tao Palace cultivation method itself. After all, the magic cube was Lin Ming's most important treasure. His initial rise to fame had relied upon the magic cube, and as Lin Ming stepped into the Divine Lord realm and his cultivation continued to increase, he would be able to control more and more strength of the magic cube. The magic cube would eventually become Lin Ming's most powerful magic tool. In the future, he might need to use the magic cube to kill his enemies. In the future great calamity of humanity, the magic cube would become one of Lin Ming's greatest strengths. Any secret regarding the magic cube was extremely important to him. What do you plan on doing? Xiao Moxian shrugged. Have you thought about becoming a divine runic master? You should be able to meet this third leader like that, right? Don't you have some experience with inscription technique? But it does seem that the Azure Road's inscription technique is far more profound than that of the Divine Realm, and they have even combined it with God runes. How could I possibly do that? Lin Ming ruefully smiled. My inscription technique is too shameful to even show others, much less combine with God runes. How could it be that easy? As Lin Ming spoke to hear, he immediately perked up. Inscription technique combined with God runes. God runes, that's right. A brilliant light flashed in Lin Ming's mind. The God runes of the Azure Road could be obtained by challengers after they completed certain tasks. They were, in a sense, traces of the great Tao that corresponded to the heavenly Tao of the Azure Road. They were divided into many different grades, for instance, silver, gold, blue soul, zenith black, and so forth. Once one collected enough God runes, then they could open the final trial of the Azure Road. As for divine runic inscriptions, they were able to use the God runes of the Azure Road in inscription technique, forming the divine runic arts. I have successfully obtained and studied the Azure Sutra first volume, and I understand the Azure Road, heavenly Tao. Then, God runes, perhaps I might be able to draw up one myself. As this crazy thought began to grow within Lin Ming's mind, he gained unprecedented clarity of his path. If he could become a divine runic master, then not only would he be able to see the third leader of Heaven's Net, but it would be a great help to paving his future path to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Chapter 1547, Divine Runic Masters Guild. Chapter 1547, Divine Runic Masters Guild. Rather than asking others, it was better to ask himself. If Lin Ming wanted to walk down the path of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, his dependence on pills was far too great. And in order to make pills for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, each material needed was rarer than the last. Moreover, to refine them was extremely difficult, something that would be nearly impossible for anyone that wasn't a Grandmaster alchemist. But asking a Grandmaster alchemist for help wasn't easy to begin with. In addition to that, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace often used ancient pill recipes, the kind that alchemists almost never refined. Even if they did, they would need to spend some time familiarizing themselves with the process. This only added another level of difficulty, and a Grandmaster alchemist might not be willing to waste so much time. Thus, there was no choice that would be as convenient as Lin Ming's own alchemy ability. Divine Runic Master, alchemist, perhaps I really need to consider learning them. Lin Ming thought to himself. Then, at this time, a flame lit up in front of him. It was a sound-transmitting talisman sending a message from Yuliusheng. The general gist of it was that she had completed the Divine Runic Arts assessment with her little brother. Yu Liuxing had been evaluated as a 4th grade inscription master, Divine Runic Arts apprentice. Yu Qifeng had been evaluated as a 3rd grade inscription master, Divine Runic Arts apprentice. Yu Liuxing's voice in the sound transmitting talisman was one of joy and happiness. She was clearly more than satisfied with her results. Moreover, they had both been evaluated as possessing extremely high levels of talent and were fortunate enough to be received as disciples by an elder of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Even though they were only ordinary disciples now, if they performed their duties well, they had a chance of rising to be direct disciples in the future and possibly even being the ones to inherit the legacy of that elder. At that time, Yu Liuxing and Yu Qifeng would both become characters that could wield power as they pleased, mighty and unapproachable. At the end of the message, Yu Liuxing invited Lin Ming to come and take a look at the Divine Runic Masters Guild. This was just what Lin Ming wanted to do. He wanted to see what sort of scene the Divine Runic Masters Guild was like. The tall pagoda where the Divine Runic Masters Guild was located was filled year-round with the lingering fragrance of incense and medicine. In the skies around the pagoda, strange god runes appeared from time to time. Many martial artists that came to Divine Rune City would often come here for sightseeing and be amazed by the wondrous scenes all around them. As Lin Ming arrived at Divine Rune Pagoda, he saw a line of martial artists all waiting to take the assessment. These people were all uncommon individuals, and in Lin Ming's eyes, many of them could be considered heroic young elites. For Lin Ming to judge someone as a heroic young elite, they had to at least have the ability to stand tall in an ordinary world king, Holy Land. What are they doing? Lin Ming could see that the content of the tests these young martial artists were taking was similar to the 7 profound martial houses' 10,000 killing array. They would need to enter the illusory magic array and then fight their way through to assess their strength. Brother Lin, over here. The voice of a young girl suddenly called out. Lin Ming turned to see that the one shouting to him was Yu Liuxing. She beckoned to Lin Ming from the crowd, having Lin Ming walk over. Beside Yu Liuxing was Yu Qifeng, as well as another Spiritas man. This Spiritas man had a middle divine, Lord Realm cultivation. Lin Ming guessed that he wasn't too old. For him to have this cultivation at his current age was quite rare. Let me introduce you. This is my senior apprentice brother, 5th grade inscription master, 3rd grade divine runic master Luo Yubai, senior apprentice brother Lu. Senior apprentice brother Lu is the most magnificent direct disciple beneath my master, and just completed his test to become a 3rd grade divine runic master last year. Yu Liuxing clearly held deep admiration in her eyes as she introduced Lin Ming to this person. In particular, when she mentioned the words direct disciple and 3rd grade divine runic master, her eyes shined particularly bright, as if she couldn't conceal the envy and respect within her. In Divine Rune City, inscription masters were divided into 12 grades, and divine runic masters were divided into 9 grades. It wasn't hard to rise in grade as an inscription master, but wanting to rise in grade as a divine runic master was far, far too hard. In the Inner Azure Road, there were numerous 12th grade inscription masters, but there wasn't a single 9th grade divine runic master. In fact, 8th grade divine runic masters were nearly myths unto themselves. As for 9th grade divine runic masters, they had only existed in ancient times several billion years ago. To divine runic masters, a 9th grade divine runic master was an existence close to that of God. It was because of this extremely difficult grading system that Yu Liuxing was filled with admiration and yearning towards the term 3rd grade divine runic master. A 3rd grade divine runic master was high enough to receive a courteous reception from almost any large influence. This was particularly true for someone like Luo Yubai. With his extremely high talent, his future was limitless. He might even become a 6th grade divine runic master in the future. This meant that many great world kings would be respectful when seeing Luo Yubai, treating him with the same dignity that they reserved for their descendants. Lin Ming glanced over Luo Yubai. This person was indeed outstanding. From looks, he seemed to be around 23 to 24 years old. He was tall and stood straight with an imposing and immaculate appearance. His forehead was wide and even, and he had the aura of a natural-born ruler. On his right, I was a small round lens, something that resembled a monocle. In fact, this was a common magic tool that divine runic masters used, and was specifically for analyzing the structure of divine runes. He wore robes of black and white like ink on water. The base of his clothes were white, and black ink traced lines along them. These lines were designs of divine runic inscriptions and looked natural and pleasing. "Hello," Lin Ming politely greeted. Luo Yubai glanced at Lin Ming without any expression. Then Lin Ming felt a sudden divine sense wash over his body, as if it wanted to thrust into his spiritual sea and inner world, completely understanding him. Lin Ming's mind chilled. He immediately summoned a little power from the magic cube, and in addition to the divine mist heart mantra that he studied, he concealed his inner world and spiritual sea, making it so that Luo Yubai only saw faint white mirages. With Luo Yubai's cultivation, it was impossible for him to see through any secrets within Lin Ming. But no one liked being probed by others, and this was the most basic form of politeness between martial artists. Luo Yubai certainly knew this, but as a divine runic master and also a spiritas, he was particularly skilled in the aspect of sense. In any normal circumstances, it was impossible for human martial artists of the same step to discover that he was probing them, much less Lin Ming, who was at a much lower cultivation boundary. Upon discovering that there wasn't anything special about Lin Ming, Luo Yubai proceeded to ignore him. Since Lin Ming was a human, this made it so that Luo Yubai had fundamentally no interest in exchanging any pleasantries with him. He pushed up the monocle on his eye and faintly said to Yu Liuxing, "These two are your friends." "Why, yes." Yu Liuxing was a bit embarrassed as she saw the lack of expression on Luo Yubai's face. Later, don't bring irrelevant people to the Divine Runic Masters Guild. We'll consider it fine, just this once. Luo Yubai used a sound transmission to speak and didn't say it out loud. Then he turned and left, but his expression and gestures demonstrated a clear sense of superiority that caused Xiao Moxian's eyes to twitch. She could approximately guess what Luo Yubai had said to Yu Liuxing. Otherwise, there was no way she would look so awkward. Just who does he think he is? Xiao Moxian pouted. Yu Liuxing was frozen where she was, her face filled with an apologetic expression. Lin Ming didn't care about this at all. He indifferently said, "This person is an outstanding young elite of the Divine Runic Masters Guild and has an inborn sense of superiority. Unless you are an equally outstanding character, it is hard to enter his view." Luo Yubai's cold response hadn't surprised Lin Ming at all. This was because Yu Liuxing's status was insignificant to begin with. She was considered amongst the lowest echelons of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. As for the friends she invited over, they weren't divine runic masters, nor were they part of the soul race, and their cultivations were only at the peak of the early divine lord realm. So, who would bother with seeing them? Imagine there is a successor of a royal family. One day, a son of a branch family with no status at all decides to invite his own common city friends for a visit. In the eyes of the world, it is impossible for that successor to treat those common city friends with any sense respect at all. In fact, that successor is likely disinclined to meet with them to begin with, because those common city friends have no value in his eyes. Currently, this other person views us in the same way. Lin Ming's words were all spoken with a true essence sound transmission. Xiao Moxian was still miffed after hearing this. What a snobby little bastard. I can beat up 10 of these people and still not be satisfied. It should be more than 10. Lin Ming smiled. But in terms of inscription technique, he can defeat me 100 to 1, I believe. Lin Ming self-deprecatingly said. These words were not modesty. They were the truth. Xiao Maxian also worried a little for Lin Ming after hearing this. Then how do you plan on learning? Learning these sorts of things will probably require a great deal of time. Yes, but I don't plan on taking a conventional approach. I have other methods available to me. I've never had much contact with the divine runic arts, so it's impossible for me to judge how much time it will take. But I believe that my speed of learning the divine runic arts will be at least 100 times faster than anyone else's. Lin Ming confidently said. Xiao Maxian was left stricken 100 times. Something that would take someone else 100 years to learn, Lin Ming could learn in a single year. Miss you. About how old is this senior apprentice brother Luo of yours? Lin Ming only cared about how many years Luo Yubai had spent to become a third-grade divine runic master. Liuxing thought about it for a while. He is over 400 years old. Over 400 years old. Could he have used 400 years to learn the divine runic arts? Lin Ming frowned. Although he was confident that he could quickly learn the divine runic arts, taking 400 years to become a third-grade divine runic master seemed a bit too much. How could it be so long? Senior apprentice brother Luo first started studying the divine runic arts when he reached the divine lord realm, so he has probably studied the divine runic arts for around 70 to 80 years. Studying the divine runic arts requires a tremendous amount of time, and you also need a ridiculously solid soul force as a support. Many martial artists first cultivate the martial path first before studying the divine runic arts. Me and my little brother are also the same. That is why we are only divine runic art apprentices right now. There is still a long road ahead of us, and we will continue to primarily focus on cultivating. So that's how it is. Lin Ming finally understood. When a martial artist was young, that was the prime time in their life to cultivate martial arts, from their teenage years to when they were several dozen years old. Martial artists were in a constant race against time. The higher their cultivation achievements were in their youth, the more life potential they could dig out in the future, meaning that their future achievements would also be greater. If they placed too much time and energy in learning the divine runic arts, then the losses would simply outweigh the gains. 70 to 80 years to become a third-grade divine runic master. That is also acceptable. Lin Ming was constantly calculating the time he needed to learn the divine runic arts. If a divine runic arts talent like Luo Yubai needed 70 to 80 years to become a third-grade divine runic master, then if he could increase the speed by 100 times, Lin Ming could reach the same level in maybe 10 months. Of course, a third-grade divine runic master was far from reaching Lin Ming's requirements. He needed to become a divine runic grandmaster, and also minor in alchemy. Only like this would he be able to refine the pills needed for the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Chapter 1548. Broken Jade. Chapter 1548. Broken Jade. After entering the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the medicinal fragrance was much richer. If an ordinary pill were placed in the Divine Runic Masters Guild for a long time, then it would soak in the medicinal fragrance and become a medicinal pill. If a mortal were to breathe in this fragrance, then their mind would become sharper, and they would become the number 1 scholar of their country. If a martial artist lived here year-round, it would also be beneficial to their cultivation. The grounds of the Divine Runic Masters Guild, their walls, their stone tables and stone benches, and even their eating utensils were engraved with runes. These runes not only served decorative purposes, but they were themselves array formations that could do various things, such as gathering origin energy or strengthening the use of tools. Miss you, I saw some people lining up outside the Divine Runic Masters Guild waiting for some test. Just what are they testing? Lin Ming asked as he followed behind Liuxing. It seems that the Divine Runic Masters Guild is looking to recruit guards. Those people have all come to apply, Yu Liuxing casually said. Lin Ming was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Just for recruiting guards, so many people had come, and these people were all outstanding young elites. However, upon thinking about it further, this was also within reason. Not only was it easy to come into contact with great individuals within the Divine Runic Masters Guild, but one could also obtain high wages. Just the medicinal fragrance within the Divine Rune Pagoda would be greatly beneficial to their cultivation if they could inhale it daily. Lin Ming continued following Yu Liuxing through a number of winding corridors until they reached a broad hall. Within this grand hall, there were several neatly arranged rows of blue stone counters. These counters all had various alchemy and inscription tools on them. Standing behind some of these counters were young martial artists. These martial artists wore robes and were clearly busying themselves with working at the counters. A few old men sat on the sidelines, judging their work while they sipped on some tea, and also occasionally gave pointers. It was clear that they were guiding their apprentices. Sir Lin, take a look. The one in a black and white robe is a divine runic master, and the one in a blue and red robe is an alchemist. The badges on their chest represent their grade. The more stripes there are, the higher their grade is. In Divine Rune City, alchemists and divine runic masters were separate. Although there were a massive number of alchemists in the Divine Runic Masters Guild, the reason that this organization was named by its divine runic masters was because their status was higher than alchemists. Lin Ming watched with his own eyes as a disciple completed a divine runic symbol and then placed it on a rock. The divine runic symbol immediately melted into the rock, fusing with it. Then this hard rock shimmered with a brilliant light. After the light died down, it still glowed with a golden light because it had actually turned into gold. This was truly turning stone into gold. Turning stone into gold was an immortal skill that mortals dreamed of. However, this was a useless ability to martial artists because to them, gold was no different from iron. But if someone were to tell Lin Ming to turn stone into gold just by touching it, then that wouldn't be something he could do. Let alone Lin Ming. Not even a great world king could do this. In order to accomplish this miracle, one needed to be at least an Empyrean. This was because turning stone into gold involved changing the structure of matter, something that was part of the heavenly Tao laws. In truth, changing the structure of matter was violating the heavenly Tao laws. Although it wasn't the same as rebelling against the heavens, it was similar. If one wasn't an Empyrean or hadn't crossed heavenly tribulation, then it was impossible to do this. But in front of Lin Ming, a simple divine runic art had accomplished this. This was because in the Azure Road, divine runic arts represented the heavenly Tao, the will of God. Because of this, people changed this skill from inscription technique to the divine runic arts. After witnessing a divine runic master turn stone into gold, Lin Ming saw another divine runic master place a divine runic symbol into a basin of water. This water became increasingly thick, and before long it had turned into oil. And what startled Lin Ming the most was a middle-aged divine runic master with 3 stripes on his badge placing a divine runic symbol on a frog. This frog then transformed into a mouse. Although this wasn't particularly useful to a martial artist, this was actually an extraordinary ability. For a single divine runic symbol to turn stone into gold, turn water into oil, and even change the shape of a life form and turn a frog into a mouse, this was almost the same as the divine ability of creation. The legendary Azure Road is said to be created by the Azure Road Master, but the title of the Azure Road Master is not a true divinity, but the creator. The Azure Sutra that he created is the cultivation method to control the power of divine creation and create an entire world. If one mastered the Azure Sutra, then it might really be possible to create an entirely new world. Unfortunately, I understand far too little about the Azure Sutra. Lin Ming sighed deeply. He was far too young, with less than 60 years of cultivation. There was a long road ahead of him. If one reached the highest levels of the divine runic arts, could one change grass into peak heavenly materials, or change stones into 9 sun jades? If so, then to an 8th or 9th grade divine runic master. Wealth has no meaning at all. Of course, Lin Ming was just thinking about this. He didn't doubt that wanting to transform something into top medicinal materials would require an absurdly high grade of divine runic symbol. It wouldn't be easy at all to draw up. As Lin Ming was thinking, he soon saw another divine runic master place a divine runic symbol onto a hoe. This hoe was an ordinary hoe used by mortal farmers on their farm. It was indeed stained with rust and time. But after this divine runic symbol was placed on it, the entire hoe shined with a divine light. Although its shape didn't change, the quality of this hoe had directly climbed up to a low-grade saint artifact. The rust fell off, revealing a pitch-black edge that shined with a cold light. Even the handle gained a strange elasticity that allowed one to bend it like a moon, and one could even use it to save strength and shatter a pillar of divine steel. In Lin Ming's eyes, this handle would make an excellent spear shaft. This is truly heaven-defying. As Lin Ming sighed with praise, he also understood that divine runic arts were limited to the Azura Road. Once one left the Azura Road, it would be impossible to use the divine runic arts because God runes did not exist outside of the Azura Road. The only exception would be if one could thoroughly pass the final test of the Azura Road and control the laws of the Azura Road for one's own use, instead of simply following them. Lin Ming could faintly feel that the Azura Road Master had in truth formed his own independent heavenly Tao, and although this heavenly Tao stood outside of the 33 heavenly Taos, it still stood on equal footing with them. To be able to create his own heavenly Tao laws, this sort of method was truly heart-shaking to hear. Without a doubt, after one's divine runic arts reached this level, even if there was a poor quality pill, if one were to place a high-grade divine runic symbol on it, it would become something far more profound. This was not something that the medicinal inscription symbols that Lin Ming learned before could hope to compare with. After passing through this hall, Lin Ming and the others arrived at a side hall of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. This side hall was considerably large. It was the trade area of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. This trade area was completely different from the square around Divine Rune Pagoda. In the Divine Rune Pagoda Square, there were all sorts of sounds, cries, and bargaining noises, just like a busy mortal market fair. But here, everything was quiet. The stall vendors lazily sat in their chairs. They might have been meditating or resting, as if these stalls had nothing to do with them at all. These vendors were all Divine Runic Masters or alchemists of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Lin Ming and Xiao Maxin approached a stall. The stall vendor reluctantly opened one eye to sweep over Lin Ming and Xiao Maxin. Then he returned to meditating as if he hadn't seen them at all. This was because to the stall vendor, Lin Ming and Xiao Maxin didn't resemble customers at all. They were as young as little babies. Their cultivations weren't high, and they weren't divine runic masters or alchemists, so what could they possibly be doing here except taking a look? This stall vendor simply couldn't be bothered with attending to these customers who were only interested in window shopping. What sort of service is this? Xiao Maxin said, a bit indignantly. Ever since coming to the Divine Runic Masters Guild, she had been continuously ignored. First was that Luo Yubai, who seemed to have his eyes on the top of his head. She wished that she could maliciously stomp on him as revenge. Now it was this old geezer, sitting there motionlessly like he was some almighty Buddha. How could Xiao Maxin be happy with this? Hey you, how do we buy these medicines? Xiao Maxin pointed towards a withered yellow root that looked like a radish and asked about this common-looking herb. She asked about this medicinal herb because she could feel a rich heaven and earth origin energy emanating from it. It clearly wasn't ordinary. The Divine Runic Master lazily opened an eye. glancing at Xiao Moxian from between the slits of his eyelids. He lightly said, "Your eyesight is all right, but you don't even know the name of this medicinal herb. You aren't a customer at all, but you're simply curious about all of this. If you're just going to waste my time, then don't bother disturbing me." After being exposed by the divine runic master, Xiao Moxian squawked out loud, nearly choking on herself. Lin Ming smiled, saying, "Although we don't understand the divine runic arts, buying good materials is always useful. I also intend to dabble in the divine runic arts in the future, so I ask Senior to kindly inform us of the price." With Lin Ming's divine Lord Boundary cultivation, he was at the perfect time to begin learning the divine runic arts. But to this old divine runic master, Lin Ming clearly didn't have any chance of learning anything because he was a human. He looked at Lin Ming with an annoyed look, as if he didn't want Lin Ming to continue bothering him. Then he directly listed off the names of several materials as well as the price of the medicinal herb. This time, Lin Ming was left dumbfounded. He had never heard of these materials before, and according to the old man, he simply didn't accept origin energy runes. Rather, he wanted to barter, the most primitive form of trade. Realizing this, Lin Ming suddenly became aware. These vendors all held extremely high positions and didn't lack 9 sun jades, or origin energy runes. What they lacked were materials and rare god runes, or superior top-grade pill furnaces for alchemy, or even top-grade pens for drawing up divine runic symbols. Thus, these vendors were mostly interested in bartering. They had no interest in origin energy runes because there were things that couldn't be purchased with origin energy runes. Lin Ming was able to confirm that he couldn't afford anything here. He hadn't even heard of these materials before. So, what was there to buy? Lin Ming had no choice but to withdraw the divine runic master side, giving off an expression that he had long expected this. Then he closed his eyes and returned to his meditation. This caused Xiao Moxian to be even more disgruntled. "Let's go," Lin Ming said. The reason he came to the Divine Runic Masters Guild was to see just what the divine runic arts were. Now that he had accomplished his goal, he could leave. All that remained was to learn the divine runic arts. However, just as Lin Ming was about to leave, he suddenly stopped where he was no longer leaving. His eyes locked onto a table covered with random objects in front of the old divine runic master. Among these random items was a common-looking piece of broken jade, but as Lin Ming saw this jade, he was shocked. Chapter 1549, Buying Treasures. Chapter 1549, Buying Treasures. There were too many scattered items in front of the old divine runic master's stall. It was like he was too lazy to sort these things out and let them pile up in a messy bunch. Among these random items was a common piece of broken jade that was hidden by some other things. If it weren't for Lin Ming's extraordinary eyesight and a faintly familiar aura that he felt from this broken jade, then he would never have noticed it at all. Lin Ming silently squatted down in front of the old divine runic master's stall, quietly probing that broken jade. After a short period of time, he was able to confirm that he wasn't mistaken. Normally, someone old and well-taught like this old divine runic master vendor would have a vast amount of experience, and it should have been impossible for Lin Ming to find any hidden gems in his trove of random items. But this broken jade was too special. Besides Lin Ming, there was no one else who would have sensed anything special about it. Although this broken jade was only an inch in size and was extremely fragmented, there were faint lines on its surface. These lines revealed an aura, one that was the exact same as the Emperor Jade that Lin Ming had obtained from the Wheel of Destiny. When Lin Ming first entered the Azure Road, he had obtained the Emperor Jade. By relying on it, he had been able to enter the great desolate god trove hidden in the depths of the God-Burying Ridge. In God-Burying Ridge, the Emperor Jade had allowed Lin Ming to repeatedly overcome danger after danger, saving his life countless times. Could the Azura Road Master have left more than one piece of Emperor Jade? Was there a pair, or even more than a pair? Lin Ming didn't know why this Emperor Jade was broken. This little piece wasn't even a quarter of the size of a complete Emperor Jade, and it was also missing the most essential lines of an Emperor Jade. This would make perceiving anything from it nearly impossible. This divine runic master must have accidentally obtained this broken jade from somewhere, and although he could faintly feel that it was uncommon, he couldn't figure out just what it was. He likely thought it was only a fragment of an ancient top magic weapon, and thus he had brought it out to sell. Lin Ming began to leisurely look over every other item in the stall to prevent the old divine runic master from discovering his true purpose. At this time, the divine runic master vendor opened his eyes, saying, "You aren't a divine runic master, and you also don't understand the materials that I have, and yet you still linger around here. Have you taken a fancy to my items? Or perhaps you think you found some treasure amongst my random goods that you would like to take from me?" As the old divine runic master spoke these words, Lin Ming felt his heart chill. This old geezer, he was far too vigilant. However, Lin Ming's behavior really couldn't be explained. What others wanted, Lin Ming didn't have. And as for the items that were placed out, Lin Ming had no idea what they were. If he continued to wander around here and look about, then that simply couldn't be justified. Lin Ming's thoughts turned, and he immediately responded, "Senior shouldn't say that. Although this junior is nothing but an amateur layman when it comes to the divine runic arts, and I also don't have any materials that Senior wants, I have still decided to become a divine runic master in the future. I will eventually need to understand what these things are, and there are always some things that I have which Senior might need. For instance, God runes." The God runes in the Azura Road were obtained through completing missions. Lin Ming had many rare blue soul runes, as well as a few zenith black runes with him. A divine runic master's divine runic arts needed rare God runes. Only by combining these God runes with inscription did that form the divine runic arts. Lin Ming guessed that divine runic masters were normally busy with their own matters every day, so they almost never had time to go out in the greater Azura Road and complete missions. Thus, in order to obtain rare God runes, they would trade for them here. This was why he thought of exchanging some treasures with God runes. "You want to become a divine runic master?" Hee. The divine runic master vendor chuckled. Although hadn't done any evaluations, his meaning was obvious. In his opinion, a human wanting to become a divine runic master was no different from a toad wanting to eat swan meat. However, the divine runic master vendor was indeed interested in Lin Ming's God runes. He asked, "What God runes do you have? Let's take a look." Lin Ming didn't take out his God runes just yet. If this vendor saw that he had so many rare God runes, then he might ask for a ridiculous price. Lin Ming said, "If I dare to speak like this, then I naturally have quite a few in my inventory." As Lin Ming finished speaking, he continued looking at the random treasures. His original idea was to casually pick some items and then conveniently take the broken Emperor Jade too. However, he immediately rejected this after he thought of it. This was because besides the Emperor Jade fragment, the other items didn't need to be appraised at all. If he chose a random bunch of bargain items and then added on this strange Emperor Jade fragment, once more, it would inevitably arouse the vendor's suspicions. It was clear that this vendor didn't understand just what the Emperor Jade fragment was, and Lin Ming lingering around here was suspicious to begin with. If he were to take the Emperor Jade fragment with a bunch of other things, then that would be far too suspicious. Thinking of this, Lin Ming directly took up the Emperor Jade fragment and then flipped it over a few times in his hand. He suddenly said to Xiao Moxian, "Sienna, I remember you said that your uncle wanted to refine his life's magic tool, but he needed to fuse in the treasure spirit of an Empyrean spirit treasure? A complete Empyrean spirit treasure would be too luxurious. but using a fragment should be more than enough. Since your uncle's 103,000th grand birthday celebration is coming up, then how about I make a gift of this spirit treasure fragment? Lin Ming was simply making things up on the spot. Where did Xiao Moxian have an uncle that needed an Empyrean spirit treasure to refine his life's magic tool? But Xiao Moxian was a smart young woman. She immediately realized that Lin Ming wanted to hide his intentions of buying this broken jade and avoid the suspicion of the old man. Could this broken jade be a treasure? Xiao Moxian felt this all a bit too unbelievable. But whether or not Lin Ming's judgment was correct, she wouldn't ruin his play anyways. Without revealing a puzzled expression, she slapped on the most helpless look that she could. With a thick embarrassment in her tone, she said, "Sir Lin, don't you think that this gift is a bit too sad? My uncle's celebration will have people coming from all sides, and if you only take out a spirit treasure fragment, then don't you think it's a bit pitiful to take out? You should know that my uncle handles most decisions of my family. If he has a poor impression of you, then I'm afraid that our matters will be." Xiao Moxian immediately responded with her own play. Lin Ming was left a bit stunned. Wasn't her acting a bit too good? Hearing Xiao Moxian call this gift a bit sad, the divine runic master vendor's lips twitched. This was equal to saying that he was selling trash. Just what sort of noble status was a divine runic master? He had lived to his old age and had a great deal of face, and yet right now he was insulted by a little girl. How could he be happy about this at all? "Do you want to buy it or not?" The old divine runic master coldly coughed. Lin Ming quickly apologized. "Senior has misunderstood the situation. This junior didn't mean it like that. I only meant to say that this magic weapon fragment has the lowest value out of all of Senior's goods, but even so, it would bleed out far too much wealth from me. May I ask just how much this magic weapon fragment is?" You don't need to flatter me into forgetting," the old man sneered. He stared at Lin Ming and then said, 10 blue soul runes." Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat as he heard this. He knew the approximate cost of an Empyrean spirit treasure fragment, as well as the cost of a blue soul rune. 10 blue soul god runes for this fragment was far too outrageous. Although Lin Ming could afford 10 blue soul runes, he still felt that this old vendor was cheating him. If he agreed, not only would he make himself seem suspicious, but this old man might not even sell it to him anymore. 10 blue soul runes? Are you joking with me? As a senior, should you really be trying to butcher a junior like this? The most I can offer you is 3. As Lin Ming spoke, he raised 3 fingers and 3 blue soul runes floated above his fingertips. Lin Ming had taken special care in choosing these 3 blue soul runes. Although their value wasn't too high, they were still quite rare among blue soul runes. They couldn't be bought with mere money. Lin Ming wanted to stir up this old divine runic master's interest. However, Lin Ming never thought that as soon as the old divine runic master saw these 3 runes, he would immediately grab back the Emperor Jade fragment. Lin Ming inwardly grimaced. Could this old man not be planning on selling to him anymore? If the old divine runic master didn't plan on selling to Lin Ming, then Lin Ming didn't have anything else he could do. He could only leave. Otherwise, if Lin Ming offered a higher price, the old man's suspicions would be even higher. Finally, only having the opposite effect. The old man flipped the broken jade in his hands several times, carefully probing it and using his sense to evaluate it. This process continued for an entire incense stick of time. This old man had already appraised this item many times before, in the Divine Runic Masters Guild. The Divine Runic Masters were generally on good terms with each other. When others evaluated this item, they also came up with a similar appraisal. This sort of magic weapon fragment was likely of the Empyrean spirit treasure rank. This wasn't too tempting to the old man. If it weren't for the strange lines that covered this piece of jade, he would have already dealt with it. An Empyrean spirit treasure wasn't priceless even if complete. it would be far lower in value than a transcendent divine might. This was because an Empyrean would at most be able to form a single transcendent divine might in their life, if at all. As for Empyrean spirit treasures, they would create several of them. An incomplete Empyrean spirit treasure was even less valuable. Its only use was, as Lin Ming had said, to draw out its artifact spirit and form one's own treasure. Finally, the old man handed the broken jade to Lin Ming. He coldly said, 3 blue soul runes for you. Hearing these words, Lin Ming finally relaxed. This old fellow was cautious and stingy to the point that he could squeeze oil from sand. A junior had chosen one of his items and even given a good reason for doing so, yet he had actually taken it back to look over several times. 3 blue soul runes was a bit high for an Empyrean spirit treasure fragment, but it wasn't too outrageous. Lin Ming feared that the runes he took out weren't able to move the old divine runic master. If so, he could only leave. Otherwise, the more he tried to barter, the more suspicious the old man would be. It seemed that Xiao Maxian's performance just now was a bit more effective than he thought. Lin Ming handed over the 3 blue soul runes and finally bought what he wanted. As for the old man, he was satisfied with the 3 blue soul runes Lin Ming had put forth. He had indeed needed them. Chapter 1550, Undying Medicine. Chapter 1550, Undying Medicine. In order to prevent any more problems occurring, after Lin Ming bought his item, he took a few more circles around, and then bid his farewells to Liu Xing and Yu Qifeng. Together with Xiao Maxian, he left the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Lin Ming, what is that thing you bought? Xiao Maxian couldn't help but ask Lin Ming with a sound transmission as soon as they left. Her curiosity had gotten the better of her. If I'm not wrong, then this should be something left behind by the Azura Road Master. Lin Ming honestly replied. Xiao Maxian was startled upon hearing this. The Azura Road Master. In the Azura Road Master was the true divine god. Anything related to him, even if it was only a tiny fragment, was astoundingly valuable. No wonder Lin Ming had tried so hard to buy this piece of broken jade. What use does this have? I have no idea at present, but no matter what, we're headed back to Heaven's Secret for now. You want to return to Heaven's Secret? Xiao Maxian asked, surprised. They had just left from there not too long ago. What do you want to go to Heaven's Secret for? There's some information I need. This information is extremely important for me to learn the divine runic arts. The divine runic arts were broad and all-encompassing. In order to study them, one needed to invest a massive amount of time and energy while accumulating a tremendous amount of knowledge and experience. What Lin Ming lacked the most now was time. Even if he had the Azura Sutra supporting him, it was impossible to do all of this overnight. And if all of this took too much time, then it was meaningless to Lin Ming. After several hours, Lin Ming arrived at Heaven's Secret once more. This time, Lin Ming had chosen to change his appearance. Although Heaven's Secret sold all sorts of information, what they wouldn't reveal was what sort of information their guests had inquired about. This was one of the most basic rules of an intelligence network. Otherwise, there would be no guest that would be able to ask for information in confidence, lest they be looked up by others. Even so, Lin Ming felt it was safe to change his appearance. After all, the information he was seeking now was highly sensitive. Sir, what would you like to inquire about? The doorman asked Lin Ming at the entrance to Heaven's Secret. Divine Runic Masters. What rank? 5th rank and above. Then please go to the 5th floor, the doorman respectfully said. This was the same floor as last time. After reaching the 5th floor with Xiao Maxian, Lin Ming took up the wooden sign marked with people and then was led to the corresponding room. In this room, there was a blue-clothed old man waiting for Lin Ming. The old man sat in the back of the room, separated from guests by a hanging curtain. He spoke to Lin Ming through this curtain. "What would you like to know?" The old man's voice was hoarse and gritty, as if he were in the waning years of his life. "I want information on divine runic masters and alchemists. I do not want any divine runic masters from the Divine Runic Masters Guild. They must live outside of Divine Rune City and should preferably have strange and eccentric personalities. They need to be people who have committed all sorts of sinful and evil deeds. I need their location, their cultivation methods, their cultivation boundaries, an approximation of their strength, what influences support them, and all other related information. Moreover, the Divine Runic Masters should be at the 5th grade or above. At the very least, they must be at the 4th grade." The blue-clothed old man was surprised as he listened to Lin Ming. "The information you want is extremely detailed, so our price will be very high. This is also because if we betray the information of these individuals, our Heaven's Secret might offend them." Heaven's Secret was an intelligence network, and thus they inevitably collected information on great influences and important figures. If they sold this information to others, they were likely to offend them, especially if they sold this information to their enemies or other hostile groups. Thus, Heaven's Secret would be very careful with what sort of information they sold. If they couldn't offend the individual, then they would never sell the information, no matter how high the price. As for those that they could offend, the price would be exorbitantly high. An intelligence network was involved in all aspects of the world. If their background wasn't deep enough and they aroused the anger of some people, it was possible that they would be dug up and eliminated. Information on divine runic masters is sensitive to begin with. There are often many complex relationships behind these divine runic masters. Luckily, you don't want any information about divine runic masters that are a part of the Divine Runic Masters Guild. Otherwise, no matter how many origin energy runes you offered, we still wouldn't sell it to you. If you want information on divine runic masters that have been exiled outside of Divine Rune City, then I can actually provide some information to you. There are a few pieces of information I have which aren't too involved with the greater influences. Each piece of information will be charged according to the detail, as well as the grade of the Divine Runic Master, and they will be around 500 million to 700 million origin energy runes each. As the blue-clothed old man said these words, even though Lin Ming had already been prepared for this, he still felt his heart drip blood. This was indeed ridiculously expensive. Although he was wealthy during all his years in the Azure Road, he had never earned money, only spent it, and he had spent a great deal of it too. Lin Ming didn't have too many 9 sun jades left on him. Lin Ming took out a piece of white jade and poured his divine sense into it, further detailing his requests. He wanted to know their strength, cultivation, moral behavior, temperament, and so forth. He also only wanted those evil and demonic people. As for divine runic masters that were highly respected and noble characters, he didn't want them at all. After the blue-clothed old man looked through the white jade, he said, "There are a total of 3 individuals that match your request. The total price will be 6 billion. Lin Ming took a deep breath and fished out some 9 sun jades from his spatial ring. After he lined them up, he said, "Tell me everything." "All right." The blue-clothed old man wrote down 3 sections of information on a jade slip. Lin Ming took the jade slip and recorded all the information in his mind. Then he and Xiao Moxian left Heaven's Secret, 100,000 miles southeast of Divine Rune City. There was a remote mountain. People rarely visited this mountain, and deep in a valley of it was a lake that stretched for 10 miles, named Star Lake. As night arrived each evening, Star Lake would be filled with the night winds. The reflection of starlight would shine down on the lake, making it seem like a stretch of liquid silver, beautiful to the eyes. On one side of Star Lake was an ancient castle. This castle was built with obsidian and had already stood here for 100,000 years. A part of the castle extended into the lake leaving a black reflection on the surface. Looking at this black reflection, one felt a sense of peace and quiet. However, no one imagined that such a beautiful and wondrous place was in truth a den of darkest evils. Within the castle, there was a completely sealed-off space. The floors were made of pale red tiles, and the walls were dark gray. Pill furnaces and divine runic tables were scattered all about, making it seem messy and chaotic. On these stone tables and on the walls, there were black stains. These stains were left by dried-up blood. In the center of this space, there was a row of metal frames, dozens of them altogether. But what was startling was that on every metal frame, there was a young girl tied up. These young girls were in rags, and some were even naked. The oldest of them were in their 20s, and there were even those that were 16 to 17. The youngest among them looked to be around 11 to 12, with a few 13 to 14-year-olds placed throughout. Every girl was covered with scars. These scars were found on their necks, thighs, chests, stomachs, and wrists. There were knife wounds, scratches, and even bite marks. Some wounds were intentionally inflicted, and some seemed specifically designed to let out blood. After suffering for such a long time, all of these girls were in the depths of despair, their eyes without light, like dying embers. If it weren't for their faint heartbeat and breathing, one might even think that they were dead. Although they had been tortured into such states, one could still the beauty that hid behind their dirty faces and disheveled hair. It was clear that these were once proud beauties of different races. There were humans, monsters, demons, and even saints. In fact, not only were they beauties of different races, but there were those amongst them with relatively high levels of martial talent. Some had special physiques, variation bloodlines, or variation dantians. Some girls were martial artists. There were those at the Xiantian realm, and even some at the Revolving Core realm. But now, their cultivations had been sealed away. They were no different from ordinary mortal girls. If one were to send these girls to large influences, then although they might not have been peak geniuses, they should still have become inner court disciples. If one raised them with enough effort, then there were high chances that they would reach the Divine Lord realm in the future. But now, all of that was impossible. Their lives would be buried in the horrendous and despairing castle. Some of these people had been kidnapped, and some had been bought as slaves. Of them, most were mortals that had never cultivated before. They were simply unable to withstand the inhuman torture. Without a doubt, they would die from suffering in just several months. But those who cultivated had already been trapped in this castle for several years. After being tortured night and day for several years, the average person would have suffered mental collapse or died. But the master of this castle was an alchemist, and with all sorts of miracle pills and medicines, wanting to die was nearly impossible. This castle master would even use dangerous pills to heighten the cultivation boundary of these girls, digging out their life potential and then stealing it away. What awaited them was a lifetime of endless suffering and pain. Only when their essence, energy, and blood vitality was sucked dry, only when their youth and strength had faded, would they be abandoned and buried in the back gardens of the castle, seemingly because of the presence of their skeletons. The flowers in the back gardens bloomed, especially bright. At this time, the space barriers of this hidden space suddenly shook violently. A man's roar echoed out within it. Trash! Trash! Damn it all! Bang! With an explosive sound, something seemed to detonate. Stone tables were flipped over and pill furnaces were tossed away, bouncing all over. A pale man with grayish-white hair rushed in like a rabid beast. This man wore tattered robes, and he looked to be middle-aged, but there was not a trace of blood on his face, and a faint death aura percolated around his body. This meant that his life was nearing its end. I failed again. The life-lifting undying pill. Just how many times have I failed? The man's eyes were blood-red, seeming as if he were about to go crazy. He was a spiritus, but the faint soul glow that symbolized the soul race had already vanished. This was a sign that his fires of life had diminished, and his life was nearing its end. He would have, at most, another 100 years to live. He dreamed to refine an endless life immortality pill. For this pill, he had refined for 10,000 years already. He thought that he would never be able to successfully complete the refining of this pill before he died. Thus, in the last several hundred years, he had been refining the lower quality life, lifting undying pill. He wanted to lengthen his life, even if it were only by several hundred years. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.